Professor Fu, let's retreat now. Be careful and protect yourself. Understood. I'll just take a soil sample and then leave. If the virus can spread through soil and water sources, it will be a bigger problem. Fu Yixin, wearing protective goggles and a white lab coat, carefully sealed the sample in a plastic bag. In Weilai City, zombies are everywhere. Every dawn, the city faces a terrible disaster. A large group of zombies suddenly appear, going crazy to find prey. They break through doors and windows, dragging people who are hiding out and biting them. Then they rush off together to the next target. If a person is bitten by a zombie, they will become one of them, losing all memory and consciousness, only driven by chaos and madness to hunt and bite. Of course, sometimes there are heroes. The R organization suddenly appeared. Whenever a zombie outbreak occurs, a group of brave warriors in tight leather protective suits show up at the scene, armed with medicine guns. They kill the zombies and take them away like saviors. For a time, everyone praised the R organization highly. Fu Yixin is a professor of life sciences at Weilai University and also a special scientist for the R organization. Early this morning, a zombie outbreak happened at a market in the suburbs. The scene was full of corpses, silent and bleak. The R organization team was busy loading the zombie bodies onto trucks, leaving only Professor Fu Yixin sampling the scene. Suddenly, the trash bin in front of him moved strangely. Fu Yixin's face changed. He hesitated but went over bravely. If there was still a zombie hiding there, it might be possible to call the R organization back to eliminate it. Suddenly, a small head popped out of the trash. Its messy hair was topped with a piece of cabbage leaf. Its eyes were blank and confused. It held a rotten tomato dripping with juice, with a long streak of red tomato juice at the corner of its mouth. The sight was terrifying and disgusting, mainly disgusting. From her slightly reddening pupils, Fu Yixin quickly judged with sharp teeth that she was a zombie. But unexpectedly, this zombie looked at Fu Yixin and showed an expression of shock and fear. In an instant, it dove back into the trash heap, but not before skillfully extending its hand and pulling out an old newspaper to cover itself. From the foul-smelling trash, a faint voice whispered, "You can't see me. You can't see me." This smooth and flowing action shocked Fu Yixin. This zombie had awareness, judgment, behavior, and could even speak. This is definitely a major discovery in zombie studies. The members of organization have already left, and Fu Yixin bravely stepped forward to open the newspaper, revealing a pair of innocent big eyes. I haven't bitten anyone, so I'm a good zombie. The female zombie tremblingly held up her rotten tomato. Maybe you want this? Please don't kill me. A fly flew over, landing on the tomato, probably finding it too disgusting, then circling around and flying away. Fu Yixin slightly parted his lips and asked, "You say you haven't bitten anyone? Do I believe that?" The female zombie raised 3 fingers and tried to speak clearly. "I saw it on the TV at the market." They all promised that. "I swear, I really haven't bitten anyone. I won't kill you, but you have to come back with me." Fu Yixin bent down, picked up a bunch of vegetable twine, and securely wrapped it around the female zombie several times. In the past, Fu Yixin was very clean and couldn't stand the idea of rummaging through trash and taking things back. But a talking zombie was definitely worth studying. It was for the sake of science. Fu Yixin asked, "Do you have a name?" The female zombie shook her head. Fu Yixin tightened the rope and said, "Having a name makes it easier to call you. From now on, your name is Linky 01. From now on, she would be Fu Yixin's first experimental subject in zombie research. "So what should I call you?" "I am Fu Yixin. Others call me Professor Fu. You can call me that too. Beast? Like a tiger, lion, or wild boar." Professor is a title in higher education, referring to experienced teachers and researchers at universities. It's a level of academic rank. Oh, a string of technical terms almost fried Ling Yi's zombie brain CPU. Fu Yixin also wondered why he was trying to explain these things to a zombie. A streak of white pierced the horizon. Thick fog spread out, and faint light appeared. Thus, Fu Yixin led the rope forward, his tall figure striding quickly, while behind him, Ling Yi, with her body and hands tightly bound, was walking awkwardly and strangely, still clutching that rotten tomato. When they reached the car, Fu Yixin opened the trunk and signaled for Ling Yi to get in by herself. Ling Yi twitched her mouth and said, "Are you trying to suffocate the zombie? Although zombies are considered dead in society, it doesn't mean they can't die again in a biological sense." Fu Yixin thought for a moment and realized she had a point. This talking zombie experiment was worth protecting. So he had to sacrifice his beloved car for science. He forced himself to suppress his nausea and opened the back door of the car. "I can let you get in, but can you please throw away that tomato first?" Ling Yi looked longingly at the rotten tomato in her hand. Since her hands were already tied, she let out a whimper, tossed the tomato into the air, caught it with her mouth, and swallowed it. Then she grinned. It was even more disturbing. Fu Yixin felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach. It was really disgusting. For the next half hour, Ling Yi proved with her actions that this was just the beginning. From the outskirts to the city, along a few winding mountain roads, Ling Yi, who was tied up and bouncing around in the back seat, caused the entire car to reek of decay. Fu Yixin's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He took 3 medical masks from the car and put them on his face. What was even worse was that Ling Yi suddenly leaned her head from the middle of the back seat closer to him. "Professor Fu, do you smell something strange?" "Fu Yixin, you are the strangest smell of all, okay?" Ling Yi sniffed with her small nose, inhaled on the left and right, then finally stopped near Fu Yixin's shoulder. "You smell really strange, Fu Yixin. That's such a boundaryless zombie." Ling Yi didn't notice anything wrong and kept leaning closer, almost pressing her nose to his neck. "It smells different from other smells." "Nice." Her voice was soft and sweet. Fu Yixin only felt a tickle on his neck. Ling Yi took a deep breath again, smacked her lips, and said, "Nice smell. I think it should be very tasty." Fu Yixin's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils shrank, and he slammed on the brakes. Ling Yi rolled from the back seat to the front passenger seat and hit her head against the windshield, letting out a sharp scream. It hurt the zombie so much. Fu Yixin, with a dark face, stopped the car, opened the door, and got out in one smooth motion. Just as Ling Yi was struggling to sit up, Fu Yixin returned carrying a large plastic bag filled with colorful bottles and jars. Ling Yi curiously peeked and asked, "What is this?" Fu Yixin, expressionless, held up a jar and sprayed it directly at Ling Yi. "Ah, zombies are coming. Be quiet. This is air freshener. Does it smell like tomatoes?" The smell of rotten odors mixed with artificial fragrances created a strange scent in the car, like rosemary roasted herring with lavender and stinky tofu. This journey was definitely going to be overwhelming. Fu Yixin took Ling Yi and half a bag of air freshener back to his house. After thinking carefully, he realized that the R organization was ruthless in killing zombies. If he wanted to finish his research, he couldn't let Ling Yi be exposed to them. So now he decided to protect Ling Yi. Of course, this protection was only on a social level. It wouldn't affect her daily life. And it definitely wasn't gentlemanly. The moment he untied Ling Yi, he opened the bathroom door and unceremoniously threw her inside, barking out the command, "Take a bath." Ling Yi looked back at him with a blank, confused expression and shook her head. She didn't understand. This was normal. After becoming a zombie, her language and actions had to be rebuilt. Her vocabulary mainly came from casual conversations with market vendors and the old TV in the market. The word, bathe, and the scene it described simply didn't exist in those places.
Fu Yixin frowned.
"Don't you know what a bath is?" Ling Yi nodded blankly. Fu Yixin tried to explain. "A bath means washing or soaking your body with water, using proper and gentle rubbing to remove dirt, sweat, and surface oils." Ling Yi just looked at him silently. That's enough. No need to say more. She really didn't want to hear any more explanations that challenged her zombie brain's understanding. In her opinion, the only thing Fu Yixin said that made sense was, "This is a switch. Press it, and water will come out from the shower head above your head, To avoid Fu Yixin acting overly formal and bombarding her with a bunch of technical terms, Ling Yi reluctantly walked over. She gently pressed the switch as Fu Yixin had just demonstrated, then looked up at the shower head. Suddenly, a strong stream of water splashed directly onto Ling Yi's face.
Ah!
It's like fighting zombies. Ling Yi, startled like a frightened cat, let out a sharp scream and scrambled out from under the shower head, hanging onto Fu Yixin. The overwhelming smell hit her, making Fu Yixin almost lose control. He quickly suppressed his nausea, using his gloved hand to pull Ling Yi away forcefully. As an excellent professor, he didn't believe he couldn't teach this zombie how to take a bath. Fu Yixin took out his iPad, tapped a few times on the screen, and placed it in front of Ling Yi. This is the tutorial. Follow it. Remember, don't move around. Then, he closed the door with a complicated expression. Ling Yi looked blankly at her phone on the sink. Big ads flashed. Sexy dealer online dealing cards, click to video chat with her, and a blinking pop-up in the corner. In the center of the screen was a graceful woman slowly removing her clothes, revealing alluring curves. She walked elegantly into the shower, turned on the water, and started lathering her hair and neck, one gentle stroke at a time. Meanwhile, Fu Yixin had already taken a quick shower in the master bedroom suite. He didn't want to wear the clothes Ling Yi had so seriously contaminated for even a moment. Passing by the bathroom where Ling Yi was showering, he instinctively turned on the exhaust fan, then called his assistant, Abu. Send me another box of air freshener. Hurry. Abu, who had known Fu Yixin for many years, was familiar with his obsessive habits. This request was quite normal. But then, his next request became increasingly unusual. Listening to the water in the bathroom, Fu Yixin suddenly paused and asked Abu, "Do you have air freshener with a tomato scent?" Abu replied, "Such a strange and intense smell probably doesn't exist." Fu Yixin thought about the rotten tomato Ling Yi was clutching today. Then bring me a bag of tomatoes and a bottle of ketchup. This request, although a bit unusual, is not entirely unacceptable. What follows is truly hard to believe. Fu Yixin paused again. I need a few sets of girls' clothes, both inside and outside. Abu almost bit his tongue on the phone. Men like Fu Yixin, who are not interested in women and only focus on scientific research, has he finally fallen for someone? Noticing Abu's hesitation, Fu Yixin pretended to be calm. Don't overthink it. I've just adopted a child. Ling Yi doesn't understand anything. Mentally, she is truly a child. Since she is a test subject for research, he will naturally take full responsibility for her food, clothing, and living needs, and observe her daily habits. Calling it adoption doesn't seem wrong. Abu's mouth twitched. So many girls at the academy chase after you, treating you like a dream lover, and now you say, "Yes, I adopted a child." Abu took out a small notebook to record. How old is the child? For children's clothes, should I buy 60 centimeters or 90 centimeters? Do you need bottles, formula, or diapers? Do you have anything around 160 centimeters? Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and mist filled the air. A soft, sweet voice said, "Professor Fu." That voice made Abu on the phone almost melt. Just as he was about to ask something, the call was quickly ended by Fu Yixin. Abu was now very sure, adoption is definitely not simple. As for Fu Yixin on the other end, he confirmed that Ling Yi was indeed a non-odoriferous zombie. The smell of decay earlier was probably just because she had been hiding in the trash can for a long time. After following the tutorial to wash her, she looked clean and fair, with a faint feminine scent. If it weren't for her slightly reddish zombie pupils and sharp fangs, she would seem just like an ordinary girl. Perhaps even cuter. Ling Yi probably couldn't find clothes, so she casually grabbed a bathrobe that Fu Yixin usually wore from the bathroom, loosely wrapping herself in it. The oversized robe made her look even more petite and adorable. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, water droplets tracing down her slender neck into her chest. Delicate features, innocent eyes. She bit her lower lip and asked, "Professor Fu, can you help me blow-dry my hair?" As she spoke, she lightly lifted her hair, gently touching her neck and moving downward. Her fingertips caused the bathrobe to loosen gradually, revealing her fair skin. This is no longer the little zombie I found in the trash heap today. Are you sure it's not a pure-hearted little fairy? Fu Yixin hesitated for a moment, his throat instinctively moving up and down. Suddenly, he remembered something, his eyes darkening. He quickly rushed into the bathroom and paused the iPad that was still playing. The tutorial paused on a scene where a charming woman was about to open her bathrobe and walk toward a man outside the bathroom door, watching intently. If he hadn't paused in time, the embarrassing and seductive actions and sounds that followed might have taught this, eager and curious, zombie too much. Fu Yixin felt scared just thinking about it. Almost as a professor, he almost let a newly bathing zombie be seduced by this scene. The doorbell rang. When Fu Yixin opened the door, Abba was gone, leaving only a large bag of things and a note. Professor Fu, I bought an extra item you might need. Fu Yixin opened the bag, holding a neat, delicate small box inside, his mouth twitching. With a zombie? He desperately shook his head, casually stuffed the box into his pocket, and closed the door firmly. Afraid that Lingyi might do something weird that could cause an electric fire, Fu Yixin still forced himself to help her blow dry her hair, one strand at a time. But he wasn't very good at it, and each time he made Lingyi scream from the heat. In the end, the iPad tutorial saved them both. Lingyi decided to list this glowing screen as her second favorite thing after tomatoes. Following the tutorial on the iPad about how to help your girlfriend blow-dry her hair without getting scolded, Fu Yixin carefully dried Lingyi's hair strand by strand, acting very gently. His long fingers lightly brushed her neck and behind her ears, sometimes even accidentally rubbing her head. Lingyi closed her eyes comfortably, swinging her feet. Fu Yixin, who was focused on his experiment and investigation, broke the silence. Do you remember how you became a zombie? This was very important for explaining why Lingyi still had consciousness. Lingyi tried to remember. She said, I think I was feeding some stray cats. One of them bit me and I felt dizzy and had a fever. Then I lost consciousness and memory. When I woke up, I was with a group of zombie brothers, but they didn't talk to me or pay attention. Fu Yixin, is it possible that your zombie brothers just don't talk? He thought carefully. Maybe Lingyi was bitten by a weak stray cat, which caused some brain damage, but not full zombification. She still had her own thoughts and could learn, and she probably still showed some stray cat behaviors. Like earlier, when she was startled by water and jumped onto him. He gently touched Lingyi's hair. It was mostly dry now. He turned off the hairdryer and asked, By the way, you said you didn't bite anyone? Lingyi nodded obediently. I saw those zombie brothers bite people. It was disgusting. Later, I followed them and hid in the trash at the vegetable market to pick tomatoes. They were all red and sweet. Why did they have to bite people? Many uncles and older men were greasy and smelly. I don't know how those zombie brothers could bring themselves to bite. Fu Yixin found it a bit funny. A zombie living in trash wouldn't eat people because it disliked their smell. Lingyi's small nose suddenly sniffed again, then she swallowed hard. But your scent is really nice. Fu Yixin suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He remembered that earlier today, Lingyi said something similar in the car, and the next thing she said was, It feels
Probably
delicious. He wanted to back away, but it was too late. Lingyi, with her cat-like behavior, was quick. She suddenly turned her head, hooked her arm around Fu Yixin's neck, and rubbed her small head against his neck. She greedily took several deep breaths, pouting as if she was very upset. Ugh, I want to eat something. Can I have a bite? Just one bite. Just as she was about to open her mouth and bite his neck, Fu Yixin quickly grabbed her wrist and pressed her down onto the table. Lingyi's back pressed against the table, feeling cold. She sensed an overwhelming, oppressive atmosphere coming from all directions. Then, Fu Yixin's eyes darkened as he reached into his pocket and found a small, square-shaped object. Damn, not this thing. He threw it aside and quickly pulled out a prepared syringe, aiming it at Lingyi's hand and stabbing it in. Zombies. That was the only thought that crossed Lingyi's mind. Fu Yixin drew a tube of blood and walked into the study without looking back. His study was specially converted into a laboratory with glass-enclosed precise instruments. He eagerly began analyzing the blood sample. Dropper, slide, data, curves. He stared intently at the calculations on the screen, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was the first set of data from his experimental subject number 1. Yes, indeed, Ling Yi's blood showed data quite different from both human and zombie bodies. He recorded in his lab manual the first major difference: blood sugar level. Suddenly, Fu Yixin stopped. Blood sugar level? According to Ling Yi's age, whether measured by human standards or zombie standards, fasting blood sugar should be between 4.4 and 6.1 millimoles per liter. But Ling Yi's current blood sugar was less than 2.8 millimoles per liter. Could blood sugar levels really affect a zombie's consciousness and speech? Fu Yixin decided to ask Ling Yi, but when he went out, he found her still lying on the table, pale-faced, sweating coldly, staring blankly at the ceiling. I should have kept the tomatoes to eat. Suddenly, Fu Yixin remembered Ling Yi's strange words earlier. Wah. I want to eat something. Can you let me have a bite? Just one bite. It seemed Ling Yi hadn't bitten anyone or eaten meat, only nibbling on rotten tomatoes now and then, probably malnourished, low blood sugar, and really hungry. He sighed and carried the bag of tomatoes into the kitchen. Sip. Ling Yi happily finished the last bite of tomato spaghetti. If Fu Yixin hadn't stopped her, she might have buried her face in the plate to lick it clean.
But
it was
so
delicious. In an instant, she felt that the rotten tomatoes from the market this morning no longer matched her. Ling Yi looked at Fu Yixin with more admiration and longing.
Could she
have a little more? Fu Yixin saw through her gaze and, amused, went back into the kitchen. He skillfully washed, cut, and cooked the tomatoes into sauce. Considering Ling Yi had low blood sugar for some time, he added some minced meat into the sauce. He never thought in his life that he would one day need to help a little zombie regain strength. Any abnormal blood test results could cause big errors in experiments, so he had to make sure Ling Yi was a healthy zombie test subject. Ling Yi rested her elbows on the counter, watching Fu Yixin's busy back. Her sharp jawline and high nose made her side profile look especially attractive. Honestly, a man who can cook is really handsome, especially one whose silhouette smells like tomatoes. While Fu Yixin turned to cook the pasta without noticing, she quietly tiptoed in. She quickly dipped her finger into the pasta sauce and licked it.
Ugh.
This deliciousness was what made her zombie head spin. Ling Yi happily licked her lips, her shoulders slightly shrugging in enjoyment. Fu Yixin turned around and caught her red-handed, an obvious zombie stealing tomato pasta sauce. Ling Yi quickly hid her finger behind her back, looking like a kid caught doing something wrong. But her lips still had red sauce, exposing her little secret. Fu Yixin didn't know what was wrong with him, but he just smiled and reached out to wipe the tomato sauce from her lips. The moment his cool finger touched her warm lips, both of them froze in place. It smells so good. Better than the tomato sauce. Ling Yi smacked her lips and opened her mouth to take a big bite. Fu Yixin quickly pulled his finger back with a sharp movement. Her hand missed the tasty finger, and her upper and lower teeth clashed painfully. Ouch, this zombie was hurt. Fu Yixin handed her a bowl of freshly cooked tomato pasta and said annoyedly, "Eat your noodles." Then he rinsed his finger under the tap for over 3 minutes. Only when his finger was slightly numb and he lost the soft muscle memory did he stop. Ling Yi was happily eating noodles when Fu Yixin threw a small blanket and clothes bought by Abu onto the sofa. "Tonight, you sleep here." Although letting a girl sleep on the sofa feels a bit unchivalrous, Ling Yi was a zombie experiment. This was already the best treatment an experiment could get. Usually, Fu Yixin's experimental subjects were kept in glass jars, soaking in formalin. Ling Yi didn't understand all this. She just thought this place was much more comfortable than a trash heap. She believed Fu Yixin had given up his bed for her, so she looked up gratefully and said, "Professor Fu, your kindness will never be forgotten." Sniff, sniff. Ling Yi always thought of herself as a generous zombie. "I'll sleep here." "What will you do?" I don't take up much space and don't mind sharing with you. Fu Yishan signaled toward the master bedroom. I have a bed. If you need anything, just call me but knock first. A bed? While Fu Yishan was washing dishes, Ling Yi peeked out from outside the master bedroom door. This doesn't make sense. Why is his bed so big? It looks soft and comfortable. Ling Yi took a deep breath. Sure enough, the room smelled delicious. The gratitude in Ling Yi's eyes instantly faded, leaving only her pupils slightly red. In the world of zombies, territory must be fought for. When Fu Yishan finished washing dishes, he noticed Ling Yi was no longer there. He tentatively called out, Ling Yi, little zombie. There was no response. A little zombie, but you can't handle her? Fu Yishan wasn't worried. He cleared his throat and called again. Tomorrow, how many tomatoes should we eat? 3. The voice came from his room. Fu Yishan, with a dark face, leaned against the bedroom door. He saw Ling Yi peeking out from under his blanket, sticking out her little head, smiling at him, and gesturing with her hand. If it's this big, 2 is fine. I can take good care of myself. If she weren't a rare experimental subject, he swore he really wanted to preserve her in formalin. He didn't want this blanket anymore. We zombies have a rule. Whoever claims a spot first owns it. Ling Yang raised her head, feeling both annoyed and brave. But I also said earlier that I don't take up much space. Since you smell so nice, I really don't mind squeezing a little with you. Fu Yishan didn't pay attention to what Ling Yang said. Instead, he took the thin blanket and tied it tightly around her, making a knot. Ling Yang looked at his actions and asked confusedly, Professor Fu, why do you like tying people up so much? He had done the same thing when bringing her back from the market, and now again. Fu Yishan. He didn't bother to explain. After making sure it was secure, he grabbed one corner of the blanket and pulled Ling Yang off the bed along with the blanket, dragging her outside. Ling Yang struggled desperately, but the blanket was tied very tightly. Fu Yishan didn't leave her any room. He pulled and dragged her out.
Ah!
You're taking over the zombies' territory. With a loud bang, Ling Yang was thrown onto the sofa in a parabola, and Fu Yishan slammed the door shut. Wrapped in the blanket like a rice dumpling, Ling Yang sat up and struggled. You're bullying a zombie. Be careful, Before she finished speaking, the door opened again. Fu Yishan threw the bedsheet out and covered her with it. He was annoyed by the sheets she had touched. Poor Ling Yang was tightly bound in the blanket and covered with the bedsheet. She flailed on the sofa, cursing, Fu Yishan, you big jerk. You're bullying a harmless zombie. It's unjust. Will the 3 tomatoes still count tomorrow? The peaceful night was once again broken at dawn. In his sleep, Fu Yishan seemed to hear someone tapping and scratching at his door, not just knocking but scratching and biting, like teeth and nails scraping wood, an eerie, chilling sound that gave him goosebumps.
Could it be?
Something happened to that little zombie experiment? He opened the door and was hit with a sharp, painful collision. Fu Yishan was knocked over by a large pile of blankets. Ling Yang, what are you doing? Fu Yishan shouted angrily. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Ling Yang's pupils flickered with a strange, dazzling red light in the darkness, looking very much like a wild beast. She didn't speak or respond. Instead, she wobbled and lunged at him again. A zombie's hunting mode? Fu Yishan suddenly snapped awake, kicking Ling Yi aside and rushing to the living room. In a world overrun by zombies, he kept a tranquilizer gun in the drawer of the table just in case. But before he could open the drawer, Ling Yi had already lunged at him again, quick and agile like a cat. Fu Yishan's back hit the wall, and Ling Yi, wrapped in a blanket, pressed down hard on him. Bang! Ling Yi, suddenly full of energy, reached out from the tangled blanket and struck the wall, completely trapping Fu Yishan in a wall press. Because she was close, Fu Yishan could hear her steady breathing and tiny, cute snoring sounds. Her glowing eyes in hunting mode and quick reactions didn't match her gentle breathing. Fu Yishan carefully looked into her eyes. Although her pupils glowed, her gaze was empty and unfocused. She was sleepwalking. A zombie in a sleepwalking state. Could it be in hunting mode? Fu Yishan quickly remembered all the zombie research and reports he knew. There was no record of zombies sleepwalking. This was a major discovery. He tried to wake Ling Yi. Ling-yi, little zombie, want some tomato? 3. At this moment, Ling Yi probably couldn't hear him. She looked like a terrifying Barbie doll, licking her lips, sniffing and murmuring, "Smells good. I want to eat." Then she moved closer and closer, so near that they could hear each other's heartbeat and breathing. Fu Yishan felt an unprecedented danger. In a struggle, his hand suddenly grabbed a glass bottle of ketchup from the table. If Ling Yi opened her mouth to bite him, he wouldn't care about experiments anymore. He had to pour the entire bottle down her before he turned into a zombie. He tightly held the ketchup bottle, trembling and not daring to make a sound. Ling Yi greedily took a deep breath, then suddenly opened her mouth to bite his neck. At the same time, Fu Yishan swung the ketchup bottle behind her head to hit her.
Ugh.
With a comfortable groan from Ling Yi, Fu Yishan's hand froze. The ketchup bottle stopped just 2 inches behind her head. Ling Yi had actually bitten his Adam's apple. Instead of biting, it was more like gentle licking, like a cat pleasing its owner. Fu Yishan's entire body almost instantly went cold with shock. What is this little zombie doing? Fu Yishan forgot that Ling Yi had never eaten a person and had no experience. She only hid in trash piles, guarding rotten tomatoes and nibbling on them. How much strength does it take to bite a tomato? Although Ling Yi felt satisfied from the smell, the frustration of smelling food she couldn't eat made her restless. She reached toward Fu Yishan's neck on one side and bit down hard, like she was sucking tomato juice. Pop! With a crisp sound, Fu Yishan felt his face flush hot and red. He was still holding a glass bottle of ketchup, struggling whether to stop this little zombie's reckless behavior. If he stopped her, she was a rare experiment, and she wouldn't bite people. If he didn't, it was truly maddening. There are countless ways to dedicate oneself to science. He never thought that one day he would be so defiled by a zombie for science. And all this was happening while she was in a zombie sleepwalking mode, probably thinking that wall standing mode was inconvenient for biting. Ling Yi reached out and hooked her arms around Fu Yishan's neck, standing on tiptoe and tilting her head, acting wildly between his neck and shoulder. In her sleepy haze, Ling Yi also seemed to realize there wasn't much flesh in that area. She let out a small whimper, opened Fu Yishan's collar, and tentatively stuck out her soft, sticky tongue.
Fu Yishan froze completely.
And so, Ling Yi clung to Fu Yishan and nibbled, using her teeth, lips, and tongue, but not drawing any blood. As a zombie, she was undoubtedly a failure. But in destroying Professor Fu's mental defenses, she had achieved absolute victory. Fu Yishan's eyes clouded with faint tears and a hint of crimson, trying to hold back the hoarse, heavy breathing. After all, being teased by a sleeping little zombie like this was too embarrassing. Ling Yi, probably tired, slowly slid down, and Fu Yishan caught her with both hands, steadying her. Their bodies and breaths intertwined in a tender, ambiguous way, noses touching. If Ling Yi had eyes at this moment, she would probably be looking into his, feeling awkward. Fu Yishan couldn't help but lean down slowly. But Ling Yi suddenly sniffed twice and turned her head away. He missed the chance for a kiss, ending up just touching her hair instead. Looking at Ling Yi, she seemed to discover a new world as she happily hugged the bottle of ketchup in Fu Yishan's hand. She sniffed it contentedly, then held the glass bottle and leaned on Fu Yishan's shoulder, falling into a deep sleep. It seems she prefers a ketchup bottle more than him. He helplessly patted Ling Yi's back, letting her hang on him like a koala. Then he walked to the living room and gently placed her on the sofa. The phone screen flashed. Fu Yishan glanced at it. Near a fish pond on the outskirts of Weilai City, there was a large-scale zombie attack incident, even bigger than a market. In the end, the art organization arrived, successfully killed the zombies, and took them away. The time of the zombie attack matched exactly with when Ling Yi was sleepwalking. It was as if someone was controlling it on a timer. His eyes darkened as he looked at Ling Yi sleeping peacefully. He took the glass bottle of ketchup from her arms and walked into the study's laboratory. The next morning, Lingy opened her eyes and heard the man's chatter. Lingy, listen carefully. That room is my laboratory. You absolutely cannot go in. My blanket and sheets are yours now. You're not allowed to lie on my bed. The ketchup is on the dining table. If you're hungry, help yourself. I'll cook tomato spaghetti for you tonight. Don't touch anything else.
It was just some rules about what not to touch or go to.
If broken, she'd lose a tomato. Today, Weilai University held a zombie-themed lecture, and Fu Yixin was the guest professor, so he had to leave Ling Yi at home. But why was he so worried and hesitant? Fu Yixin couldn't help but think back to how obedient Ling Yi was before he left, nodding eagerly. She looked like she was just waiting for him to leave, so she could do whatever she wanted. He took a few steps but then turned back. Just as he opened the door, smack, a blob of ketchup flew over and splashed right on his white turtleneck. He usually didn't like wearing turtlenecks, unless it was because of the red marks on his neck caused by Ling Yi's little zombie antics last night. Fu Yixin looked at the ketchup on his clothes, trying to hold back his anger. He raised his head and saw Ling Yi holding the ketchup glass bottle, staring blankly at the ketchup that had just shot out. Ling Yi saw Fu Yixin push the door open, her face dark as a torn cloth. Instinctively, she threw the ketchup bottle. No, it was me. I did it. The ketchup bottle rolled and spun on the floor, leaving a trail of red ketchup everywhere. Suddenly, the floor was a mess, full of chaos. Ling Yi hesitated, then carefully extended 3 fingers. I say the ketchup bottle moved by itself. Do you believe that? Fu Yixin remained silent. In the end, Fu Yixin decided to carry the small, trouble-prone zombie experiment with him before the whole house was covered in ketchup. Weilai University, the top university in Weilai City. With the reputation of the art organization and his handsome appearance, as Abu said, the dream lover, Fu Yixin. When he appeared, many girls chased after him, making clucking sounds. Clearly, Ling Yi's appearance caused many whispers. Who is this girl? I've never seen her before. What's her relationship with Professor Fu? Professor Fu usually wears white shirts, but today he changed into a turtleneck. Could it be because last night was too intense? Ling Yi felt the hostile gazes and lowered her voice to Fu Yixin. I feel like there's killing intent. Have they found out I'm a zombie?
Don't worry about that.
Stay close, Fu Yixin coldly said. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know you're a zombie.
Keep your mouth shut.
If you reveal yourself, don't expect to eat any more tomatoes. Ling Yi could only pout and say, okay. Suddenly, a tempting sweet aroma filled the air. It was tomatoes. It turned out they were passing by the cafeteria at Weilai University, and a truck of tomatoes was being unloaded. All the killing intent was forgotten. These were tomatoes. Whole trucks of tomatoes. Ling Yi had only one thought. She wanted to dive headfirst into the sea of tomatoes and swim. Fu Yixin was walking when he suddenly felt someone was missing. He looked down and saw Ling Yi, eyes shining, rubbing her fists eagerly, heading toward the tomato truck. Fu Yixin thought. Without a word, he reached out and lifted Ling Yi up. Fu Yixin, what are you doing? Ling Yi shouted. Put me down. Shut up. If you keep making noise, you'll miss dinner. In this way, Fu Yixin carried Ling Yi like a stray cat and strode confidently into the life sciences building. All right, the tomato is gone. Only the hostility remains. And it feels even heavier. Ling Yi finally took advantage of Fu Yixin being busy in his office to quietly sneak out. But she didn't even see a trace of the tomato, only a group of female students surrounding her. Suddenly, Ling Yi was pushed into a corner, caught between a rock and a hard place. The leading girl pushed Ling Yi and asked, Hey, where are you from? Ling Yi was stunned. Could it be that her secret about being a zombie had been discovered? Professor Fu's instructions still echoed in her mind. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know you're a zombie.
Keep your mouth shut.
If you reveal yourself, you won't get to eat tomatoes anymore. Ling Yi covered her mouth tightly and shook her head. Another girl dressed in rock-style clothes rolled up her sleeves and said, People like this, I think they won't speak until they suffer a bit, Ling Yi thought. Little zombie, what wrong could there be? Little zombie just wants to come out and find some tomatoes to eat. The girl leading the group seemed to be more reasonable and asked again. What's your name? What's your relationship with Professor Fu? If you don't tell us, my friends and I won't be nice to you. Lingy nodded obediently. She really wanted to say something. But the problem was, what was her relationship with Fu Yishan? Lingy hesitated for a moment and finally told the truth. My name is Lingy. I was picked up from the trash by Professor Fu. He even gave me my name. When she told the truth, her aura was unusually confident and upright. This move completely confused the group of female students in front of her. Picked up from the trash? What kind of trick is that? Isn't that a typical story parents tell their children? This little girl looks quite young. Could she really be Professor Fu's illegitimate daughter? Or did Professor Fu name her? No way, no way. Professor Fu is 35 this year. If he got married young at 18, it's plausible that his daughter is this age now. But I've never heard of Professor Fu having a daughter. Rumors. Someone said last night they overheard Professor Fu's assistant, Abu, talking on the phone about adoption. I think it's probably her. Amidst the chatter, the girls had already imagined a story. Professor Fu secretly placing his daughter in a welfare home, then adopting her back recently. The leading girl leaned down and asked, Xiao Lingy, where is your mom? Lingy shook her head blankly. Since she became a zombie, she truly had no mother. Sniffle. Why do they ask such difficult questions? She just wanted to come out and eat some tomatoes. She didn't want to be scolded for not knowing the answer. She lowered her head in sadness and said, I don't have a mom. Now I only have you all and Professor Fu. Wah. Looking so pitiful and lonely, a group of female college students naturally concluded, this is clearly Fu Yishan's daughter. Whether she is his illegitimate child or adopted, her mother is gone. Professor Fu Yishan is still single. He is the shared treasure and dream lover of all the women at the school. This little girl in front of him is their best choice to get close to Professor Fu. Suddenly, the girls pulled Lingy to sit down, offering her yogurt and snacks. Now Lingy, who had become everyone's favorite, looked confused. Humans are truly mysterious creatures. The rock girl directly tore open a bag of chips and handed it to Lingy. Xiao Lingy, from now on, your sisters will look after you. Whatever you want to eat, just tell us. But you need to tell your sisters what Professor Fu usually likes. Tomato-flavored chips. They smell so good. Without hesitation, Lingy grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling, Professor Fu, he likes watching videos of women taking baths. All the college girls. Lingy looked at everyone silently, then quietly swallowed the chips. Is that true? The first video tutorial Professor Fu showed her was about women bathing. It must be what Professor Fu likes. The leading girl twitched her lips and asked again. Anything else? Lingy thought about what Professor Fu had done to her.
Oh.
She remembered. She confidently said, Professor Fu also likes to play with ropes. Sometimes with ropes, sometimes with blankets. All the college girls. Fu Yishan, who was unfairly criticized, sneezed loudly in his office. After sneezing loudly, Fu Yishan looked around, only to realize Lingy was not nearby. Suddenly, a bad feeling crept into his mind. This little zombie has some brains, but not many. If she does something strange, and someone reports it. He suddenly imagined Lingy being attacked, with members of the R organization holding guns, and her blood slowly flowing out as she falls. His heart clenched. Absolutely must not let the R organization find Lingy. He had to find her quickly. Thinking of this, he hurried his pace, his heart pounding.
Lingy.
Please don't get into any trouble. Fu Yishan searched back and forth in the school building, classrooms, offices, laboratories, even the tomato cart in the cafeteria. Everywhere was bustling with people, but he couldn't see that small figure. He stood in front of the school square, watching the crowd, and suddenly felt a strange sense of loss and panic. He couldn't help but shout, Lingy, I'm here. Fu Yishan looked toward the voice and saw a girl among a group of female students suddenly jump and wave her hand, signaling him to come over. Seeing Fu Yishan approaching, the girls parted to make way. their eyes shining with excitement. This scene was familiar to Fu Yixin. If there was any difference, it was that these girls were holding tomatoes for some reason. Ling Yi was standing on a platform in the middle of the square, munching on a tomato while pretending to be a market vendor, saying, "Everyone, don't worry. Line up properly. 1 tomato, a love letter. 2 tomatoes, read it out loud. Don't miss out when passing by. Stepmother's chance, grab it." Fu Yixin's face darkened. While he was worried sick, this little zombie was here, running a little business. He strode forward and grabbed Ling Yi, suppressing his anger. "What are you doing again?" Everyone gasped. "Look at that, clearly a father scolding his little kid."
No mistake, no mistake.
Ling Yi quickly signaled to Fu Yixin. "Dad Fu, don't be mad. Everyone worked so hard to write love letters for you, hoping to be your girlfriend, and they even brought tomatoes for me. Just take a look and listen, okay?"
Fu Yixin's mouth twitched.
What did this little zombie call him, Dad? A dangerous look appeared in his eyes as he lifted Ling Yi higher. The girls below quickly spoke up. "Professor Fu, please put little Ling Yi down. We all like her very much." Fu Yixin's face darkened as he lowered his voice. "This little zombie is so well protected by others." Ling Yi shrugged. "What are you thinking? They just want to act gentle and kind, maybe to become my stepmom, Dad Fu Yixin." Suddenly, a girl from below shouted, "Professor Fu, we can also play the bonding game with you. Fu Yixin. There's a private photo in the love letter envelope with a bathroom theme too." Fu Yixin. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Yi. Ling Yi met his gaze without hesitation. "Dad Fu, my future stepmoms are so enthusiastic. Whatever you like, they'll do it for you. Bonding. Bathroom photos. What nonsense is this little zombie talking about?" Fu Yixin felt a surge of anger rising inside him. His veins bulged on his fists as he carried Ling Yi without looking back and left. Hey. Dad Fu, wait." Ling Yi clung tightly to the pile of love letters. Ling Yi is a responsible zombie. She didn't want to eat someone's tomatoes, and she didn't protect the love letters well enough. She kicked her feet. "Dad Fu, please throw away the love letters." "Dad Fu, put me down." Fu Yixin gritted his teeth. "If you dare call me Dad again, you won't get tomato spaghetti this month." Tomato spaghetti is still more important." She quickly shut up, knowing her place, and let Fu Yixin carry her like a kitten, walking briskly back to the college building. Later, Fu Yixin threw Ling Yi into the laboratory. He plopped her down on the ground roughly. But that was a good outcome. Who knows how much Fu Yixin wanted to toss this little zombie into formalin. From the force of her landing, Ling Yi guessed that Fu Yixin was very angry. "Professor Fu," Ling Yi softly called his name, reaching out to tug at his white coat.
Fu Yixin froze involuntarily.
"You look upset. Please don't be angry, okay?" Ling Yi seemed to have made a big decision and handed over a bitten tomato. "Maybe this is for you, Fu Yixin." When faced with her innocent eyes, he had already calmed down a lot and suddenly couldn't remember what he was angry about. Could this be a special ability of zombies? For a moment, he even wanted to reach out and touch that fuzzy little head.
Ling Yi grinned sweetly. "Oh, promise."
"I won't tell anyone you like bondage or watch videos of women taking baths. This zombie will keep Professor Fu's secret, Fu Yixin." Now he remembered why he was so angry. He took a deep breath, trying to sound as calm as possible. "I have a lecture later. Stay here and reflect. Don't go anywhere." Ling Yi nodded obediently. Okay, I promise I won't go anywhere. I'll just stay here. Professor Fu, please don't be angry. When you come back, I'll read you a love letter." Fu Yixin's face darkened even more and turned away immediately. With a bang, he shut the laboratory door behind him. Ling Yi muttered and took another bite of her tomato. People are really bad-tempered. This laboratory had no pleasant smell, which Ling Yi didn't like. It was full of unfamiliar bottles and jars. Curious, she reached out and touched some of them. Were these also things Professor Fu liked? If she liked these, it might be better than watching women take baths. She picked up a delicate small bottle, sniffed it, and found she couldn't smell anything. She opened the bottle cap and started opening one jar after another. Some smelled bad, some had no smell, and some were strange. Forget it, this isn't fun. Lingzi was about to put the caps back on to avoid making Fu Yishan angry again, but she accidentally pressed too hard and spilled everything. She hurriedly reached out to grab, clumsily knocking over another bottle. The bottles and jars looked like dominoes, falling one after another, smashing all over the floor. In a panic, she was flustered. Suddenly, she looked up and saw the last jar about to fall. It had a drawing on top that looked like flames. She swallowed nervously. Suddenly, bang, a cloud of dark gray smoke burst out of the laboratory window. Along with alarm bells and frantic screams, Professor Fu's laboratory has exploded. Everyone nearby, evacuate now. Professor Fu Yishan, who was about to start a lecture in the lecture hall, dropped his hand out on the ground instantly. An explosion in the laboratory?
Linky.
Without hesitation, Fu Yishan ran toward the laboratory. Ling Yi was still inside, locked in the lab. Professor Fu, the lab exploded, you can't. A security guard tried to stop Fu Yishan, but he pushed him away.
Linky. That little zombie.
Please don't get hurt. He kicked open the laboratory door with all his strength. The choking smell and smoke rushed out first.
Linky.
Are you okay? Fu Yishan covered his mouth and nose with his white coat as he rushed inside. Soon, he saw Ling Yi hiding in the corner of the ceiling. She was trembling from the explosion, kicking her hands and feet against the wall. Her face was blackened by smoke, looking like a scared little kitten. And she was still holding a tomato in her mouth. Fu Yishan suddenly felt a bit grateful. The animal that bit Ling Yi was that little stray cat, which gave her the instinct to hide high up on the ceiling when in danger. The triangular area of the ceiling kept her safe for now. He looked at the broken glass containers of chemicals on the ground, then grabbed a foam fire extinguisher from the corner and sprayed quickly, putting out the flames in no time. This was an explosion caused by a mixture of highly flammable and explosive chemicals. The top priority was to prevent a second explosion. At the same moment the fire and smoke were pushed down, Ling Yi finally saw Fu Yishan. She flew down from the ceiling, nearly knocking him over. Sniff, sniff, Fu Yishan, you finally came. I heard your voice just now, and I thought I was hearing things. I thought I was going to die again. I almost turned from a zombie into a charred corpse. This is so scary, sniff, sniff. Ah, sniff, sniff. Ling Yi clung tightly to Fu Yishan, burrowing into his embrace, tears and snot streaming down as she cried loudly, clearly terrified. Fu Yishan could only pat her back gently, saying, it's okay. Everything's fine now. Comforting her was also comforting himself. In fact, his worried heart finally settled down. Perhaps he was just nervous about damaging this precious experiment. Ling Yi suddenly tensed up, sat upright, looked around left and right, and burst into loud, sorrowful crying, especially intense. Fu Yishan immediately became tense, nerves on edge. What's wrong? Did you get hurt? Is there pain?
Tell me.
I'll take you to the hospital.
Ling Yi snifflet lude. Woo.
I was in such a hurry just now, I didn't bite the tomato properly, and it's gone. Woo-woo.
Fu Yishan.
After surviving the ordeal, only the tomato remained in his eyes. He couldn't help but pinch Ling Yi's face, pulling it long. All right, I'll take you to buy new tomatoes. Later, he planned to settle accounts with this little zombie for blowing up his entire lab. Buying new tomatoes now. Ling Yi happily snuggled back into Fu Yishan's arms, happily rubbing around, her face covered in soot from the explosion, smudging his white coat with dark stains. Yes, mixed with tears, snot, and tomato juice at the corners of her mouth. It was quite disgusting. Fu Yishan's eyes darkened, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. Noticing something was wrong, Ling Yi quickly jumped out of his embrace, looking innocent as if it wasn't me, and tiptoed toward the door to escape. Ling Yi, stop right there. Help. Someone's trying to kill the zombie.
Avu.
The scheduled lecture was postponed to the afternoon because Professor Fu's private lab exploded. The official statement was that it was an accident caused by staff error with no casualties. The school hoped everyone would read the chemical safety manual carefully. After all, They couldn't say the lab was blown up by a little zombie, right? As for Fu Yishan, he didn't dare leave Ling Yi alone somewhere for now. Who knew what she might do? The lecture started smoothly, as usual, with the lecture hall filled with people. Fu Yishan sat at the edge of the podium, looking serious as he explained. Zombies are frightening, but according to the latest research, there is one fortunate thing for humans. Virus transmission through water or air doesn't happen naturally. Infection is currently only spread through blood contact, most commonly by being bitten by a zombie. A single zombie hunt can start a chain reaction of infection. On the big screen, images of zombies biting humans are shown, which are frightening and disgusting, causing whispers among the people in the lecture hall. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on the screen, Fu Yishan reaches into his pocket, grabs a handful of cherry tomatoes, and hands them to the person below the podium. Ling Yi's eyes light up as she quickly grabs a tomato and starts eating it happily. It turns out that Fu Yishan took advantage of the lunchtime when no one was around to hide Ling Yi in the podium. As long as Ling Yi behaves and doesn't cause trouble or make noise, she can earn small rewards of cherry tomatoes. This method is clearly the most effective. Fu Yishan decides to include this strategy in his report on how to effectively manage a foodie zombie. Watching Ling Yi happily biting her tomato and shrugging comfortably from the stage, who would think that she is the same as the zombie with a bloodthirsty mouth on the screen? Fu Yishan unconsciously chuckles softly and continues his lecture. Zombies exhibit animal-like behaviors. Current research shows that zombies have an excellent sense of smell, allowing them to accurately identify the source and type of scents. They also have great hearing, capable of detecting sounds, pinpointing directions, and even recognizing ultra-high and ultra-low frequency sounds beyond human ability. Humans rely mainly on vision from birth. We only depend on other senses when our primary sense fails. Zombies, on the other hand, use all their senses equally. Sight is not even necessary for them, so they tend to hunt and fight in complete darkness. That's why they usually go on large-scale hunts at dawn. Everyone in the lecture hall is busy taking notes, but Ling Yi is not happy about this. What's the point? Light is very important to her too. She's not like those disgusting zombie brothers. She loves feeling the sunlight warm on her skin, which makes her feel safe. If someone handed her a bright, sweet-smelling tomato now, it would be perfect. And what's with the midnight stuff? Isn't sleeping at night more comfortable? Getting up in the middle of the night to eat tomatoes, in the dark, just doesn't feel right. Food is food, delicious and worth eating. And the professor, he just doesn't understand our zombie worldview at all. Ling Yi just poked her head out, wanting to argue with Fu Yishan. I don't. Fu Yishan widened his eyes and firmly pressed her small head back down, pushing her back under the podium. The students in the front row clearly noticed something was wrong and looked up toward the podium. Fu Yishan was in a very awkward pose, with one hand shoved under the podium and the other supporting himself on it. He looked serious. In reality, under the podium, there was a big hand and a head nervously and repeatedly fidgeting. Fu Yishan cleared his throat softly, then continued with Ling Yi's earlier words. It's not true that different environments lead to different hunting methods and prey choices. Recently, zombie outbreaks at dawn have occurred in the market, outside ponds, artificial beaches, and city parks. The environments are very different, but the hunting times are the same, and humans are attacked indiscriminately. While the students in the front kept taking notes, Fu Yishan gave Ling Yi a warning look and a silent, playful threat with his eyes. Ling Yi, humans are annoying. He said the wrong thing and didn't get corrected. Wild. Even more savage than zombies. Fu Yishan's lecture lasted an hour, starting from basic concepts and moving to more detailed explanations, with plenty of photos and experimental data, thorough and well-supported. Of course, with the added charm of our organization's scientists and the dream lover, the tiered classroom erupted in applause. Fu Yishan's deep, pleasant voice confidently declared, "The zombie outbreak is a huge challenge for humanity. We must always believe in science and use scientific methods to face everything to prevent more tragedies from happening. I have a question." A boy in the center of the classroom raised his hand high. He looked proud and aloof, wearing jeans and a necklace with lots of jangling charms. Fu Yishan remembered him. He was the school bully, Lu Huahua, a challenger of rules and authority, acting recklessly and rebelliously. He only feels satisfied if he does something shocking. Lu Huahua stood up, waving his phone. Professor Fu just said we should use science to stop tragedies. So, does that mean your so-called science fully understands zombies? Fu Yishan calmly replied, zombies behave somewhat like animals, with instincts and reflexes. Lu Huahua interrupted bluntly. So, that means you understand enough? I want to ask, do zombies attack their own kind? Fu Yishan spoke seriously. So far, our zombie outbreaks have mainly involved zombies attacking humans alone. We haven't seen zombies fighting each other yet, but we can't rule out the possibility that, as prey becomes scarcer and zombies increase, they might start competing among themselves. That won't happen now, Lu Huahua said with a smile. But I want to ask, if we deliberately imitate zombies, walking, acting, making sounds exactly like them, could we blend in and avoid being attacked? After saying that, Lu Huahua suddenly grimaced and imitated a zombie walking clumsily and wobbling. This was a very tricky and mischievous question. The students in the tiered classroom started whispering, and faint laughter spread around. Of course not, silly humans. A soft, gentle voice suddenly came from below the podium. Lu Huahua. Lingyi took advantage of Fu Yishan not paying attention, poked her head out from behind the podium, and sat on it, swinging her little feet. Professor Fu just said that zombies have a very good sense of smell and can accurately identify the source and type of scents. With your poor acting skills and the human scent that can be detected from hundreds of meters away, do you really think you can fool zombies? I doubt even a small cat or dog could be tricked. Her words were clear and hit the point directly. Laughter erupted in the classroom, and Lu Huahua blushed deeply. Fu Yishan walked over to the side of the podium and lowered his voice. What are you doing? Go back. Lingyi took the opportunity to pull out a small tomato from his pocket. What am I doing? I'm here to help you. Can't you learn something from us zombies and show some gratitude? The girls in line at the square recognized Ling Yi. Isn't this Professor Fu's daughter? Ling Yi is so impressive. This is the first time in my life I've seen Lu Huahua get called out. In front of so many girls, Lu Huahua naturally didn't want to lose face. She clenched her teeth, pressed her phone to project a video onto the big screen in the classroom. Under a drone's aerial view, a brutal scene of zombies eating was clearly visible. Lu Huahua snorted softly. Just watching zombies from afar, only those in the front rows dare to get close. What's the point? Suddenly, the video was paused. Lu Huahua pointed at a zombie in the center that suddenly straightened up and asked, Professor Fu, do you think you can predict what this zombie will do next? Everyone was surprised. They said, he's a professor, not a fortune teller. Lu Huahua naturally had his own explanation. Hey, but Professor Fu said that we should use science to prevent bad things from happening. If we can't predict zombie behavior, then we're just waiting for them to attack us. I think the R organization and so-called science are just the same. The R organization just shoots at zombies, and science is just a bunch of data and theories that come too late. Lu Huahua looked proud, as if he was fully prepared, confident that Fu Yishan wouldn't be able to give a correct answer. Lingyi tugged on Fu Yishan's sleeve and whispered, that zombie will trip over a big rock in front, roll twice on the ground, and then go the wrong way. Lu Huahua pressed forward. Professor Fu, we're all waiting for your scientific explanation. Fu Yishan looked up. There is a rock in front of it, but the zombie's eyes are always looking straight ahead. Based on its steps, it should trip over the big rock and roll on the ground. Because of the zombie's animal-like instincts, it might feel dizzy and lose its sense of direction afterward. Lu Huahua froze in place. How is that possible? He had carefully chosen this moment to challenge Fu Yishan and show off, expecting to humiliate him and make a big impression. Under the urging of the people in the lecture hall, Lu Huahua reluctantly clicked play. Sure enough, the zombie stepped forward and tripped over the big rock in front, rolled twice on the ground, then got up, holding its head, and walked in the opposite direction. Suddenly, applause erupted. Lingyi nudged Fu Yishan with her elbow. Impressive. Your explanation makes perfect sense. I almost didn't understand. Fu Yishan looked at Lingyi. That's scientific reasoning. By the way, how do you know the zombie would fall? Ling Yi shrugged and looked at the big screen. Look, there's a trash pile next to the zombie.
I was inside it at the time.
That guy rolled those 2 times right in front of me. I almost got scared to death. Fu Yishan. Sometimes science might not be as effective as mysterious superstitions. After the lecture, Fu Yishan was naturally surrounded by a group of girls, asking for his phone number and WeChat under the pretense of writing a zombie experiment report. Suddenly, a boy broke through the crowd, bowed seriously in front of Fu Yishan.
Fu Yishan sa ibrans farrod involuntarily.
What's going on? Did he manage to impress both men and women with just a lecture? The young man hadn't yet straightened up and seemed to have made a big decision, beginning to introduce himself seriously. Professor Fu, I am Xiaoming, a graduate student in the Department of Life Sciences. May I ask if I can invite your daughter to dinner tonight? Fu Yishan. Daughter? Dinner? He instinctively looked toward Ling Yi. Good grief, there were more people surrounding her inside and outside, and all of them were men. Some asked for her phone number, others for her WeChat. One inquired about her zodiac sign, another about her hobbies. It seemed that Xiaoming in front of him couldn't compete with these men, so he chose to come here and block him, the national father-in-law. Ling Yi was surrounded by this group of boys and looked a bit overwhelmed, sitting on the stage while being bombarded with questions. Clearly, questions about phone numbers, WeChat, zodiac signs, and hobbies were beyond Ling Yi's understanding, especially with her zombie-like brain. Suddenly, one of the boys asked, Ling Yi, what do you like to eat? I know how to answer this. Ling Yi quickly replied, tomatoes. The boys immediately exploded. I know a Japanese restaurant that makes really delicious tomato beef noodles. Shall we go there tonight? There's a snack stall at the school gate that sells roasted tomatoes. I can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's so tasty. Watching Ling Yi's eyes light up, Fu Yishan's face darkened. What is this? Just a tomato can make her fall for him? He cleared his throat loudly, walked over, and directly lifted Ling Yi up. As usual, with a deep voice, he refused all the boys. Ling Yi has plans tonight. The boys asked, tomorrow night or the night after that? Fu Yishan strode out of the lecture hall. The day after tomorrow is fully booked. Ling Yi looked up. How come I don't know? Fu Yishan kept a serious face. Now you know, but shut up and stop deducting her tomatoes tonight. Oh, Ling Yi covered her mouth, afraid to make a sound, and kept muttering inwardly. By the way, was Fu Yishan angry just now? He seemed more serious than when his laboratory exploded. Humans are really strange creatures. Supermarket. Fu Yishan pushed Ling Yi with a shopping cart. Ling Yi held a tomato in her left hand, another in her right hand, and one above her head. Around her, there were various sizes of tomato ketchup, tomato juice, and tomato-flavored chips. She was very happy. Fu Yishan looked at the cart full of tomatoes and at Ling Yi, who was as happy as a tomato, and sighed quietly. There should be enough tomatoes in this cart, right? This little zombie probably wouldn't be easily lured away by those boys with just a couple of small tomatoes. He couldn't understand his own feelings. Could it be that he's really becoming this little zombie's father? After all,
he was the one who found the zombie.
If they wanted one, they should go find one in the trash heap themselves. While lost in thought, Fu Yishan was suddenly snapped out of it when Ling Yi stood up and faced him, almost nose to nose. Their breaths intertwined, and Fu Yishan suddenly felt his heartbeat racing. In that moment, he wondered whether he should include in his report the observation that close contact with zombies beyond a safe distance can cause irregular heartbeat. At this time, Ling Yi was pushing the shopping cart handle in the opposite direction, seemingly trying to make Fu Yishan stop. As a zombie, she naturally didn't realize that when she sat in the cart, she couldn't push it backwards to stop it. Seeing they were about to miss a shelf, Ling Yi quickly waved her hand and pointed to a row of lipsticks. Fu Yishan, I want this. Fu Yishan. A zombie playing with lipstick? He rolled his eyes at Ling Yi and tried to push the cart forward again. But Ling Yi was unhappy and kept pushing with all her might, pushing the handle in the opposite direction, sitting in the cart and pushing it that way. It was futile. Seeing Fu Yishan remained indifferent, Ling Yi suddenly looked up and howled loudly. Awo. That's not edible. What do you want it for? Fu Yishan patiently explained. The advertising screen at the counter suddenly played a seductive female voice. Every woman should own a lipstick. Ling Yi suddenly straightened her chest, trying to prove she was a woman. No, a female zombie, despite her unimpressive curves. The seductive female voice from the ad continued, "This year's rotten tomato color, ending ambiguity at your lips." One stroke of brilliance, capturing the moment. On the screen, a beautiful woman's face was shown, outlining sexy lips and a graceful splash of red. It was mesmerizing and made people's hearts flutter. The words, lips, stunning, and freeze frame don't matter. She really liked this color. Just looking at it made her want to bite it. As she was about to get excited, she saw a young couple nearby. The girl leaned into the boy's arms, shyly smiling, pointing at the lipstick, full of affection. The boy immediately paid, without hesitation. The girl tiptoed and kissed the boy on the cheek.
Oh.
So that's how humans are. Ling Yi tugged on Fu Yixin's sleeve, trying to look pitiful. Fu Yixin looked annoyed. "Little zombie, what are you trying to do?" Ling Yi hesitated. Did she not learn how to act properly? She gave up and threw herself into Fu Yixin's arms, softly whining. Fu Yixin stiffened. Ling Yi felt nervous. Why wasn't it working? She decided to try harder. She stood up straight, blinking affectionately, pointing at the lipstick on the shelf. "I want that." Then she tiptoed, pouting her lips, slowly leaning toward Fu Yixin. Fu Yixin. He instinctively reached out and blocked her face with his hand. Her cool lips pressed directly onto his palm. A shiver ran through him. His Adam's apple moved up and down. Ling Yi sat back in the shopping cart, frustrated. Humans really don't follow the usual rules. But still, why was his hand so warm just now? After a moment of silence, a lipstick fell from above and landed in Ling Yi's hand. The bright red tomato color she had been craving. "Hold steady." Fu Yixin's voice was deep and husky. Ling Yi looked up with shining eyes. Fu Yixin turned his face away, deliberately avoiding her gaze. But zombies have sharp vision. Her ears were clearly red, and the lipstick shade was so bright red. They complain, but don't act. Hee. Until they got home, Ling Yi kept holding that lipstick like a treasure. For a moment, all the tomato, ketchup, and tomato juice seemed to be forgotten in the clouds. It was time for blood tests again. Fu Yixin took out a syringe from the lab. Seeing the syringe, Ling Yi instinctively shrank into the corner. It makes sense now. Last night's blood draw was a bit harsh, as they caught her when her blood sugar was low. Fu Yixin sighed. "I'll be gentler today." Ling Yi shook her head like a rattle. "Don't do this, it hurts. Be good. After it's done, I'll cook you some tomato spaghetti." Fu Yixin had never thought he would be so patient, nor that one day he would coax a zombie. Ling Yi bit her lip and looked at the lipstick in her hand. She seemed to make a big decision and handed it over, saying, "Maybe. You can use this on me, and I'll listen to you." Fu Yixin paused for a moment. Applying lipstick to a little zombie to change the experiment data seemed worth it. But he wondered how to use this thing. He took the lipstick, clumsily unscrewed the cap, revealing a tomato-red bomb. Ling Yi eagerly leaned her head forward, like the woman in the commercial. Fu Yixin reached out and gently pinched Ling Yi's chin. The lipstick slowly moved across Ling Yi's small lips, awkwardly drawing a bright tomato-red streak. Fu Yixin had never applied lipstick before. His gaze was serious and meticulous, almost holding his breath, carefully and slowly adding color to her soft lips, as if treating a precious piece of art. Once her lips turned red, her skin looked even more delicate and fair. The hand that was holding her chin relaxed slightly, afraid of leaving a mark. With just one final stroke, her lips would be full of enchanting color. Fu Yixin stared blankly at Ling Yi, her delicate chin resting on his fingertips, her lips slightly parted. Through the lipstick, he could feel the softness of her lips. Even though they were about half an arm apart, it felt like they were touching fluffy feathers that brushed his heart, causing a slight tremor. She always said she had a nice smell, but at this moment, she exuded a strange, tempting scent. Ling Yi blinked at Fu Yixin and asked eagerly, "Why isn't it done yet?" Fu Yixin swallowed hard, slightly hoarse, and gently lifted her chin.
It's
My first time and I'm not skilled. Come a little closer. Ling Yi shamelessly tilted her head back and moved closer to Fu Yixin, close enough to feel their warm breaths and the quickening of their hearts. Ling Yi felt her face flush slightly as she softly asked, Fu Yixin, I feel a bit warm. Yes, I do feel a little hot. Fu Yixin paused. I'll open the window to let in some fresh air. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly moved to the balcony beside the living room, opened the window, and took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart by adjusting his breathing and letting the breeze soothe him. This little zombie always somehow caused him to lose control unexpectedly. Just catching his breath, Fu Yixin glanced down. It seemed like a strange figure flickered nearby. In the darkness, he couldn't see the face clearly, and there was a long shadow behind it. This is bad. Could it be someone from the R organization with a gun coming to find Ling Yi? At that moment, Ling Yi also hopped over, wanting to enjoy the breeze together. Without thinking, Fu Yixin stepped in front of her to protect her. Don't come closer. Ling Yi was pressed into the corner of the balcony wall, and Fu Yixin even reached out to turn off the light. With the light out, everything was plunged into darkness and silence. Only the sound of breathing and a tense heartbeat could be heard. What's wrong? Ling Yi wanted to push Fu Yixin away, but he held her wrist tightly. The strength difference was too great. She couldn't struggle free. Stay quiet. Fu Yixin kept a wary eye on the figure downstairs. Suddenly, a snap of fingers and small lights flickered on around them, casting a warm glow over the lawn. Ling Yi curiously looked out and saw it was Lu Huahua, and the long shadow that Fu Yixin mistook for a gun turned out to be a guitar? So what is Lu Huahua doing here in the middle of the night with a guitar? Fu Yixin's eyes sharpened, feeling a strong sense of unease, like his little zombie might be taken away. Sure enough, Lu Huahua plucked the strings of the guitar and sang, Little woman, you've caught my attention. Would you consider being with me? Every day, I'll wash your favorite tomatoes. On Valentine's Day, there will be roses and chocolates. Fu Yixin's face darkened. The male students from Weilai University really are too idle, always thinking about his little zombie. Tomorrow morning, he plans to suggest to the dean to arrange more experiments, monthly tests, morning reading, and evening study sessions. However, understanding singing and confessing love clearly requires too much of Ling Yi's zombie-like mind. She looked up innocently and asked Fu Yixin, what is Lu Huahua howling about? Although Fu Yixin was somewhat annoyed, he straightforwardly explained, he's courting someone, Ling Yi. Lu Huahua had his guitar strapped on his back and pointed at Ling Yi on the balcony, shouting, Woman, you've caught my attention. I, Lu Huahua, think you're pretty great. Be my girlfriend. I can show you zombies from a drone every day. Ling Yi, that there's really no need to watch zombies with a drone. If she wanted to see zombies, she could just look in a mirror. Before she could speak, she suddenly felt a force pulling her. She didn't know when Fu Yixin, who had left earlier, had come back with a stern face and pulled her behind him. Holding a basin, he poured a full basin of water down onto Lu Huahua from above. With a splash, Lu Huahua was soaked all over and looked extremely embarrassed. This is what happens when you try to flirt with someone else's girl. Fu Yixin directly pulled Ling Yi inside and shut the balcony door firmly. Through the door, she faintly heard Lu Huahua's voice. Professor Fu, listen carefully. I genuinely like Ling Yi. I will definitely pursue your daughter. Ling Yi pointed at Lu Huahua downstairs and then at herself, looking confused.
likes.
Me? Liking? Does it mean like she likes eating tomatoes or like zombies like eating people? Go to sleep. Fu Yixin coldly pointed at the sofa and walked into his room without looking back. That night, Ling Yi slept very well. Like usual, she had one leg high on the sofa, snoring happily and smacking her lips. As for Fu Yixin in the room, he kept tossing and turning. When he closed his eyes, he saw Ling Yi leaning her head in, obediently being painted with lipstick. He gently brushed that soft, tomato-red lip color with his finger, leaning in slowly. Just as their lips were about to touch, Lu Huahua suddenly jumped around playing his guitar nearby. It was very annoying. Fu Yixin irritably rubbed his hair and turned over again. Seconds passed, and suddenly, outside the door, he heard the sound of a chair being knocked over. Fu Yixin looked at the time. It seemed that Ling Yi, this little zombie, was sleepwalking again. He opened the door and saw Ling Yi with red eyes, wobbling forward aimlessly, probably heading for the new bottle of ketchup on the table. Seeing Ling Yi about to trip over a chair on the floor, Fu Yixin quickly rushed over and moved the chair aside, allowing her to walk smoothly to her destination. He leaned against the wall, watching Ling Yi hold the ketchup bottle, sniffing it, trying to bite but unable to, then shaking his head with a smile. Suddenly, his phone's screen flashed. It was a message from his assistant, Abu, about a larger zombie attack in the suburbs. He quickly opened the video Abu sent. In the footage, the zombies had glowing red eyes and were staggering forward, hunting wildly. The time was the same, the reaction was the same, and the red eyes were the same. The last time Ling Yi sleepwalked during a zombie attack, he ordered Abu to keep watch for the next attack at dawn and send him the latest news and videos immediately. Sure enough, 2 times was no longer a coincidence, but something worth deep thinking. He had a bold guess. The zombie attacks and bites at dawn might mostly happen while people are sleepwalking. Sleepwalking in large groups and attacking. As if an invisible hand is controlling this sleepwalking event from behind the scenes. His first thought was hypnosis. But this guess was very daring. It would be a huge overturn of the understanding of the end-of-world crisis. He looked deeply at Ling Yi, unaware that she was still focused on licking and nibbling the ketchup bottle, mumbling softly in her sleep. Suddenly, Fu Yixin thought, if Ling Yi and those attacking zombies all entered a deep hypnotic state at dawn, he might be able to use this hypnosis in reverse to get the information he wanted. He turned around and went into the house's lab, took out his experiment record book and a syringe, and tried to gently enter Ling Yi's dream. Ling Yi, little zombie? His voice was very gentle and slow, almost coaxing. I am Fu Yixin. Ling Yi, holding the ketchup bottle, stopped moving. Clearly, she had become familiar with and trusted his voice. Do you want to eat some tomatoes? The red, sweet kind. Fu Yixin continued guiding her gently, slowly backing toward the refrigerator. Ling Yi, still sleepy, softly responded and gradually moved her body in response to his voice. Fu Yixin opened the fridge door, picked the biggest, reddest tomato, washed it, removed the stem, and cupped it in his hand before holding it near her nose. Ling Yi's small nose twitched as she sniffed, getting closer to the tomato. Fu Yixin lifted the tomato higher, making sure it was just out of her reach, and watched her reaction carefully. Ling Yi, tell me, what did you get bitten by? If you tell me, I'll give you the tomato. A little stray cat. The intervention was successful. Now it was time to recall the memory and add to the observation record. Fu Yixin asked again, what color was the stray cat, and where was it? Orange. Under the overpass. He carefully recorded this and asked another question. Do you know you're dreaming? Ling Yi shook her head blankly, clearly unsure whether she was hypnotized or sleepwalking. Tell me, what did you want to do before you heard my voice? Another voice told me to go forward, keep going, then find food and bite it. What kind of voice was it? How did it guide you? Fu Yixin's voice trembled slightly. This was not simple. The zombie attack on humans was definitely not straightforward. But clearly, this question was a bit beyond what Ling Yi's zombie mind could handle. That voice. A. She seemed a bit irritated, shouting randomly, and was standing on tiptoe trying to reach the big tomato. Fu Yixin sighed. Well, at this stage, there was no need to make things difficult for her, this little zombie. Take it slow. Her vocabulary still needed to be expanded. Fu Yixin lowered the tomato, ensuring Ling Yi was satisfied and could reach the big tomato she wanted. Even in her sleepwalking state, her contentment seemed to ripple out. He chuckled softly and sighed, watching Ling Yi reluctantly nibble on the large tomato, just licking at small bites. He couldn't help but reach out and gently brush her messy bangs from her forehead. He gently ran his finger along the ends of her hair, then suddenly, out of curiosity, asked a question unrelated to his experiment data. Ling Yi, do you like Lu Huohuo? Just the guy who was singing downstairs for you earlier. When he asked this question, Fu Yixin's pen trembled unconsciously. This is just an important experiment observing zombie emotions towards humans. Yes, that's all. After convincing himself, he calmly repeated, "Do you like Lu Huahua?" Ling Yi was still holding a tomato, looked confused, and slowly said, "He doesn't seem tasty." Fu Yixin. It didn't seem wrong, but something felt off. He quickly explained, "I'm not talking about whether you like eating. The word like here means that when you see a person, your hypothalamus releases various neurotransmitters like phenylethylamine, dopamine, and adrenaline. Serotonin decreases, and the activity in the prefrontal cortex, which handles judgment and reasoning, also drops. In her sleep mode, Ling Yi looked confused, as if thinking, "Do you think I understand what you're saying?" After a while, Ling Yi suddenly lowered her head, stuck out her soft tongue, and licked the tomato in her hand. "If I have to like a human, I'd prefer liking Professor Fu over Lu Huahua." Fu Yixin's pen slipped from his hand and fell to the ground in a panic. Just as he was stunned, Ling Yi suddenly lost her balance and toppled over. Then, a steady breathing sound mixed with a cute snore came from her as she hugged the tomato and kicked her legs, finding a comfortable position to curl up. The hunting hypnosis mode ended, and she returned to normal sleep. Fu Yixin's phone screen lit up again. It was a new video from his assistant, Abu. It showed the outskirts of the city. Organization appeared as usual, killing zombies and dragging them away, all in one smooth motion. He carefully watched the scene twice, then put his phone back into his pocket. He took out a syringe and blood collection tube to draw blood from the sleeping Ling Yi. Perhaps the slight prick of the needle made her tremble unconsciously, and her eyebrows furrowed, looking very aggrieved. Fu Yixin placed the syringe and blood tube down, pressed a small cotton ball onto her needle hole. His deep gaze remained fixed on the tiny zombie sleeping on the ground, lying on her back, silent for a long time. The surroundings fell quiet, and in his mind, the phrase, "liking Lu Huahua is not as good as liking Professor Fu," kept echoing.
A little zombie.
They don't really understand what liking or disliking means. Really? His eyes fixed on the small blood-stained cotton ball. Tomorrow morning, he would give her some more blood. Fu Yixin reached out to pull Ling Yi's clothes from her neck. It was too awkward and cold to sleep here, so he decided to move her to the sofa, just like last time. When his hand touched the back of her neck, he saw again how Ling Yi was blown up with black smoke and fell into his arms, with an innocent and wronged look in her eyes and her lips slightly pouted. Anyway, this little zombie was quite startled today and had her blood drawn tonight. Poor thing. Fu Yixin bent down, supporting her neck with one hand and her knee with the other, carefully lifting Ling Yi from the ground. Ling Yi mumbled comfortably in her sleep, pouting her lips and sniffing her nose, her whole head leaning on his shoulder, resting against his pleasant scent, sleeping more soundly. The next morning, Ling Yi woke up smelling a tempting aroma. Her eyes were still closed, but she suddenly sat up straight on the sofa with a snap sound, sniffing the air. It smells good. In the air, there was a lot of sweet and fragrant tomato scent, along with Fu Yixin's smell. It all looked very delicious. When she opened her eyes, Fu Yixin, wearing an apron, was placing a large plate on the table in front of her. "You're awake?
There are classes at school today. You and I are going.
Finish washing up and have breakfast first." His tone was deep and gentle. Ling Yi widened her eyes, almost dropping her zombie-like eyeballs on the floor. If she remembered correctly, yesterday morning he said, "Your tomatoes are on the table. If you're hungry, help yourself." But today Fu Yixin has changed. On the big ceramic plate, there was a glass of tomato juice, a bowl of mixed tomatoes, and a golden brown toasted sandwich with thick eggs, ham, and 2 layers of tomato slices. Ling Yi swallowed hard. "Mine?" Fu Yixin glanced at her coldly and simply said, "It may not be." He had done a detailed check on the blood drawn last night. Based on the indicators, this little zombie was not very healthy. It seemed that this nutritious breakfast, full of carbs, vitamins, and proteins, should be enough to help her recover. While preparing breakfast, Fu Yixin comforted himself this way. He wasn't trying to pamper Ling Yi, but rather using the control variable method to minimize the interference of other abnormal blood values. After all, he has always been a careful scientist and university professor. Fu Yixin glanced at Ling Yi, who was happily munching on a sandwich, eyes shining, cheeks puffed out, and speaking unclearly with her mouth full. Crunch, crunch. Delicious. Zombie life is perfect, boo-hoo. I like tomatoes, I like Fu Yixin. Suddenly, Ling Yi let out a satisfied burp and finished her sentence. Made the breakfast. Fu Yixin. He was breathless. In that moment, he felt a little flustered. This feeling was caused by the hypothalamus releasing phenylethylamine, dopamine, and adrenaline, along with a decrease in serotonin, which lowered the activity of the prefrontal cortex responsible for judgment and reasoning. This was that flustered feeling. Fu Yixin suddenly remembered something and asked faintly, "Can you read, little zombie?" Ling Yi stuffed the last piece of her sandwich into her mouth, mumbling in reply, "Can, but not too complicated. Zombies can't store that much in their brains." Snap, she was startled by a loud sound, causing her zombie body to jerk. Fu Yixin placed a stack of books on the table. "Later, I'll find you a dictionary to look at." Ling Yi casually flipped through the dense text, formulas, and diagrams, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. What is this? She even felt her deep-seated fear from 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of mock tests being awakened. The tomato juice in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. Laboratory Safety Manual, Common Chemical Reagents, and Flammable/Explosive Reaction Formulas. Fu Yixin paused. "Whaley University gave me a new dedicated lab, and I don't want you to blow it up again." Ling Yi muttered softly, "You make it sound like I have a habit of blowing up your lab, but honestly, she had some shadow over laboratories." She tugged at Fu Yixin's sleeve. "Can we change the place? I think the area under the podium is also good." Fu Yixin's eyes narrowed slightly, decisively. No, last time when he hid Ling Yi under the podium, she was immediately surrounded by male students from the school, in layers. He could imagine clearly he would be seen as the national father-in-law, again. Ling Yi lowered her small head in frustration. "Is there nowhere else besides the lab?" Fu Yixin had considered other places, but the library, study rooms, and small classrooms all seemed likely to have male students from Whaley University wandering around. Especially the one in front of him, a little zombie who could be lured away with a tomato. After thinking it over, he decided it was too dangerous and too troublesome. If boys came every day to play guitar downstairs, it would be too noisy. Before this little zombie, who might be easily distracted by a tomato, was spoiled into running away, he decided to lock her in the lab. After all, it was the only place where he could openly put up a sign saying, "No trespassing." No one, especially the group of eager male students from Whaley University, would be allowed to take his special experiment subject, No. 01, away from his territory. Fu Yixin gave her a firm, unquestioning look. In an instant, Ling Yi, who had just been happily eating a fancy breakfast, was suddenly carried into the lab. "Fu Yixin, you are so ruthless." Whaley University, Life Sciences Building. This was the least focused class Fu Yixin had ever attended. Although he still spoke seriously and thoroughly, with a scientific and rigorous attitude, the students in the lecture hall took notes eagerly as he explained. But today, whenever there was even a slight breeze or movement, he would secretly glance toward the lab window, worried that Ling Yi, who was alone in the lab, might have an accident, like suddenly creating a mushroom cloud out of nowhere. The wind picked up and he looked out. The leaves outside the window fell, and he looked again. However, the whole morning was so peaceful that Fu Yixin, for the first time, felt that an entire morning could be so long. The bell rang, and usually Fu Yixin would finish his lecture before ending class, but this time, he abruptly stopped, packed up his notes with a serious expression, announced the class was over, and then headed straight to the lab. The lab was eerily quiet all through the lesson, so quiet it was almost creepy. Fu Yixin's heart pounded, and he quickened his steps. Until he pushed open the door and heard Ling Yi's faint voice, he finally relaxed. But when he looked around, the little zombie was nowhere to be seen.
There's still sniffing sounds.
It sounds like soft crying. Fu Yixin quickly closed the door and carefully looked for the small figure. Ling Yi? Little zombie. Finally, Ling Yi was found in a corner, with red eyes, flipping through a book while sniffling and crying, surrounded by crumpled paper. Fu Yixin knelt down with concern. "Are you okay?" Ling Yi saw Fu Yixin had returned and let out a loud cry. "I'm fine. Just too touching." "Boo-hoo, Fu Yixin." This little zombie, reading the safety manual for the laboratory, common chemical references, and flammable/explosive reaction formulas. Crying over them? He glanced at the scattered books on the ground. They were all colorful romance novels. Bossy CEO's Darling, Reborn and Returned. She brought 7 kids to overturn the business empire. Deep love and heartache. Turns out she's the white moonlight. The new laboratory was converted from an old office. The old bookshelves were kept because they could still be used, mostly holding old books left behind by students who had missed classes or graduated. Probably because Ling Yi was bored and stuck in a lab, she started reading them one by one, and was so engrossed that she was crying and sniffling. The crumpled paper balls on the ground came from this. Fu Yixin rested his long arm on his knee and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "What's so good about these? Aren't all the stories the same?" Ling Yi opened the book she was holding. "Absolutely not. The one I just read, the heroine is so miserable, she was misunderstood, then got pregnant, and went abroad alone. I cried reading it." Fu Yixin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Don't worry, she will come back, and because the child looks exactly like the male lead, they'll reunite as a family." Ling Yi cried even louder. "Fu Yixin, you're spoiling the story." "Fu Yixin. Anyway, you should at least make up for it." Ling Yi grumpily flipped 2 pages of the book and looked at him. "Fu Yixin, can you smile with a bit cold, a bit sarcastic, and a bit indifferent? I'm really curious what kind of human smile that is." Fu Yixin directly picked Ling Yi up from the ground. "That's something a fan chart does." "I can't do that." "Fu Yixin, what are you doing?" Ling Yi struggled and flailed, but it was no use. "It's lunchtime," Fu Yixin coldly replied, and then carried Ling Yi toward the cafeteria. Ling Yi wisely stopped struggling, simply saying, "Oh," then suddenly thought of something. She looked up and asked, "Fu Yixin, do you have a butler?" "I have an assistant named Abu." "Why do you ask?" "I saw in novels that the male leads all have butlers." "That's the president." "I'm just a professor. I think it's similar. Both are stern men who don't smile much. When they appear, a lot of girls gather around them to get their attention." Fu Yixin. But the word, gather, was used very cleverly here. Ling Yi earnestly said, "Fu Yixin, you know, every butler tells the female lead, 'You are the first woman the young master brought home.' It's so romantic." Fu Yixin found it amusing. In just a morning, reading a few books, this little zombie already knew what romance was. It seemed that Ling Yi was indeed the first female he brought home. If that could be called romantic, he wouldn't mind. He glanced sideways at the little zombie in his hand and said, "If you want to know, just ask me." Hearing this, Ling Yi seriously leaned in and softly called his name, "Fu Yixin." Fu Yixin responded in a deep voice. He had already decided that if this little zombie asked whether she was the first woman he brought home, he would look into her eyes seriously and answer, yes. It was a response to last night's comment, "I like Lu Huohuo, but I might like Professor Fu even more." Ling Yi's lips curved into a beautiful smile as she asked eagerly, "Am I your first female zombie you brought home?" Fu Yixin almost couldn't catch his breath. Ling Yi reached out and tugged at his clothes. "Is that true? Just say it." Fu Yixin put Ling Yi down, annoyed, and said, "Eat your food." If he really responded to her once it got out, his reputation might change to that of someone who likes watching women bathe and enjoys bondage, a zombie lover. Perhaps because of the phrase, first female zombie, Fu Yixin ate his lunch with no appetite at all. Looking at the little zombie beside me, it was happily eating without a care. While eating, it was sharing a scene from a romance novel it read this morning. Do you know Fu Yixin? The heroine in that book falls from the top floor, and the bossy CEO catches her with a single hand, like a Princess Carrie, and a long, passionate kiss. "Yes," Fu Yixin replied calmly. "When she falls from the top, gravity converts potential energy into kinetic energy. The impact force on the CEO's arm, calculated with the formula F equals mv/t, is at least 400 kilograms of force." "Truly impressive," Ling Yi said, There's another story, too. The bossy CEO gets drunk and ends up in bed with the heroine. The book says they are passionately entangled, like dry wood igniting a blazing fire. Later, the heroine gets pregnant. Fu Yixin explained patiently, blood alcohol concentration, BAC, measures alcohol in the blood. When BAC exceeds 0.05, men's sexual responses decrease sharply, and they tend to talk more and lose focus. When BAC reaches 0.09, he turned his head halfway through and saw Ling Yi leaning very close, listening carefully to his online lecture. Her small nose and big, bright eyes were just inches away, and her shallow breath brushed his cheek. She asked earnestly, 0.09, what happens then? His breathing became a little uneven. It makes people feel dull, almost impossible to. Impossible to what? She prompted. Impossible to be passionately entangled, like dry wood igniting a blazing fire. Those words made Fu Yixin swallow hard. They weren't his usual words, and his voice grew softer as he spoke. Suddenly, Ling Yi poked his cheek with her finger. Then why are you blushing? Fu Yixin grabbed her wrist firmly. Don't move around. That line sounds so familiar. Ling Yi leaned closer again, narrowing the distance between them. She looked him up and down with curiosity, eager to explore. In the novel, the bossy CEO always says that. The next line is, woman, you're playing with fire. As Ling Yi got closer, Fu Yixin tightened his grip on her wrist. In the next moment, her innocent eyes looked at him again, and her soft voice asked, Fu Yixin, tell me, what does it mean to play with fire? Ling Yi's words left Fu Yixin speechless. Fu Yixin, I have a question. What do you think it means to play with fire? This question, he admits, Ling Yi is indeed quite reckless, often starting fires himself and irresponsibly letting them burn out. Right now, especially every night during his sleepwalking, it's the same. As Ling Yi gets closer and closer, Fu Yixin can almost hear their steady, strong heartbeats gradually sinking. Thump, thump. In his pupils, he sees Ling Yi's small figure, and in Ling Yi's pupils, his outline is just as clear.
Little zombie.
You really do play with fire. He reaches out and pinches Ling Yi's soft cheek. Before he can speak, he suddenly hears screams from behind. Professor Fu, really, Professor Fu, do you still have spots for guiding my thesis? I've attended every one of your classes. A group of female students quickly gather around, blocking the way. Ling Yi consciously makes space, and then is ruthlessly pushed aside. Almost at the moment she is pushed away, Ling Yi feels a tug on her wrist, pulling her forcefully outside the cafeteria. She jogs all the way to the lawn. Honestly, her wrist has endured a lot today. When Ling Yi stops to catch her breath, she finally sees who pulled her out. It's Lu Huahua, that school bully who tried to embarrass Fu Yixin in the lecture hall and then ran downstairs to wail and play guitar. Ling Yi has never liked this guy. Moreover, he smells bad. She places her index finger on her nose, not wanting to smell him. Why did you pull me out? Lu Huahua smirks. Woman, you can't escape now. That familiar line makes Ling Yi suddenly think that all those novels she read this morning sounded pretty cheesy. She instinctively swallows hard. It's too cheesy. Seeing Ling Yi silent, Lu Huahua tilts his head and steps closer. Woman, I tell you, playing hard to get only works once. I know I'm handsome, and your little tricks have successfully seduced me. Ling Yi steps back cautiously. This little zombie would rather eat 2 fewer tomatoes and wish for ears that haven't heard this line before. Lu Huahua was relentless, pointing at Ling Yi with a domineering look. From now on, you can only eat the tomatoes I give you. Ling Yi twitched her mouth. Then I will probably starve to death, right? Lu Huahua didn't care what Ling Yi said. He reached out and pressed her against a tree in a wall slam. Perhaps he was too forceful, and Lu Huahua immediately winced in pain.
Ow.
That hurts. Ling Yi seized the moment and turned to run. Help. Save me. Before she could finish saying, zombie, she suddenly heard Lu Huahua behind her making a more painful whimper. She turned her head and saw Fu Yixin. He was frowning deeply, gripping Lu Huahua's collar tightly. That was the first time Ling Yi saw Fu Yixin's cold and powerful aura. Thinking back, It seemed that on the day Lu Huahua deliberately caused trouble in the lecture hall, or when she blew up his lab, he never looked this angry. Lu Huahua swallowed hard and said, "Professor Fu." Fu Yishan cut him off mercilessly. "Get lost." Then he waved his hand and threw Lu Huahua aside. Lu Huahua tumbled and crawled, nearly hitting another tree. Hiss. Ling Yi couldn't help but gasp in relief. She suddenly felt lucky that when she usually made Fu Yishan angry, he only carried her like a kitten and didn't throw her out like this. Otherwise, with her small zombie body, she might have flown far away and hit the trash bin for food waste. But today, he seemed very angry. Maybe she would also get hurt. Ling Yi instinctively took a small step back. As the saying goes, be careful what you wish for. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted into the air again. Sure enough, Fu Yishan was holding her. "Fu Yishan, why are you picking me up again? Put me down." Ling Yi looked very wronged. "It's you who surrounded me with college girls. It's you who threw Lu Huahua. What does that have to do with me, this little zombie?" As she struggled, Fu Yishan raised her to eye level. Her innocent eyes met his deep black pupils. In the next second, his voice sounded angry but controlled, as if he might explode with even greater fury at any moment. "Ling Yi, I warn you, you'd better keep some distance from the men." Ling Yi. The little zombie felt wronged. This time, they were the ones who started the fight. It had nothing to do with the little zombie. As she spoke, Fu Yishan tightened his grip a little more, his eyes deep and dark. Ling Yi suddenly remembered how Lu Huahua had just been thrown out, and she immediately became timid, nodding obediently as if she understood. "You're more powerful, and whatever you say is right." In her view, keeping distance from men didn't matter much. As long as they didn't deny her tomatoes, everything was fine. However, Ling Yi suddenly felt something was off. She tremblingly raised her tiny finger, pointing at herself and then at Fu Yishan. "If I keep my distance from men, isn't it wrong to be grabbed like this by you?" She was asking to be a good girl and stay away from men, yet she was constantly being pulled around by them, acting reckless and unrestrained. Humans are truly famous for double standards. Ling Yi's words made Fu Yishan fall silent. The air became terrifyingly quiet. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard. He realized belatedly that he had lost control. So, just now, what was he so angry about? Fu Yishan couldn't clearly explain whether it was because he was annoyed after being surrounded by a group of female college students and then suddenly losing sight of Ling Yi, or because he saw Lu Huahua entangling with Ling Yi, stirring up a storm in his heart, or even because he heard Ling Yi shout for help and felt panicked and flustered. This little zombie experiment really made him see himself in a new light. By the way, did she just tremble? He remembered that feline animals are usually not easily frightened. A zombie bitten by a feline creature was probably also timid. Fu Yishan looked at Ling Yi in his hand, his gaze gradually softening, and then he gently set her down. "Did I scare you?" Ling Yi couldn't resist this sudden tenderness. Her nose felt sour, and she burst into tears again. I'm so scared. I'm a zombie now. It's obviously you who is surrounded, and I kindly made space for them. Instead, they pushed me out, and that's why I was pulled away." "Boo. What do you mean, keep your distance?" "Boo-hoo. I wish Lu Huahua would stay far away from me. He's not even tasty. You humans are so confusing. You can't even explain yourselves clearly." Fu Yishan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "But to be honest, this little zombie's crying is really ugly. I couldn't help but want to reach out and pinch that ugly face." He still held back, turned away from her, and lightly cleared his throat. "Next time, if someone surrounds us, you don't need to give up your spot or leave. Just keep holding me tight and stay by my side." Ling Yi was a rare experimental subject he planned to carry with him. He didn't want her to make any mistakes. Losing her, missing limbs, or being bullied. None of that was acceptable. Ling Yi suddenly looked up, quietly replaying the words. "Just keep holding me tight and stay by my side." Stay by his side.
And
hold tight. Ling Yi bravely and carefully reached out her hand, gently touching Fu Yishan's fingers.
Fu Yishan's breath froze instantly.
Ling Yi seemed very pleased with the feel of his fingers and boldly grabbed them. All right, now I've got a good grip. Fu Yishan felt a soft, small hand holding his. Because of the size difference, her whole hand could only hold 3 of his fingers, but that didn't affect the exciting heartbeat brought by this magical touch. He turned his head, just in time to see the bright afternoon sun and Ling Yi's smiling face, with a tiny tear hanging at the corner of her eye, not yet wiped away. Fu Yishan's lips couldn't help but curve into a gentle, handsome smile. And so, Fu Yishan and Ling Yi, rarely walking side by side on the shady path of Weilai University, looked very warm from afar. Yes, very warm. It was precisely because of this warmth that someone's face seemed to grow paler. After all, the whispers around them were too loud. Look, isn't that Professor Fu and his daughter Ling Yi? Such a good father-daughter bond. Almost more than real family. Professor Fu's back looks so wise and warm, like a caring father's glow. Fu Yishan secretly cursed inwardly. Am I old? Fatherly love. Fatherly love. Your whole family is full of fatherly love. Ling Yi bit her lip tightly, trying not to laugh out loud. But she just couldn't help it. Fu Yishan saw Ling Yi trying to hold back her laughter, got annoyed, and suddenly pulled her into a quiet corner away from others. With a flick of his hand, he pressed her against a tree trunk, just like what Lu Huahua did to Ling Yi earlier. Ling Yi, leaning against the tree again, looked confused. Is this a special habit of you males? Do you like to press girls against trees and rub? Ling Yi watched Fu Yishan's eyes, which showed a complicated expression she couldn't understand. This complicated look got closer and closer, with Fu Yishan's features gradually enlarging in front of her eyes. For a moment, Ling Yi forgot how to breathe. Her palm involuntarily clenched, and her eyes closed slowly without control. Her whole body was only aware of her sharp nose, sensing the increasingly close, pleasant smell. The scent seemed to be right at her lips. It felt like if she tiptoed slightly, opened her mouth, and bit, she could taste the looks and smells delicious, Fu Yishan. She instinctively tiptoed and tilted her head back. Zzz, zzz. The dull vibration of her phone broke the intimate atmosphere under the tree, turning it into an awkward surprise. Ling Yi thought, I have a feeling a ripe tomato is about to fly into my mouth. Fu Yishan's eyes suddenly cleared as he looked at his phone and pressed the answer button. Abu, what's the matter? For a moment, he wasn't sure whether he wanted to thank Abu or scold him to death. He thought for a moment and decided that thanking was probably more appropriate. After all, just now he almost kissed this little zombie. It was simply mind blindness, incomprehensible. Unaware, Abu on the other end of the line kept talking. Professor Fu, based on your last analysis of the zombie blood report and the research on that medicine, the first version has been made, and I'm sending it to you now.
Huh?
Professor Fu, are you listening? The so-called medicine was part of Fu Yishan's recent research, aimed at exploring whether zombies could return to normal humans. A very crazy idea. But in Fu Yishan's scientific world, craziness was never lacking. If this hypothesis could be proven, humans would no longer fear zombie attacks. And Ling Yi was his best experimental subject. Fu Yishan looked down at Ling Yi, his voice still slightly hoarse. Just leave her in the lab. I'm coming over now. Abu's tone was full of concern. Professor Fu, are you okay? You sound like you're not feeling well. Do you need me to bring you something extra? Fu Yishan suddenly remembered the last time the note Abu wrote that said, bought an extra item you might need, and that small square box. He blushed and quickly interrupted, no need. A little zombie? That's so absurd. As Fu Yishan inexplicably refused and hung up the phone, Abu looked confused. Honestly, he just wanted to ask if Fu needed some cold medicine. Professor Fu, what are you thinking? Ling Yi was once again forcibly taken to the laboratory. Just as she steadied herself, Fu Yishan reached out his hand. Little zombie, eat this. Ling Yi sniffed and looked at it, like a small cat trying unfamiliar food for the first time. She stuck out her soft tongue to lick it, then instinctively took 2 steps back. Fu Yishan. The damp tongue stayed in his palm for 2 seconds, making his mind go blank. That feeling, with a tingling electric current, quickly spread through his whole body. The rush of adrenaline and dopamine was overwhelming. He quickly adjusted his breathing and once again held out his hand. Eat this. Ling shook her head like a rattle. It tasted bitter and really not good. No way was she going to be fooled by a little zombie. Fu Yixin patiently coaxed her. Little zombie, eat this, and I'll give you 2 more tomatoes. Ling rolled her eyes at him. You think I'm a kid? 6. Okay, I am a kid. There's nothing 6 tomatoes couldn't fix. Ling took the pill from Fu Yixin's hand, frowned, and swallowed it. The medicine dissolved instantly in her throat, making her feel so uncomfortable that her whole body instinctively curled up. It really was more bitter than she expected. If only she had asked for 2 more tomatoes, boo-hoo. Fu Yixin handed her a cup of warm water, nervously watching her reaction. How do you feel? Any discomfort. The formula he used wouldn't pose any danger to Ling Yi's life, but since it was the first version, regarding dosage and effects, he couldn't be sure he had it perfectly right. Not too bad. But it tastes really bad, Ling Yi said as she took a big gulp of water. And it seems a bit hot. Hot. Fu Yixin carefully recorded Ling Yi's symptoms in the experiment report. Where is it hot? In your mouth, throat, or inside? Ling Yi hesitated, fanning herself with her hand. Just my neck is hot. And very itchy. Not only was it hot and itchy, but Ling Yi felt like thousands of ants were biting her neck and shoulders. What exactly did Fu Yixin give her to eat? He looked up and saw Ling Yi angrily tearing at her collar. Sure enough, her neck was red and swollen. It's an allergic reaction to the medicine. Fu Yixin quickly threw down his pen and paper, holding Ling Yi steady as she wobbled. Ling Yi pushed him away suddenly. She felt terrible. Her whole body was hot and itchy from her neck down. Especially when her clothes rubbed against her skin, it made her even more uncomfortable. She started tearing at her buttons, opening her shirt completely to reveal her tight camisole and her swollen, red neck. Fu Yixin's eyes widened as he quickly pulled the curtains closed. Ugh, Fu Yixin, I feel so bad. Ling Yi's voice was full of grievance and tears. The whole lab echoed with her muffled sobs. When Fu Yixin looked back, Ling Yi had already torn off her shirt and was trying to remove her camisole. He took a deep breath and quickly took off his white coat, wrapping it around her. It was more like wrapping than just draping. The large white coat completely covered Ling Yi's small body. Fu Yixin pressed down on her restless hands to stop her from doing anything else. Maybe because the coat carried Fu Yixin's scent and she felt safe in his arms, Ling Yi felt a bit more at ease. She had been trying to hold back, biting her lips tightly, but the medicine's effects made it almost unbearable. A sad little zombie. All the zombie wanted was 6 tomatoes. The zombie never expected the cost to be so high. In this small laboratory space, only Fu Yixin's cool breath provides relief when she feels both itchy and hot. Ling Yi softly calls out for help from her throat. Fu Yixin, can you blow on me? Fu Yixin remains silent. Perhaps thinking he doesn't realize where she feels uncomfortable, Ling Yi desperately tries to pull off her white coat. Here, it hurts. Fu Yixin gently holds her back, trying to comfort her. Okay, I understand. Don't move around. Ling Yi looks upset, almost crying. It's so hot. So itchy. I need you to blow. All right. Fu Yixin steels himself, carefully increasing the distance between them and slowly blows on her. Ling Yi seems dissatisfied with this kind of comfort, and suddenly, with some force, she pushes Fu Yixin onto the ground, pulls open her collar, revealing a red, swollen spot on her neck, and makes a sad, pleading sound. Her soft body presses against Fu Yixin, rubbing back and forth. Fu Yixin's mind feels like it's exploding with a loud buzz. He quickly turns his head away, but Ling Yi forces his gaze back to her. What greets him is a hint of red on her collarbone beneath her straps and a small, pouty mouth, looking distressed and begging for help. Fu Yixin, I really feel terrible. I promise I won't eat random things anymore. Fu Yixin, you jerk. Please help me. Fu Yixin's Adam's apple moves sharply, feeling stiff all over like stone. Finally, he gently raises his hand, gripping her arms, and his voice is hoarse and deep. Don't move around. He lowers his head and gently blows on her red, irritated neck, trying to use his cool breath to make her feel better. He knows this is partly his fault. Ling Yi leans on Fu Yixin, softly whimpering. A little higher, a little higher. She moves upward while speaking, and Fu Yixin patiently blows in the direction she wants. His breath travels along her neck to her earlobe, sending a tingling sensation that makes Ling Yi squirm restlessly. Slow down. Right here, it feels good. Fu Yixin, can you be gentler? Fu Yixin, why are you feeling hot? Suddenly realizing something was off, Ling Yi lowered her head and happened to meet Fu Yixin's eyes, which were gradually turning red at the tips. Deep and mysterious, they seemed to be blushing faintly as well. His breath slowly changed from cool to warm, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Wow, he's so hot now, how can I help cool him down? Simple-minded and a bit slow, Ling Yi thought Fu Yixin was just feeling hot. She gently reached out to unbutton his shirt, but before she could, Fu Yixin tightly grabbed her hand.
Ow!
His palm was burning hot. Ling Yi moved slightly, and Fu Yixin's eyes flashed with complex emotions. He quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, stopping her from moving. Ling Yi felt that the person beneath her seemed even hotter than herself, affected by the medicine. It was completely not good. The lab door beeped as it opened, and Abu walked in without looking up, holding a box of cold medicine. Professor Fu, I was passing by the pharmacy and brought you some. Before he finished saying medicine, Abu sensed something was wrong. When he looked up, he was shocked by what he saw. The usually serious and cold Professor Fu was lying on the ground, his shirt unbuttoned at one point and wrinkled. More importantly, Fu Yixin was holding a woman. They were in a close, intimate position with the woman on top of the man. They were very close, and it looked like Fu Yixin was kissing her neck passionately, with red marks forming along the skin. Nearby on the floor, a torn female coat was discarded. Abu was stunned.
What?
What was happening? Did he interrupt something? What should he do now? Who is he, and where is he? Is it still okay to pretend he saw nothing and turn around to leave? Seeing Abu come in, Fu Yixin's face darkened. He quickly grabbed Ling Yi's arm and helped her up, turning his back to Abu while buttoning her white coat. Ling Yi wanted to struggle, but Fu Yixin warned her sternly, "Put your clothes on properly, or I'll give you another pill." Ling Yi felt speechless and wronged. Humans always bully zombies, huh? Zombies are still feeling unwell. Zombies don't want to take medicine anymore. Meanwhile, Abu kept repeating the phrase, "or I'll give you another pill," over and over. To him, it didn't mean the same thing. Medicine? These two people finished their business and still took medicine? That stuff shouldn't be taken in large amounts. Abu walked over to Fu Yixin and lowered his voice. "Professor, is this the child you adopted that day? You're too harsh, hurting flowers in the lab. But taking medicine has risks. The thing I gave you last time might be better." Fu Yixin. But as for Ling Yi, she didn't care about their silly talk. She was really hot and itchy, feeling terrible. Every hair on her body stood up and trembled. She couldn't help but jump up and down, let out a loud cry, and pounced toward the ceiling, grabbing the top of the cabinet. Abu was shocked again. What's going on now? Today's strange experience in the lab really shattered and reshaped his views. Abu pointed at Ling Yi on the ceiling, hesitating. "Teach this." Fu Yixin looked at Ling Yi and sighed. "She's a little zombie I found. Her name is Ling Yi. She's conscious and can talk," he reminded Abu. "The medicine that turns zombies back into humans. Review its ingredients carefully. She just took it and had a serious allergic reaction, showing a rash. Also, go to my desk drawer and get some ointment and saline. I need to treat her." Fu Yixin felt upset and guilty about Ling Yi's allergy. He had expected some failure with the medicine but didn't consider possible side effects, letting this little zombie suffer. Meanwhile, Abu was trying hard to process all this overwhelming information in his mind. Found? A talking zombie? Allergic reaction and needing treatment? Wait, so that zombie was just lying on Professor Fu's back? And Professor Fu had been living, eating, and sleeping with a zombie for days? His worldview was completely shattered again. Before he could fully react, Fu Yixin ruthlessly pushed him aside and walked straight to the cabinet right below Ling Yi. His voice was low and gentle. "Come down. Although it sounded like a command, there was a tenderness Abu had never heard before. Ling Yi was still crying and hugging the cabinet, feeling upset and rubbing herself. Fu Yixin's so hot and itchy, so many ants biting me, bit by bit. Fu Yixin opened his arms. Come down, be good. Ling Yi pressed her lips tightly, still looking very pitiful. Fu Yixin patiently guided her, his voice deep and gentle, full of trust. Take your time coming down, I will catch you. Don't be afraid. Soon it won't be hot or itchy anymore. Be good. Abu's pupils widened in surprise. Is this still Professor Fu? What is he doing? Trying to coax that little zombie out of the cabinet? To his arms? Even if a rare flower blooms once in 1,000 years, it shouldn't be directed at a zombie. Under Fu Yixin's guidance, Ling Yi gently jumped from the high cabinet into his arms, her hands clutching his shoulders, her legs wrapped around his waist, hanging on him like a koala, with tears in her eyes. Fu Yixin steadied her with one hand, gently patting her back and smoothing her hair. It's okay now, it's okay. It'll be fine soon. Ling Yi sniffled and hugged him tighter. Through her thin clothes, Fu Yixin could feel her heartbeat, her breathing, her warm and soft little body, and the trust she placed in him. It seemed even his lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. While comforting the little zombie in his arms, he walked toward the table, then moved the report aside and let her sit on the table facing him directly. After handing over the ointment and saline, Abu felt very unnecessary. He stood silently beside, watching Fu Yixin carefully clean and disinfect Ling Yi's neck with a cotton swab, then gently apply medicine. Whenever Ling Yi called out, itchy or pain, Fu Yixin would pause and softly blow on her. With that look and those actions, how could Abu not doubt that he was treating a test subject? The cool feeling from the ointment did make Ling Yi feel much better. She tilted her head back and pushed her chest forward. The lower part still feels a little uncomfortable. Below her neck, it was indeed red and swollen. Fu Yixin paused. The cotton swab and ointment in his hands also stopped. He turned his head and shot Abu a very dangerous warning look. Turn around, Abu. During the following moments, only heaven knows what images Abu was imagining. A soft, deep voice came from behind him. Fu Yixin a little further down. Here, yes. Feels good just here. Can you press a bit harder and try again? No. I want it. Don't move around. Near Weilai University at a large supermarket. Ling Yi was still sitting in the shopping cart with Fu Yixin, her neck slightly red and swollen. To keep her calm, Fu Yixin gave her 3 tomatoes to play with while he pushed the cart, carefully choosing ointments from the shelves. Soothing, anti-itch, pain relief. 1 box of each, because they might come in handy. As for Abu, he followed behind, holding a stack of Fu Yixin's zombie observation reports and blood analysis reports, scrutinizing Ling Yi in the cart from top to bottom. He still couldn't believe that the zombie who bites humans in photos and videos was the same species. Honestly, it was a rare specimen for experiments. It's not hard to understand. Fu Yixin, a science fanatic, must cherish this little one very much. He treats her like a fragile treasure in his hands. Abu tentatively asked, Professor Fu, can I borrow this little zombie for a day? I want to study it. Fu Yixin immediately refused without hesitation. No. His tone was very firm. Abu pouted slightly. So stingy, Fu Yixin cleared his throat loudly. Trying to borrow Ling Yi for a day? Impossible. This guy might sleepwalk at night. Suddenly, Fu Yixin remembered that night when Ling Yi clung to him, fiercely, walling him and softly licking his Adam's apple with her gentle tongue.
No.
Absolutely cannot let Ling Yi stay somewhere else overnight. There's no room for discussion. Abu watched Fu Yixin suddenly shake his head desperately and quietly blushed behind his ears. Professor Fu, are you okay? Fu Yixin glanced at Ling Yi in the cart, who seemed not to be paying attention to them, then paused and lowered his voice seriously. It's for your own good. This little one might have an episode in the early morning. Abu gasped in surprise. An episode? Fu Yixin calmly pushed the shopping cart forward. Yes, sleepwalking at midnight and biting things randomly. When someone bites, if there's no one, then they bite objects. More destructive than a husky. Abu. Ling E. The little zombie looked upset. Zombies have very sharp hearing, so don't think your secret whispers go unnoticed by the little zombie. Speaking of which, why didn't Fu Yishan tell her about his sleepwalking and biting? Now he's embarrassed to death. Ling Yi glanced at the nearby shelves, suddenly stood up, startling Fu Yishan, pushing the cart. She pointed at the transparent mouthguard on the shelf. Fu Yishan, I want this. Fu Yishan frowned. That has nothing to do with tomatoes. Why do you want it? In Fu Yishan's view, Ling Yi only wants things related to tomatoes. But Ling Yi didn't care about that. She leaned out, grabbed 2 mouthguards, one in each hand, and with a quick whoosh, sat back into the shopping cart, softly muttering, "Just in case I really bite you." Her words made Fu Yishan's heart tremble slightly. Is this little zombie worried that she might bite him? Ling Yi's eyelashes fluttered lightly, like feathers brushing his heart, warm and ticklish. This fluttering feeling lasted until Ling Yi said, "When you wake up, you'll have turned into a zombie too, trying to snatch tomatoes from me. I definitely won't win against you. And if you become a zombie, no one will cook tomato spaghetti or make tomato sandwiches for me. Fu Yishan, I beg you, please stay human. Fu Yishan." This little zombie cares, but not much. That night, everything was silent. In the laboratory, Fu Yishan carefully compared the ingredients of a medicine that could cause Ling Yi to have allergies with her blood test results, marking and circling notes. Suddenly, outside the door, there was a creak-creak sound. Probably, the little zombie was sleepwalking again, biting into a bottle of tomato sauce. Fu Yishan sighed with a wry smile and continued studying his data report. But the creak-creak sound seemed to grow louder, accompanied by faint whimpering and the scratching of fingernails. It sounded restless and helpless. Fu Yishan tried to cover his ears and focus on the data and documents. Suddenly, the innocent-looking, slightly red-eyed, trembling eyelashes and the small, pouty mouth of Ling Yi appeared in his mind, impossible to forget. Finally, he had to open the laboratory door, while Ling Yi was actually lying on the fridge, biting the fridge door with his small teeth, making sad noises. Ling Yi's teeth were not very good to begin with, and with the braces, he naturally couldn't resist the fridge door and had to give up. Now, his body's intense, restless hunger couldn't be satisfied, only a painful whimper coming from his throat, with red glowing pupils and tears in his eyes. It was then that Fu Yishan remembered he had casually put the ketchup bottle into the fridge during dinner cleanup. No wonder this little zombie was so uncomfortable. He quickly stepped forward, first lifting Ling Yi down from the fridge. But when he opened the fridge and reached for the ketchup bottle, Ling Yi suddenly, with unknown strength, jerked him hard, pulling Fu Yishan unexpectedly to the ground. Ling Yi's pupils turned red, eyes full of eagerness. "Awu! Awu!" In the next moment, Ling Yi sniffed and seemed to realize that the scent beneath him was what he liked, then impulsively leaned forward. Soft lips pressed directly onto another set of lips. Fu Yishan's mind went blank instantly. Ling Yi, still in sleep, seemed very satisfied with this feeling. His small hands reached out to hold Fu Yishan's face, and the pressure on his lips increased, gently sucking, with a faint whisper. Tasty." Fu Yishan reacted and pushed Ling Yi away. But Ling Yi, unwilling to let go of his hard-earned prey, lunged forward again, holding Fu Yishan tightly, searching for that familiar softness, and bit down with a loud ouch. As if he had expected Fu Yishan to struggle again, Ling Yi one-handedly wrapped his neck and used his other hand to hold the back of his head, deepening the bite. The sensation was okay, but it still didn't seem enough. "Little zombie." Fu Yishan pushed Ling Yi away, his voice gradually husky. Does this little zombie know what he's doing? Suddenly, he remembered a word Ling Yi had mentioned long ago, playing with fire. Ling Yi wasn't sure if she heard Fu Yishan's words, but she suddenly loosened her grip on him. However, she only took a deep breath, and in Fu Yishan's surprise, she unexpectedly tilted her head and kissed him again. Because Fu Yishan opened his mouth, she seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss, going further and further. It was chaotic and impatient. Professor Fu, who had conducted many experiments, had never studied the surge of dopamine. He seemed to feel his blood rushing in the wrong direction. Except for the contact point with the little zombie in his arms, everything else was ignored outside his senses. Gradually, he forgot about resisting, struggling, or pushing away, letting this little zombie, like a fierce beast, greedily consume him inch by inch. From willpower to body, Ling Yi forcefully pushed Fu Yixin down onto the sofa. Why do I feel so tired after waking up? My lips are numb. Ling Yi blinked drowsily, feeling utterly exhausted, like she had eaten several pounds of tomatoes in her dreams, hard to chew and still moving around. Smells so good. Holding on to it always gives me a strange sense of security. Ling Yi unconsciously rubbed against it, lifting one foot to press beside her. Suddenly, she heard a slightly hoarse, heavy sigh. Ling Yi. Her eyes widened instantly, and she looked up to see Fu Yixin's slightly reddened eyes staring at her in a very strange way. His lips looked a bit swollen, and his chin, neck, ears, cheeks, and chest were all red, more than she was from allergies. Wait, how come there are obvious bite marks on his neck and shoulders? She suddenly remembered Fu Yixin's words from yesterday, sleepwalking and biting around at midnight, and she gasped in shock. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Did I bite Fu Yixin last night? Has he turned into a zombie? He was wearing braces after all. Ling Yi was completely confused. She suddenly leaned over Fu Yixin, carefully examining his eyes. She got very close, almost touching his eyelids. Although his breathing sounded a bit irregular and abnormal, the redness was in his sclera, not his pupils. She reached out again to pinch his chin. No zombie teeth. Ling Yi secretly let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, Fu Yixin can still behave properly. Thank goodness, she can still enjoy her tomato spaghetti, tomato juice, and tomato sandwiches. Ling Yi felt relieved, but Fu Yixin felt like something was stuck in his throat. Last night, this little zombie had been bothering him all night. Just when he finally fell asleep, she climbed onto him again and started teasing him. What a pesky little zombie. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his lips parted lightly. Are you satisfied? Ling Yi paused for a moment. Satisfied with what? Is she happy that he wasn't bitten into a zombie? Or that he's a person? Of course, she was happy. She was extremely happy. Ling Yi quickly nodded obediently. Yes, I am. Fu Yixin's face darkened. If you're satisfied, then hurry up and get off me. Oh, Ling Yi muttered, feeling unpredictable emotions, and slowly climbed down from him. She wasn't worried about him. She just wanted to check on him out of concern. It was just like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unaware of the good intentions of the zombie and mistaking kindness for something else. Humph. The marks from kisses and bites on Fu Yixin's chin were so awkward that even wearing a turtleneck couldn't hide them. Today, he had classes scheduled, and as soon as he appeared, he became the center of gossip at Weilai University without question. As for Ling Yi, she was once again locked in her own special laboratory by Fu Yixin. But today, while Fu Yixin was distracted holding her, she secretly took his card from his pocket. Just joking, she was a smart zombie. And she had slept very well last night. However, zombies don't always go according to plan. Just as she swiped her card and sneaked out of the lab, she was immediately surrounded by a group of female students. What kind of scene was this? The leading girl lowered her voice and asked straightforwardly, Ling Yi, we want to ask you, do you know about the marks on Professor Fu's face and neck? Ling Yi. No way, no way. The little zombie really didn't mean to bite her crush. Why are they already coming to blame her? The little zombie was scared. Ling Yi looked up and saw the girl reaching into her bag, rummaging around. The bag looked very full. Ling Yi instinctively swallowed hard. No way, no way. I only bit your Professor Fu Yixin twice, and didn't turn him into a zombie. Yet you're already trying to find the culprit based on the bite marks and bringing weapons to punish the little zombie? I wish I hadn't left the lab. Fu Yixin, I'm sorry. The girl took something out of her bag and handed it directly to Ling Yi. It was tomato-flavored potato chips. Ling Yi. Just 2 bites and tomato-flavored chips? Next time, I should bite more. The girl continued mysteriously, asking, last night, did someone stay over with Professor Fu? Did they sleep together? Ling Yi hesitated and stammered. The girl directly shoved the chips into Ling Yi's arms. It's okay, just tell the truth. Ling Yi paused, blushing, and said, actually, I was asleep. Oh, heaven and earth, the little zombie didn't lie. The little zombie really did it while sleepwalking. It's not the little zombie's fault. It wasn't intentional. The female college student whispered to her friends. They were so intense, and they still managed to fall asleep. That's impressive. Feeling sorry for the person on the public screen, Ling Yi was stunned. Could it be understood that way? A small girl with a weak voice sighed. I was actually planning to ask you to help me give this couple-themed scented candle to Professor Fu. I wonder if you would mind accepting it now. Ling Yi tilted her head. Are humans really so special in expressing feelings? And you even give candles? As soon as the small girl finished speaking, she took out a blue half-heart-shaped candle from her bag, and everyone at the scene exploded. That's it. Is this the one the seller said can repel zombies? Yeah, I want to buy it too. It's a limited couples edition. This one's for men, right? Wow, you're secretly planning to use the couple's candle with Professor Fu. No, I just noticed Professor Fu often researches zombies and goes on sampling trips. If there's any danger, it's good for self-defense, right? Amidst the chatter, Ling Yi started thinking, does this candle really repel zombies? Maybe if I use it, I won't bite Fu Yixin at night anymore? She pointed at the candle and asked, can I have that? As soon as she spoke, everything around fell silent. Doesn't that sentence sound like she's trying to get something from someone? How can I make sure they don't think I want to take it myself, but that Fu Yixin needs it? Ling Yi quickly cleared her throat and confidently crossed her arms. It was your Professor Fu who asked for it. He said he wanted a candle last night. I can help deliver it and also thank him on your behalf. The girls. Suddenly, a bad feeling arose. The short girl hesitated, her expression a bit complicated, but she still carefully handed the candle to Ling Yi. Ling Yi's zombie-like mind thought again. Maybe just one candle isn't enough. If she wants to prevent Fu Yixin from biting her, she might need to tie herself up while she sleeps. But being tied up looks painful. She remembered crabs at the market, all tied up with 5 flower ropes, unable to move, usually not surviving past the next day. She looked up at the group of girls, who were all looking at her with complicated expressions, and asked innocently, also, do you have ropes that don't hurt when tied? The girls. Seeing their shocked faces, Ling Yi quickly waved her hands.
No.
It's not me. It's your Professor Fu, yes. He's the one who asked for it. Ropes that don't hurt when tied. And candles, yes. That little zombie girl was quick-witted in a moment of panic. Did they notice? In fact, all the girls on the scene looked at each other in surprise. Ropes that don't hurt when tied, and candles. A neck with bite marks and love bites. Professor Fu is surprisingly playful. Well, there had been rumors before that Professor Fu liked bondage. This kid really has a hard life, hearing these things every day. Ling Yi suddenly sensed a trace of sympathy and affection in the eyes of the girls. What are you doing here? Fu Yixin suddenly appeared, startling Ling Yi and the girls. Ling Yi quickly hid the candle behind her, but she still couldn't escape Fu Yixin grabbing her and tossing her back into the lab. Fu Yixin directly took the card from Ling Yi's pocket and poked her little head. Don't think crooked thoughts. Stay in the lab and don't come out. Today, he also needs to go coordinate the latest allergy-free medicine with Abu, and he doesn't want any accidents. Strangely, this time Ling Yi didn't cry or make a fuss. She stayed quietly and obediently in the laboratory. When Fu Yixin came out, the girl outside the door wasn't following him as usual, but had silently disappeared from sight. Is today such a special day? Although Fu Yixin found it strange, he didn't think much of it. He was preoccupied with preparing the medicine and turned to leave. Only the whispers from the corner of the hallway could be heard. Wow, I really can't tell. If it weren't for Ling Yi revealing it, I would have thought Professor Fu was cold and distant. Once again, Professor Fu, unfairly misunderstood, sneezed loudly into the wind. Abu, follow this recipe and ratio to make a new medicine for me later. Fu Yixin rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. The recent days of research had truly exhausted him, leaving him sleepless for a long time and drained of energy. By comparing blood and ingredients, he removed all the allergenic components and, based on Ling Yi's latest blood sample, conducted a comprehensive analysis of the zombie transformation. Looking at the recipe Abu handed him, Fu Yixin's eyes showed fatigue but also full of hope and tenderness. He had never been so attentive to a scientific experiment result before. Unexpectedly, after Abu took the paper, he thoughtfully tied a paper bag onto Fu Yixin's hand. He frowned slightly. "What is this?" Abu mysteriously said. "Professor Fu, I heard you need this." Fu Yixin looked inside the paper bag. A long string and a candle. At some point, the string and candle appeared together, which made people think of all sorts of things. Fu Yixin's face darkened and his mouth twitched. "Who told you I wanted this?" "Everyone in the school knows." "I heard I was the last to find out." Abu lowered his voice. "By the way, Professor Fu, what are you planning to do with this? Are you having too much fun, Fu Yixin?" Once again, his reputation was unfairly damaged. He disdainfully pinched the red candle, small and shaped like half a heart. Seeing this, Abu quickly caught the candle with his hand. "Professor Fu, don't underestimate this. It's said to be able to drive away zombies and is very popular online. This is the latest limited edition couple set. I ordered it a few days ago to follow the trend, but the seller sent the wrong item, an item for women. Luckily, I gave it to you as a gift. Are you trying to ward off zombies?" Fu Yixin frowned, picked up the candle, and sniffed it. He squinted slightly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. "It's just ordinary C25H52, a mixture of a few high-grade alkanes, with added white oil, stearic acid, polyethylene, and some mysterious fragrances. Probably because zombies behave like animals and might be afraid of fire. Early humans often used flames to scare away nocturnal beasts, so the rumor about candles driving away zombies might have evolved from that. As a scientist who believes in facts, do you really trust such shameless sellers and their marketing tricks?" Fu Yixin naturally looked down on these unscrupulous merchants and their products claiming to ward off zombies. However, upon closer smell, the red one had a faint sweet scent. "Maybe Ling Yi would like it." Fu Yixin thought for a moment, then put the candle back into the bag. As for the strange rope inside the bag, Abu cleared his throat and explained seriously. "This is a special rope bought from a certain website, meant for bondage and enhancing intimacy. It doesn't hurt." Fu Yixin's brow furrowed deeply. "What does he want this for?" Abu seemed to see through his confusion. "This is what your little zombie friend said you wanted." Fu Yixin. Looks like he needs to have a serious talk with that little zombie. At night, Ling Yi was almost dragged home by Fu Yixin with a dark expression. Fu Yixin threw Ling Yi onto the sofa and looked serious. "Speak honestly now." Ling Yi was confused. "I just secretly took your lab card, right? I hadn't even gone far that day, and you already dragged me back. You're not far away, but you can spread the news to the whole school that I want this." Fu Yixin placed the paper bag on the table, revealing what was inside, a half-red heart-shaped candle and a strange long rope. Yes. That's exactly it. It's a perfect pair. It'll work even better together." Ling Yi happily placed her blue half-heart candle on the table, matching it with the half Fu Yixin brought, forming a complete set. Sure enough, it was the limited edition couple's candle set. The colors matched well. Ling Yi, uninterested in watching the candles, quickly grabbed the rope on the table, wrapped it around her wrist, bit the end of the rope to tie a knot, then wrapped it around her leg as well. Not satisfied, she bowed her head and wrapped it twice more. Still not enough, she bent over and wrapped it around herself again. After a series of strange actions, Ling Yi finally tangled her entire body in a bunch of strange threads, unable to move. She tried to shift her position but accidentally rolled on the sofa like a small ball, her head leaning on the cushion, making a helpless and pitiful sound. "Awu, Fu Yixin, save me." Fu Yixin looked at Ling Yi rolling on the sofa, feeling both annoyed and amused. "What are you messing around for?" Ling Yi, struggling to speak while tangled up, replied, "Not for nothing, it's all for you. Think about it, if you tied me up, I wouldn't bite you at night. If it really can't be helped, just leave it like this. Even a zombie can sleep. Awu. Fu Yishan looked up and saw Ling Yi's face full of grievance, but also a bright smile because she felt relieved. He originally planned to settle accounts with this little zombie, but suddenly, a gentle breeze seemed to blow through his heart, calming his anger. Don't move. Fu Yishan's deep voice came. He picked up the end of the rope, sat on the sofa, gently pressed Ling Yi's shoulder, and wrapped the rope around her again and again. Soon he freed her. Ugh. Ling Yi let out a long breath, stretched lazily, and said, being tied up so tightly is really uncomfortable. No wonder crabs die so quickly in the market. Fu Yishan chuckled softly. What a zombie brain. He took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket, containing his latest experimental drug. He looked at the bottle, then at the little zombie in front of him, and suddenly wondered what kind of girl she would be if she really managed to become human. Would she still love eating tomatoes? Would she still be so easy to please? As he was lost in thought, Ling Yi shoved the rope into his arms and said, Fu Yishan, you have experience. You do the tying this time, Fu Yishan. Experience? Tying experience? He probably understood how the rumors got started. Not tying anymore. Fu Yishan poured the pill into his palm gently and softly said, Here, take the medicine. The usual 6 tomatoes. Ling Yi looked at the pills in his hand and remembered how terrible she felt after taking medicine last time. Red, swollen, painful, and itchy. Her head immediately shook like a rattle. No, I won't take it. Or maybe you should just tie me up. I won't eat even 60 tomatoes. Fu Yishan naturally understood what she was worried about and patiently explained, Don't worry. I've removed the ingredient that caused your allergy last time. This time, you won't feel so bad. Ling Yi still frowned and slowly backed away on the sofa. Besides being afraid of allergies, the little zombie also fears bitterness. Last time the bitterness almost made the zombie faint. Fu Yishan extended his palm toward Ling Yi again and said, And, smell this. Last time, you said the medicine was bitter. I specially added sugar coating this time, and it's tomato-flavored. After hearing this, Ling Yi curiously leaned forward and sniffed. It does smell good. A sweet tomato scent. Especially since her palm was warm, the tomato smell was mixed with Fu Yishan's scent. That familiar smell she liked. It made it seem even more delicious. But Ling Yi looked up, her big, watery eyes blinking carefully, and asked softly, Why do I have to take the medicine? Her innocent question, Why do I have to take the medicine? Made Fu Yishan pause slightly. Yes. Why does she need to take the medicine? Should he tell her that, as a zombie, she needs to lead the way for the future of all humanity? Just because she has consciousness and can speak, and he picked her up from the trash to raise her, she became an experiment to see if zombies could turn into humans, like those countless live test subjects. Fu Yishan wondered if she would be able to accept the reason for taking the medicine if she knew. Would it hurt her? He, who always spoke decisively for scientific research, hesitated and didn't answer. Seeing him silent, Ling Yi tentatively asked herself, If I take the medicine, will I stop sleepwalking and biting people? Fu Yishan thought about the logic. If she truly became human, she wouldn't sleepwalk and bite anymore. Rounding it out, it was basically true. He nodded in response to Ling Yi. Yes, regarding this idea, Ling Yi seemed very pleased and quickly accepted it. She took a deep breath in place, leaned forward, and stuck out her soft little tongue to lick the medicine on his palm. It indeed wasn't bitter. Fu Yishan was telling the truth. This seemed to give her even more confidence. With a little growl, she swallowed it, only leaving Fu Yishan's palm feeling tingly and numb. The warm sensation and water traces from her tongue lingered, heating up to her ears. Fu Yishan was momentarily stunned. Just as he wanted to pull his hand back, Ling Yi grabbed his sleeve and tugged gently. Although I don't know if this medicine works, if you think tying me up is too troublesome, just light those 2 candles. Fu Yishan looked at the 2 candles on the table shaped like a heart, his face darkening. Why do you want to light those? They can drive away zombies. That way, I won't bite you tonight. Ling Yi proudly lifted her head, looking eager for praise. This is called double insurance in your human language. Am I smart or what? That's just... Fu Yishan originally wanted to say that those candles were just a trick by merchants to sell more and didn't really have zombie-repelling powers. But seeing Ling Yi's expectant face, he suddenly found himself unable to speak. And if he agreed, would she sleep more peacefully tonight? His tone softened unconsciously. Yes, little zombie, you're so clever. He took out a lighter, making sure to push the candles far away, afraid the flames might scare her. Only after confirming she was mentally prepared did he slowly light the candles. The flickering flames cast a warm glow in the room, with a faint, sweet scent. Ling Yi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, contentedly pulling her small blanket and lying on the sofa, finding a comfortable position to sleep as she usually did. Fu Yishan, good night. Fu Yishan looked at the candlelight and the happy little one sleeping on the sofa, sighed softly, and muttered to himself, such a zombie brain that can't think straight, with little capacity, and can't turn around. Doesn't she realize? These two candles, she clearly likes them so much, how could they possibly drive away zombies? Despite saying that, a slight smile curved his lips. Perhaps feeling safe and secure, Ling Yi fell asleep quickly. Soon, gentle and satisfied snoring could be heard. She lifted her thigh and kicked the blanket onto the carpet in the living room. Fu Yishan, he is truly a troublesome little zombie. He bends down to pick up the blanket from the ground, covers her again, and gently tucks it in. He strokes her messy hair on her forehead. Little zombie, good night. Today, he really was exhausted. He stands up, ready to go into the room, then looks back at Ling Yi, who is sleeping soundly. He frowns, leans down, blows out the candle, and puts it away. When Fu Yishan enters the room, he also closes the door tightly to prevent the wind from accidentally blowing it open. If it closes, he won't be able to hear any sounds outside. If that little zombie sleepwalks again tonight or something goes wrong, he can still hear and come to help in time. His mind is filled with the memory of last night, when Ling Yi pushed him to the ground and clumsily bit him without skill. The soft feeling still lingers on his lips and tongue. He even wondered if he almost turned into a zombie last night. Otherwise, why would he find the little person in his arms so tempting, almost unable to resist biting her again? No, that's not right.
Damn it.
What exactly was he thinking? What was he hoping for? Fu Yishan thought he would fall asleep quickly after a tiring day, but he kept feeling restless and kept turning over. Last night, holding that little zombie in his arms, he slept peacefully. Come to think of it, tonight seems a bit quieter. His phone screen flickers. Fu Yishan glances at it. Just now, a village in the suburbs had a zombie outbreak.
Ling Yi.
Why is there no reaction at all? Did the medication work? Or is the idea that zombies are hypnotized and sleepwalk to attack humans not true? Bang! A muffled sound comes from the living room, along with the noise of something hitting the carpet.
Ling Yi.
Fu Yishan quickly sits up, throws off the blanket, and rushes out. He sees Ling Yi's pupils still glowing with a strange red light, as if she's trying hard to get up but is too weak and collapses back onto the carpet, whimpering painfully. What's happening? Fu Yishan steps forward, wanting to help her up. When he touches her shoulder, his brow furrows. This is different from usual. Her skin feels unusually hot. Ling Yi has a fever. How could she be burning so badly? Could it be because of that medicine? Upon closer inspection, Ling Yi's face was flushed red, and she was breathing heavily with a very hot feeling. The red glow in her pupils flickered, and her fingers kept grabbing at the carpet. Her intense hunger driven by sleepwalking, combined with her weak body from a high fever, made her struggle painfully. She felt terrible and was close to breaking down. Fu Yishan gently shook her shoulders, trying to wake her up. Ling Yi? Little zombie, Ling Yi was not someone easily awakened. She reached out and suddenly lunged toward Fu Yishan, her hands weakly resting on his shoulders, her fuzzy little head tilted near his ear. She seemed to be looking for a place to bite. And in a voice only Fu Yishan could hear, she kept murmuring, "Cannot. Cannot bite Fu Yishan." Fu Yishan felt as if something hit him hard inside. This little zombie. What kind of zombie brain? Even now, she was still thinking about not biting people. Perhaps due to her body heat, mixed with her hunting instincts and agitation. Ling Yi's hot head suddenly pressed against Fu Yixin's shoulder, making weak breaths and whimpering. Uncomfortable, Fu Yixin gently patted her back as usual, trying to soothe her emotions. Each pat seemed to make her temperature rise gradually. Her consciousness, blood, and bodily instincts fought more fiercely. He couldn't bear to see her struggling with her own body in such a confused state. He knew he had to solve at least one problem first. Fu Yixin stood up, holding Ling Yi securely in his arms, and carried her to his room. Fu Yixin gently laid Ling Yi on the big bed, then poured a basin of warm water at the bedside, wrung out a towel, and carefully wiped her forehead. This was a traditional way to reduce fever in humans, and he hoped it would work for this little zombie too. The fever was probably caused by medication, so he didn't dare give her any antipyretic drugs for now. He could only use this gentle method to help her feel better. Watching Ling Yi lying weakly on the bed, whimpering and grabbing the sheets randomly, Fu Yixin's brows furrowed. He re-wet and wrung out the towel, then softly cooled her cheeks and neck. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Probably because he was too noisy, Ling Yi clenched her teeth and let out a loud cry. She pressed her hands firmly on his wrists and bit down hard on his lips. Just like that night, she charged straight in. The surroundings were silent and still, only the sound of her muffled sobs remaining. The room was filled with intimate whispers, making the air seem thin and warm. The sobbing gradually subsided, and the red glow in Ling Yi's eyes slowly dimmed. Most likely, the zombies on the other side of the city had finished their attack. At this moment, Ling Yi was exhausted, appearing weak again, and slumped helplessly against Fu Yixin's chest. Every breath was warm. It was unclear whether she was hot or he was. Ling Yi made an uncomfortable mumbling sound, rubbing herself against him desperately. Fu Yixin gently patted her back with his hand, trying to soothe her. Softly, again and again, with great tenderness. He calmed her heartbeat and his own. When Ling Yi finally breathed steadily, Fu Yixin turned her over and carefully placed her on the pillow beside him, as if placing a fragile porcelain doll.
Phew.
Seeing that Ling Yi was still asleep and not fussing uncomfortably, Fu Yixin breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew his arm and got up to go to the bathroom, turning on the cold water. In his mind, he thought it must be because this little zombie had a fever. It was all her fault for holding on too tightly, which caused him to catch a fever as well. It must be like that, yes, exactly like that. After taking a cold shower, Fu Yixin changed into a new sleep robe and stared thoughtfully at the small curled-up figure in the bed. Suddenly, he remembered what Ling Yi had said when she first arrived. "Actually, I don't take up much space. I really don't mind squeezing with you." His eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, she was indeed small and didn't take up much space. In special circumstances, squeezing together wasn't a problem. But still, she was just a little zombie. Thinking this, he sat by the bed and gently lifted a corner of the blanket. Perhaps because he had just taken a cold shower, his body was still cool. When he lay down, Ling Yi, who was still warm from her fever, immediately responded to the comfortable temperature.
Sigh. Cool.
So comfortable. Ling Yi let out a soft, contented sound, wrapping her arms around his neck and lifting one leg to press against his waist. Yes, hugging tightly, satisfied. The fluffy little head needed to nuzzle a few more times before it was willing to stop moving. Fu Yixin had no choice but to helplessly hold her, letting her occasionally misbehave on him. That night, the cold water in Fu Yixin's room was poured 3 times in a row. The next morning, such a soft quilt. Such a nice smell. Ling Yi instinctively reached out to touch the spot beside her.
Wait.
The texture feels wrong. This isn't the usual sofa. She instantly opened her eyes. What she saw was a spacious room, a big bed, and brand new sheets and blankets. This is Fu Yixin's bed. No way did I sleepwalk again last night? Didn't I say that taking medicine would stop sleepwalking? And that candle isn't supposed to chase away zombies? I even lit 2. Then, where is Fu Yixin? Could he have been bitten by me? Ling Yi suddenly sat up, then felt dizzy and covered her forehead. Ouch. It hurts so much. The strong discomfort made her whimper continuously. Ao, ao. Hearing her sounds, Fu Yixin hurriedly rushed in from outside the door, concern on his face as he grabbed her shoulder. What's wrong? Little zombie, are you okay? In his eyes, there was exhaustion from lack of sleep, bloodshot eyes, and a surge of nervousness. He reached out to check Ling Yi's forehead, then touched his own temperature. It's okay. The fever should have gone down a bit. Lie still. I'll get a thermometer and breakfast for you. After eating, if you still have a fever, I'll give you some medicine. After saying that, Fu Yixin helped her lie on the bed, placing a pillow behind her back. Then he left the room. When he returned, he was holding a bowl of tomato porridge. The warm, fragrant, sweet smell was Ling Yi's favorite. Ling Yi slumped on the bed, reached out and tugged at his shirt. Fu Yixin, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel so weak, like my whole body is falling apart? Fu Yixin sat on the edge of the bed, blowing on the hot tomato porridge, and without looking up, handed it to her. You're sick. Here, drink the porridge. Ling Yi didn't reach for the bowl, just tilted her head and asked, Tell me the truth, last night. Did I sleepwalk again? Yes. Fu Yixin didn't plan to hide it. Well, Ling Yi stretched out her tone carefully and asked, Did I do something bad last night? Something bad? Fu Yixin's ears reddened as memories from last night flashed through his mind. His pajamas torn apart by the person in front of him, a little zombie biting and nibbling at him, touching and hugging him, even riding on him and kissing him fiercely. He paused, looked up at her, and asked, Do you remember? So, are you going to take responsibility for me? Do you remember? So, are you going to take responsibility for me? When Fu Yixin asked this, his heartbeat unconsciously sped up. His Adam's apple moved as he pretended to be calm and scooped a spoonful of porridge. But unexpectedly, the little zombie's face immediately fell. Whoa! I must have sleepwalked last night and taken your bed, so you had nowhere to sleep. Whoa! The little zombie didn't know anything while sleeping. The little zombie really didn't mean to. Fu Yixin. Is this what she meant by something bad? Such a sleepyhead who forgets everything upon waking. His eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he scooped a large spoonful of cooled tomato porridge and shoved it into her mouth, puffing her cheeks out completely. He didn't even know himself what he was expecting or feeling awkward about. It couldn't be that he hoped she forgot everything that happened last night and was waiting for the little zombie to take responsibility for him, right? Ridiculous. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Fu Yixin cooled another large spoon of tomato porridge and raised his hand to feed Ling Yi. Ling Yi struggled to swallow the large mouthful of porridge, glancing inadvertently at the hickey on Fu Yixin's neck, and asked vaguely, Fu Yixin, why is there redness on your neck? And it's getting more and more. Are you allergic too? Professor Fu's face darkened as he evasively replied, Mosquito bites. Ling Yi instinctively touched her own neck. Then why didn't the mosquito bite me? Are zombies so unappetizing? Fu Yixin, do you study this? Fu Yixin didn't bother with her theory about whether mosquitoes bite zombies or not. He simply took a wet wipe and handed it to her, coldly saying, Wipe your mouth.
Ugh.
Fu Yixin, who had been bitten by mosquitoes, was truly cold-hearted now, and his words became icy. Ling Yi raised her hand, then lowered it, looking at Fu Yixin innocently. No strength. Then, can you help me wipe it? As she spoke, she tilted her head and pouted her lips. Fu Yixin. Forget it. After all, it was that medicine that caused her to have a fever and suffer. Taking care of her is the right thing to do. He had no choice but to pick up a wet wipe, gently lift her chin with his fingers, and carefully wipe her mouth corners. Through the wet wipe, he could still feel how soft Ling Yi's lips were, and they carried a warmth that hadn't fully gone away. The warm sensation quickly filled his fingertips. Her cheeks, flushed from the fever, got closer to him, and Ling Yi pouted her lips, looking very much like
Inviting a kiss.
Her big, watery eyes looked at him pitifully. This innocent look made Fu Yixin's heart tremble. Close your eyes, don't look at me. Why are you so shy? Ling Yi muttered, but obediently closed her eyes, her voice soft. Fu Yixin is so gentle. Wiping my mouth feels nice. Little zombie likes to wipe mouths. Fu Yixin stared blankly at Ling Yi in front of him. Suddenly, he regretted making her close her eyes. This little zombie with her eyes closed looked even more like she was inviting a kiss. Her faint smile, satisfied yet expectant, resembled a spring flower waiting to be picked. They drew closer, their breaths gradually mingling. If he lowered his head, he could indulge in that beautiful red lip. Ling Yi always said he smelled very good. At this moment, Fu Yixin suddenly thought this little zombie in front of him also looked very tempting. The kind of tempting that makes you want to bite a piece off uncontrollably. He slightly applied more force with his fingers, lifting her chin. Ling Yi's eyes remained closed, still acting cute as she asked, "Is it okay yet, Fu Yixin?" Fu Yixin paused, his voice already carrying a faint, deep huskiness. Not yet. Wait a little longer. Come to think of it, she had bitten him so many times. A little bite in return shouldn't be too much, right? He tilted his head, leaning closer, getting nearer. He could even hear his heartbeat pounding faster and faster. Thump, thump. The distance to Ling Yi's lips was less than an inch. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, followed by knocking. "Professor Fu. It's Abu. The report you asked for is here." Fu Yixin. Suddenly, he felt an urge to tear off the doorbell and give Abu a good scolding. Ling Yi initially thought Fu Yixin's pleasant scent was getting closer, but when the doorbell rang, she suddenly was pushed onto the bed. Then she heard him breathlessly instruct, "Rest well and don't move around." Ling Yi asked cautiously, "Can I open my eyes now?" The little zombie was well behaved. Fu Yixin didn't open his eyes until she was allowed. "Yes," he replied. Hearing the approval, Ling Yi eagerly opened her eyes. Fu Yixin was calmly tidying up, with red ears and red corners of his eyes. When he turned to leave the door, he almost tripped over his slippers. It looked like he was fleeing in a hurry. Ling Yi held back her laughter, afraid to laugh out loud. It's just wiping the little zombie's mouth. Why is he so shy? Humans really have thin skin. After Fu Yixin left, Ling Yi pulled up the blanket and secretly chuckled. The blanket feels so nice and smells so good. But honestly, Fu Yixin was willing to let her cover herself with his blanket and sleep in his bed this time. She remembered last time she was thrown out of the room bundled with the blanket, and even the sheets she touched were discarded. Has Fu Yixin changed again? Ling Yi pulled the blanket up, sniffed it a couple of times, and happily lay down, rolling inside the bed. "Professor Fu, based on what you said last night, I double-checked, and it seems that the immune system of this little zombie is fighting against some ingredients in the medication which caused the fever." Abu pointed to the medication formula and showed it to Fu Yixin. Fu Yixin's face was still dark. Abu felt that Fu Yixin's gaze was not very friendly, making his back slightly uncomfortable.
Who am I?
Where am I? Did I say or do something wrong just now? But having the immune system fight back is a good sign, meaning the medication is effective. We will take a blood sample from the little zombie later to check the situation. Abu paused, then continued, checking off items on the formula, and I suggest we isolate each ingredient that might cause a fever and test them separately, controlling the variables to see how the blood reacts each time. No, Fu Yixin interrupted without hesitation. He naturally understood what Abu meant by experiment, which involved repeatedly adjusting ingredient ratios until the right dose and components were found. This meant that little zombie would have to endure many more hardships. He remembered last night, her pupils glowing red, driven by a dreamlike animal instinct to hunt, fighting fiercely against her weak, feverish body. The innocent yet distressed sounds she made still echoed in his mind. Let's think of another way. Fu Yixin took away the formula. This is too inhumane. Inhumane? But she's a zombie, Professor Fu. Abu couldn't believe his ears. Fu Yixin, who prioritized scientific research and valued experimentation above all, was actually saying that such treatment was too inhumane for a zombie. Repeated fevers are bad for her health. I don't want her to go wrong. Fu Yixin noticed Abu's gaze becoming more strange and added, "It's also not good for drug research." Suddenly, Abu's eyes flickered. "Professor Fu, I have to ask, are you really developing feelings for that little zombie? Developing feelings? For a little zombie?" Fu Yixin replied without hesitation, No. But even as he denied it, his mind already pictured Ling Yi. During the day, her eyes only saw tomatoes, looking harmless. At night, she clung to him repeatedly, biting randomly. From tying her up with a rope, to sleeping on the sofa, to letting her lie on his bed. He had indeed done many things he normally wouldn't. But she was a zombie. He couldn't help but start to comfort himself. All these worries and attachments were just because she was a rare experimental subject. That was all. Yes, it had to be. After finding a reasonable excuse for himself, Fu Yishan firmly responded once more, "No, I don't." Then Abu tentatively asked, "Can I go into a room now, draw some blood, and try different medicines with various ingredients and doses?" "How dare you?" Fu Yishan shot him a fierce glare. That look was scarier than a ravenous zombie. Abu naturally dared not move at all. Regarding his instinctive outburst, Fu Yishan was momentarily stunned. He cleared his throat gently twice, trying to ease the awkwardness. "There must be a better way. I'll look into it again, try different ingredients. It won't cause her allergies or fever. Mainly, it's for the progress of the experiment." Forcing immunity on Ling Yi through multiple experiments and blood draws was too cruel. He couldn't do it. Abu helplessly stepped forward and patted Fu Yishan's shoulder. "Professor Fu, just accept it. You haven't treated that little zombie as an ordinary little mouse. You're under pressure from the R organization to stop your research, yet you insist on studying that zombie revival drug. Isn't it also for your little one? Professor Fu, I have to tell you, the R organization is ruthless with zombies. Protecting your little zombie won't be easy." Fu Yishan knew this all too well. Currently, the R organization advocates for complete destruction of zombies. Inside the organization, there are even calls to develop special virus weapons to launch destructive biological attacks, eradicating the threat once and for all. Naturally, Fu Yishan refused to pursue this research. If the virus weapon backfired on the environment and humans, it could cause a much greater disaster for the entire city of Whalei. Zombies are simply a mutated group infected by humans. Fu Yishan proposed studying a drug that could restore zombies to humans, aiming to solve the problem at its root. Despite the pressure from the R organization, he kept pushing back the research on virus weapons, dedicating himself fully to the laboratory work to develop this drug. The R organization issued many commands to block him, urging him not to waste time on futile efforts. But he didn't believe it. As long as it helped with the drug research, he poured all his energy into it, aiming to develop the medicine before the R organization could release the virus weapon. He was secretly fighting against the R organization's plans for virus weapons and zombie destruction, racing against time and science. However, each time, the R organization insisted on gathering and disposing of defeated zombies, citing concerns about secondary infections. Fu Yishan had no chance to work with live zombies. He could only conduct theoretical research, which often left him confused and lost, causing the progress of the drug development to stall. Then Ling Yi suddenly appeared, giving him hope. During the process of observation and experimentation, as Abu said, his personal feelings indeed grew stronger. He could have quickly verified things through fast and repeated experiments, but he chose to care for her when she was sick and to feed her when her blood sugar was low to ensure she was well nourished. This little zombie unexpectedly entered his life, causing chaos during the day and making him nervous at night. It often damaged his territory, hurt his reputation, and refused to take responsibility. However, no matter what, he truly hoped Ling Yi would no longer suffer from the effects of experimental drugs. Abu noticed Fu Yishan's hesitation and kindly advised him, "Actually, multiple experiments aren't very harmful. She won't die. If the R organization pressures us, our drug research has made progress, or else, how could we stand against them?" Abu's words made sense. If the drug development hadn't advanced, his research would have been stopped, and he might have been accused of wasting resources. At that point, the bold idea of turning zombies back into humans would have been even harder to pursue. Moreover, if our organization discovered Ling Yi's situation during a thorough investigation, the consequences would be even worse. But just thinking about her red, swollen skin after an allergic reaction for several days, and her fever last night, Fu Yishan felt truly distressed. Forget it. He finally couldn't make a decision. Change the medicine. Just be more careful with the formulation. Ling Yi appeared by the living room, leaning on the wall, at some point. Fu Yixin's gaze immediately fixed on her bare feet. His expression darkened as he walked into the room, took her cotton slippers, and squatted in front of her. Ling Yi stared blankly at his actions.
Fu Yixin.
He lowered his head and gently grasped her ankle. Don't move. He lifted her small foot and slipped it into the slippers. Aren't I telling you to lie down properly? You still have a fever, and you're walking around barefoot. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Though it sounded like a reprimand, his movements were gentle, and his eyes showed concern. Ling Yi hesitated and said, I'm not burning anymore. Fu Yixin stood up straight, one hand on her shoulder, the other pressing gently on her forehead. He carefully felt her temperature, his brow slightly furrowing. Still hot. Your body hasn't fully returned to normal temperature. In front of others, these actions seemed quite intimate, and Ling Yi couldn't help but blush. Abu froze in place. At this moment, he seemed more suited to leave. In his lifetime as a single dog, he couldn't believe that Professor Fu, who never blooms and a little zombie, had fed him dog food. After a moment, Ling Yi finally spoke. I just heard you guys talking about that medicine. The one I took, the one that caused allergies and a fever, was that the medicine you mentioned to turn zombies back into humans? Yes. Fu Yixin didn't intend to hide anything but looked at her seriously. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much without your consent, especially since the medicine is still in an immature research stage. Little zombie, I sincerely apologize to you. Fu Yixin thought Ling Yi would blame him. Not only did he treat her as a test subject, but he also gave her an immature medicine, causing her to develop a fever right after her allergy. He had prepared for her to be angry, blame him, and cause a fuss, and he accepted it. He wondered if 10 tomatoes could cheer her up this time. Unexpectedly, Ling Yi rolled up her sleeve and extended her pale arm to Fu Yixin. Fu Yixin was surprised. Little zombie, what are you doing? Drawing blood. You said you could draw blood for multiple experiments, right? Hurry up. Seeing Fu Yixin standing still, she turned and handed her arm to Abu. It was your idea. Why don't you do it? Abu, eager to survive, took a step back. Zombie grandma.
Please spare me.
I don't want to be preserved in formalin by Professor Fu. Just kidding. The person in front of him was clearly Fu Yixin's most treasured little zombie. Even if she actively offered to give blood, insisted on multiple tests, and dared him with 100 more, he wouldn't dare. Sure enough, Fu Yixin bypassed Abu, took Ling Yi's arm, and rolled up her sleepwear sleeve. He also shot Abu a warning look during the process. He let her go this time, considering it his own awareness. Ling Yi quickly held Fu Yixin's arm. No. You won't stop the research, will you? I'm willing. You can use me for experiments, okay? Is that medicine still there? I'll take another one right now. She glanced at the table. Fu Yixin silently cursed. The medicine, the formula, and the report were all on the table. Seeing Ling Yi rush toward the table, Fu Yixin quickly moved to stop her. Because she was sick and feeling weak, Ling Yi missed her chance to grab the items. Fu Yixin was faster. He grabbed all the medicine, formulas, and reports from the table, stuffing them into Abu's arms. He gritted his teeth and said, "Get out." Abu immediately understood. "I'll leave right now. You won't see me for a while. Maybe 3 days and nights." The door shut quickly. In the living room, only Fu Yixin and Ling Yi remained, along with the faint sound of their hurried breathing. After a few seconds of silence, Ling Yi sat down hard on the floor and started crying loudly. Awu.
Awa.
Fu Yixin, you're bullying the little zombie. Tears and snot flew everywhere. Her face, still red from the fever, turned even redder. She looked even more upset.
Fu Yixin.
Ling Yi, still feverish and crying so hard she couldn't breathe, had to kneel down and try to comfort her. Be good, don't sit here. The floor is cold. Besides, I didn't bully you. If you take that medicine, you'll get a fever. With your current body, if the fever gets worse, your internal organs might get cooked. After this threat, Ling Yi cried even more. Awoo. I don't care. Even if my organs get cooked, I want to be a person. You just won't let me be a good person. Fu Yishan, you bastard.
Awa.
Fu Yishan was both amused and helpless. He held her shoulders gently, trying to calm her down. I'm not stopping you from being a good person. Ling Yi sniffled and cried, but you still won't let me draw blood for experiments. I'll draw the blood myself later. I won't hurt you. Abu didn't hold back, and might have hurt you badly. He paused. But this time, the blood test isn't for experiments. It's to see what ingredients are causing your fever. Ling Yi looked up, meeting his serious eyes. At this moment, Fu Yishan's gaze was firm, and he held her shoulders more tightly, as if making a solemn promise to her and himself. Little zombie, listen carefully, trust me. I will keep researching this medicine, trying to make sure you don't get a fever or allergic reactions. I want you to be a normal person, okay? Suddenly, Ling Yi wondered if sounds had a taste. This deep and pleasant voice, if smelled, should also taste very good. Everything related to Fu Yishan should be delicious. Unconditionally delicious. Her lips parted slightly, her eyes bright, and her soft voice floated from her throat. Fu Yishan, I believe in you. Such a cute little zombie. Fu Yishan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile as he reached out to gently ruffle Ling Yi's little head. Before he knew it, the sunlight outside the window seemed brighter and more shining. Ling Yi suddenly leaned forward and asked, So, as your test subject, shouldn't I? Her little thoughts as a tiny zombie were getting more obvious. Fu Yishan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tell me, how many tomatoes do you want this time? Ling Yi opened both her palms and placed them in front of Fu Yishan. She thought it might not be enough, so she lifted one foot and kicked off her cotton slippers, revealing her round toes. With a gentle smile and a pointed fong, she said, 15, Fu Yishan. It was impossible for anyone to stockpile 15 tomatoes in advance. The final result was that Fu Yishan dressed Ling Yi up like a big rice dumpling, wrapping her tightly inside and out, then took her out to buy fresh large tomatoes at the nearby market. Ling Yi was so happy. She heard the familiar market shouts, saw the familiar big red tomatoes, even smelled the air filled with what she considered a happy scent. If she weren't dressed so heavily and couldn't move easily, she'd want to jump into the sea of tomatoes and swim. Now, her way of showing excitement was to grab Fu Yishan's clothes and bounce around. Thank you, Fu Yishan. Little zombie is so happy. I feel like I'm cured. I don't feel sick at all. Although Fu Yishan was carefully choosing tomatoes and his brow unconsciously relaxed, he couldn't help teasing her. So, happy? Why not just stop being human? Just be a little zombie. Ling Yi paused, then seriously thought for a moment and declared firmly, no, being a zombie isn't fun at all, with an empty head and no home. She lowered her head in frustration. Fu Yishan sensed that her mood was off. He also felt a bit guilty, wondering how he ended up bringing up such a topic. Suddenly, he felt a bit helpless. He quickly picked a large tomato and handed it to her, hoping she would smell it and feel a little happier. But unexpectedly, Ling Yi suddenly looked up, with a shallow dimple. However, the little zombie now has a home with Fu Yishan. This simple sentence was enough to make Fu Yishan's heart tremble. The tomato in his hand dropped straight down. Ling Yi gasped and quickly squatted to pick it up, putting it into the bag in Fu Yishan's hand, muttering, You're throwing the little zombie's tomato around. Fu Yishan stood frozen, his mind repeatedly echoing that sentence. The little zombie now has a home, with Fu Yishan a home. Could it be that, to this little zombie, he is actually her home? Seeing Fu Yishan in a daze, Ling Yi waved her hand in front of him. Hey. Fu Yishan, are you okay? Fu Yishan raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, pulling her close. Ling Yi looked confused and struggled a bit. What are you doing? You hurt me. Fu Yishan's eyes were deep and quiet, then filled with gentle warmth. It's okay. Let's go home. Yes. If it's a home, then let's go home. So, Fu Yishan, holding a tomato in one hand and Ling Yi's wrist in the other, walked out of the vegetable market. Their tall and short figures gradually stretched and overlapped, creating a warm, intimate feeling. Fu Yishan's heartbeat quickened, and the warmth in his palm started to dampen. But he was thinking maybe grabbing her wrist was a bit rude. At most, it was better than just lifting her. He still remembered the last time Ling Yi didn't let him lift her, but instead held his finger gently with a soft, close touch that felt really nice. He unconsciously swallowed hard, loosened her wrist, and moved his hand down along her palm. Thump, almost there, a little further down. Thump, thump. Suddenly, the trash can in the market burst open. A figure, emitting a foul smell, covered in blood and torn flesh, with rotting vegetable leaves hanging all over, crawled out from the trash can, baring its teeth and making a disgusting howling. Fu Yixin instinctively hurried to shield Ling Yi behind him. When he looked closely, red glowing pupils, sharp teeth. It was a zombie, and it was a hungry zombie, searching for food. The zombie in the trash can clearly detected Fu Yixin's scent and seemed very satisfied with this prey. Its pupils glowed red as it opened its bloody mouth and lunged toward him. "Be careful, Fu Yixin," Ling Yi shouted loudly. When Ling Yi saw the zombie rushing at Fu Yixin, she quickly shouted and, somehow, with great strength, pushed him away. In that moment, the tomatoes in Fu Yixin's bag spilled all over the ground. Because she was already weak from a fever and her clothes were bulky, Ling Yi lost her balance and fell to the ground. The large zombie that had come out of the trash can missed its target, stomping its feet and snarling fiercely at Ling Yi, letting out a loud, threatening growl. Zombies do not hunt their own kind. This big zombie naturally thought Ling Yi was trying to steal its food. At this moment, Ling Yi sat trembling on the ground, watching the much larger zombie approach step by step. The spilled tomatoes rolled near her fingers. She quickly grabbed one and, without hesitation, threw it at the big zombie, hitting its eye. The zombie's vision blurred, and it roared in anger. The red tomato remnants mixed with its glowing red eyes, and drops of juice dripped down, making it look even more disgusting. Fu Yixin, pushed away earlier, got up from the ground and moved toward her, crawling on his hands and knees. Ling Yi, while she was still throwing tomatoes at the zombie, trying to distract it, she shouted, "Fu Yixin, you need to run. If you don't leave now, I can't hold it off much longer." Anyway, he was human, and she was a zombie herself. This terrifying creature was one of its kind. At this moment, her only thought was, she could protect him, even if it meant using the clumsiest way, like delaying time. The crowd nearby had already been frightened by the zombie and scattered in all directions. Except for Fu Yixin. He would never abandon his little zombie. The large zombie in the trash can wiped its eyes, howled loudly, and stretched out its dirty, fierce claws toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi closed her eyes in despair and fear, curling up tightly. She had seen zombies hunt before, so she thought that the person in front of her might pick her up and tear her apart. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar, pleasant smell coming closer. When she opened her eyes, she saw Fu Yixin holding her tightly in his arms. "Fu Yixin." Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with tears, her voice trembling with disbelief. Fu Yixin held her securely, took a few steps back to avoid the large zombie's attack again, and quickly took out an anesthetic from his coat pocket. He precisely injected it into the zombie's throat. As the anesthetic took effect, the zombie struggled in pain for a moment, then closed its eyes, kicked its legs, and fell hard to the ground, just like the zombies that attacked humans in large groups at dawn, which the R organization had killed one by one. The area returned to silence, leaving only the fallen zombie and the two people still holding each other tightly. Fu Yixin felt Ling Yi trembling in his arms, and he was trembling too. They had just survived a dangerous attack together. Ling Yi finally realized what was happening. She started crying loudly. "Ah, that was so scary." Fu Yixin gently held her head, pulled her into his chest, and patted her back softly. "It's okay now, everything's fine." He was also very scared. Thank goodness she was safe. Encouraged, Ling Yi dared to peek at the fallen zombie on the ground. Is he dead? What did you do?" "I'm not that powerful. It was just an anesthetic. With this dose, he'll sleep for a very long time," Fu Yixin replied. He couldn't help but feel relieved inside. Fortunately, because he often went out with the art organization to collect samples, he kept an anesthetic spray in his coat for self-defense. If he hadn't, the consequences could have been terrible. In the distance, the sound of a car horn and people talking grew louder. The art organization is here. We're saved. We're saved. I don't know if there are more zombies nearby. That was so scary. Good thing I reported it quickly. The art organization arrived so fast. It turned out that the bystanders near the market had seen the zombie attack and quickly contacted the art organization. Now, the art team was on their way, and they were nearby. Let's go. Fu Yixin quickly pulled Lingyi up from the ground. We need to leave here quickly. Fu Yixin was very nervous. If they weren't careful and the art organization found Lingyi, it could be dangerous. Lingyi didn't understand. Aren't you part of the art organization? Why don't you stay and wait for them? Fu Yixin didn't want to explain much. He simply bent down, picked up Lingyi, and left quickly. At the market, their voices grew quieter. Fu Yixin, tomatoes. No more, I still have some at home. Come on, Fu Yixin, can you slow down? Dunno, but be quiet. Just as Fu Yixin and Lingyi left, the people from the art organization arrived. They wore uniforms and surrounded the area. They shot the zombie near the trash can and then dragged it away without mercy. A tall uniformed man reported, "Boss, there's only one zombie here. We haven't found anything else yet." Eyewitnesses saw the zombie attacking a man and a woman. After the zombie fell, they left. The boss he mentioned was a woman with long curly hair, wearing sunglasses, a beautiful long coat, and high-heeled boots, so stunning that people didn't dare to look too long. As the large zombie was being dragged past, the woman suddenly sensed something and called out, "Wait." She crouched down, skillfully put on gloves, and took out some anesthetic from the zombie's body. She looked at it carefully, her lips curling into a slight smile. "Long time no see, Fu Yixin." Meanwhile, Fu Yixin carried Lingyi back home. Until the door closed again, he let out a long breath. In his eyes, that big zombie could only hurt Lingyi a little. Compared to that, the art organization was much more terrifying. The art organization was ruthless with zombies and even wanted to use destructive biological weapons against them. Of course, he didn't want Lingyi to know these things for now, so she wouldn't worry or be scared. Anyway, this little girl was with him now. As long as he did his best to keep her safe and hidden from the art organization, that was enough. Fu Yixin, a soft, sweet voice came from his arms. He looked down at Lingyi. She still reached up and gently wrapped her arms around his neck, looking innocent and harmless. His eyes softened a little. "What's wrong? Are you still scared?" Lingyi shook her head and hesitated, saying, "Actually, it's nothing. Just, well, I'm hungry." Fu Yixin almost laughed out loud. Well, just to calm her down. According to the little zombie's habits, the best way to calm down is to eat a tomato. If that doesn't work, then two. Fu Yixin directly placed her on the kitchen island, then turned to open the fridge, skillfully washing a tomato and cutting it on the cutting board in an orderly way. Knock, knock, knock. That's the sound Lingyi loves to hear. Fu Yixin chopping tomatoes. Peaceful days, filled with the smell of tomatoes and Fu Yixin. Lingyi sat on the island, swinging her little feet. Taking advantage of Fu Yixin not paying attention, she grabbed a small piece from the cutting board and put it in her mouth, while patting her chest. That was so scary outside. "I thought I might die again, like a little zombie, stealing food without washing your hands." Fu Yixin took a damp cloth from the side and carefully wiped Lingyi's tiny hand. "Actually, that big zombie can't even eat you." "What are you afraid of?" Lingyi muttered. "It's not that I can't be eaten. But I would be scared to death, grossed out. And you saw, he clearly wanted to hit me so I would get beaten to death. Zombies have many ways to die, you know." Fu Yixin's brow slightly furrowed. "Then why did you recklessly rush to face the zombie?" He paused, looked at Lingyi seriously, and said, "Since you're afraid, next time, you can't do that." "Do you understand?" Lingyi responded indifferently. "Oh, Fu Yixin, you're really biting the hand that feeds you, and you say that about me. I'm just worried you'll get bitten and turn into a zombie." "What would I do if that happens?" She paused, then confidently lifted her head. So, if there is a next time, I will still push you away. You can't get bitten. Even if you do get bitten, it's better if I bite you. Maybe you'll still be able to talk, cook, and come back to wash and cut tomatoes for me. Fu Yishan silently took another tomato from the fridge and hummed softly, saying, "With your skills, you still think you can bite me?" Although I must admit, this little zombie really has some skills. He promises not to bite, but every night he changes his mind and bites him. And he just can't stop himself. His mind keeps replaying that innocent face, the soft lips opening and closing, pressing him against the wall, the floor, the sofa, and the bed. Ling Yi suddenly poked her head out. "Fu Yishan, why are you blushing?" "No, you saw it wrong," Fu Yishan said calmly, hiding his emotions. "I was just thinking it's rare to see a zombie that acts like a person, so I was a bit curious." "Really? You're a professor studying zombies. Are you surprised by something so rare?" Ling Yi said, biting into a tomato and chewing. "Zombies don't have friends, they just play by themselves. Actually, I used to follow 1 or 2 zombies just to scavenge some food. They rarely stay with other zombies." Fu Yishan's eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly grabbed Ling Yi's shoulders. "Are you telling the truth? Zombies don't live in groups and attack together." All the information he knew, the extensive research by others, even the internal data from organization all pointed to zombies living in groups and attacking collectively. Ling Yi blinked and said, "Actually, many zombies hide and eat rotten corpses. They only come out to bite people when they're starving. I don't know why zombies gather together for no reason." Fu Yishan's expression darkened. "For no reason," Ling Yi nodded. "Do you remember the time Lu Huahua took that photo? I was starving, couldn't sleep, and too weak to move, so I hid in a trash can and licked tomato skins from a few days ago. Then I heard a loud noise in the middle of the night, and suddenly there were many zombies biting people. Then Organization showed up, and the zombies were taken away. Later, I got so hungry that I started collecting rotten leaves and rotten tomatoes, filling a trash can. But it's strange. Every time I wake up, I find less. I thought someone was stealing my food. Now I realize I probably ate it myself while sleepwalking." Once, when Fu Yishan found her at the vegetable market, she was asleep, and the zombies around her were taken away while she was still sleeping. She was trembling with the last rotten tomato when she was discovered. And Fu Yishan knew everything that happened afterward. Every word and sentence confirms Fu Yishan's bold guess that the zombie attack is caused by hypnosis. What surprises him more is that zombies do not attack on their own. Instead, this strange hypnosis has the power to gather zombies together. Fu Yishan suddenly feels a chill down his spine and a bit of fear. If Ling Yi hadn't consciously stored food, every time she ran out of supplies and entered foraging mode, she might have wandered around like other zombies, hunting and biting humans. Until, with a gunshot from Organization R, she vanished into nothingness. This is too frightening. Fu Yishan suddenly feels a tightness in his heart. If he were to fall into a deep sleep one day and Ling Yi couldn't find food at home, she might be called away by this mysterious force. It seems he needs to speed up developing the medicine to turn zombies back into humans. Only then can he better protect Ling Yi and truly confront the mysterious force behind all this. He takes out a large wooden salad bowl, dumps all the tomatoes from the cutting board into it, and hands it to Ling Yi. "Here, Ling Yi. Is that all? What about a sandwich? Pasta? Even tomato porridge would be fine." "Fu Yishan, you're so heartless. The little zombie's mouth has long been spoiled, and you give her plain tomato salad to dismiss her." Meanwhile, Fu Yishan ignores Ling Yi's angry expression, takes off his apron, and walks straight into the lab. He opens the data platform and compares her blood changes in detail each time. Ling Yi pouts and unhappily throws a piece of tomato into her mouth. "Research fanatic. Irresponsible. No wonder you don't have a woman. Little zombie curses you. No women." Humph. In the next few days, Ling Yi suddenly found herself in a strange routine of free and always full of tomatoes. Before, Fu Yishan would control her diet, asking her to eat less but more often, maintain balanced nutrition, sometimes even reciting the human nutritional pyramid model on the spot, like a nagging old man endlessly. Now, he practically feeds her twice as much at every meal. Even at night, He sets a plate of fresh tomatoes on the table in advance. Ling Yi thinks Fu Yixin, the research fanatic, is afraid she might sleepwalk at night and disturb his experiments or drug research, so he leaves so many tomatoes outside for her to help herself. Actually, every night, Ling Yi sleepwalks and clings to Fu Yixin's chest, sniffing and nibbling on him, refusing to get down. Fu Yixin has gotten used to it and now has a small zombie charm attached to him. Every early morning, whenever he hears glass clinking outside the lab, he automatically opens the door and welcomes the little one jumping into his arms while she's asleep. Later, he can even carry her with one hand while walking around the living room, pouring water, brushing his teeth, reading, or checking reports. His actions are unaffected. Sometimes, when he has free time, he pats her gently, strokes her little head, to prevent her from fussing and squirming, which is quite restless. Until one day, Fu Yixin finally developed the third version of the medicine after nearly 2 weeks of continuous work. The small pill, coated with Ling Yi's favorite tomato-flavored candy shell, lay in his palm. When the medicine was ready, he felt a bit scared. Even though he removed all ingredients that might cause allergies or fevers, it was still a bold medicine, and this was the first time it was tested on a zombie. Ling Yi is the one taking the medicine, and she's just like a test subject, similar to a little white mouse. Will she really successfully turn back into a human? And will she retain her memories and consciousness from her zombie days? Fu Yixin isn't completely confident or sure. Compared to him, Ling Yi is much braver. She reached out to try to grab the medicine. What's the point of worrying? Just try it and see. She really wants to become a normal person. It's her biggest wish. Seeing her eager to try, Fu Yixin withdrew his hand. Maybe I should try it on a little white mouse first? He's still very nervous inside. What if there are other side effects? What should he do? Zombies and little white mice aren't the same thing. Ling Yi held Fu Yixin's wrist to comfort him. It's okay, just let me try. At worst, if I have an allergic reaction, Fu Yixin can blow on me. If I get a fever, Fu Yixin can give me tomato porridge. Honestly, she can't say she's completely fearless. She's such a cautious, pain-averse, trouble-avoiding, itchy zombie. But she hates suffering the most. She looked up at Fu Yixin with a gentle smile. Anyway, after I take the medicine, you'll stay with me, right? Fu Yixin responded seriously. Yes. Ling Yi blinked her big eyes and asked, then, if we succeed this time, can we have a big tomato feast? At this moment, she still managed to joke and comfort him. What a zombie brain. Fu Yixin couldn't help but laugh out loud, patting her head. Whether we succeed or not, we can have a big tomato feast. Yes, regardless of success, he was determined to take care of her. Completely captivated by her. Perhaps encouraged by the idea of the tomato feast, Ling Yi boldly opened Fu Yixin's palm, as usual, sticking out her little tongue to lick his hand, then parted her lips as if kissing his palm, took the pill, and swallowed it forcefully. She felt the pill slowly dissolve in her throat, gradually becoming hot. Fu Yixin nervously held her shoulder, his voice trembling slightly. How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Ling Yi suddenly frowned, covering her chest, and let out an ugh, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The bright red color made Fu Yixin panic instantly. How could this happen?
Little zombie.
His hands trembled as he quickly hugged her, leaning her to the side. Little zombie, how are you? Are you in pain anywhere? Ling Yi reached out and grabbed Fu Yixin's shirt. Fu Yixin awu, looking very aggrieved. Fu Yixin quickly checked her pulse. Her heartbeat was normal, but he couldn't tell where she was uncomfortable. He held her tighter and asked nervously, Little zombie, does it hurt? No. Is it itchy? Do you feel the same allergy as last time? No, it's not itchy. Seeing Ling Yi's obedient look, Fu Yixin let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't in pain or itchy. But in the next second, Ling Yi suddenly spoke. Fu Yixin, I just took the medicine. Why did you turn off the light?
Can you turn it on?
It's so dark. Fu Yixin was stunned. He immediately realized something, reached out, and waved his hand in front of Ling Yi. Ling Yi didn't react to Fu Yixin's gesture. She still clung tightly to him. Why isn't it bright? Did you turn it on? She touched Fu Yishan's arm, moving upward, hooking her arms around his neck. Turn on the light, okay? Hold me, and take me outside. It's too dark. Don't leave me alone. The little zombie is afraid of pain, itching, trouble, discomfort. And afraid of the dark. Fu Yishan's heart sank deeply as he held her close, letting her cling to him like a koala, her shallow breath spilling onto his chest. He trembled as he turned on all the lights in the room: laboratory, living room, dining area, balcony, bedroom. Bright and glaring, almost blinding. Ling Yi listened to the sound of the lights turning on, trembling more and more in his arms. Fu Yishan slowly spoke. Little zombie, Fu Yishan, am I still a zombie? Ling Yi interrupted him, biting her lip tightly, trying hard not to cry. And maybe I've turned into a blind little zombie. Once she said this, her feelings of grievance overwhelmed her. Ling Yi's nose stung, and she burst into loud tears. Fu Yishan, you bastard, boo-hoo. Her tears and snot splattered all over him. She opened her mouth and bit down hard on his shoulder, using her harmless little zombie teeth. Fu Yishan didn't care about the pain. He patted her back gently, soothing her step by step. Don't be upset. Let me check for you, okay? Ling Yi couldn't hear him at all. The endless darkness made her panic like never before. Besides crying and fussing, she couldn't find any other way to vent her emotions. She was terrified, extremely scared, helpless, frightened, and overwhelmed with panic, all rushed into her heart at once. It was more confusing and unsettling than when she first realized she was alone and turned into a zombie. Fu Yishan lifted her slightly, freeing one hand to hold her wrist. Ling, don't be afraid, okay? I'm here. His deep, steady voice was like a beam of light piercing the darkness. Ling Yi froze for a moment, reached out to touch Fu Yishan's cheek, and replied with a trembling, tearful voice. Okay. Her soft, trembling voice made Fu Yishan feel even more distressed. He forced his voice to sound calm, gentle, and reliable, without a trace of panic, even though his heart was already in chaos. Don't be afraid. Perhaps. Perhaps this is another side effect of the medication, affecting the blood and pressing on your visual nerves. Yes, in other cases, when undergoing medication treatment, similar situations have occurred. Believe me, they usually get better in a few days or even by tomorrow. He is a professor of life sciences and a top scientist in Whaleye City. Of course, none of that matters now. At this moment, he is Ling Yi's only support. He wants her to believe that all problems can be solved as long as he is there. Tomorrow, Ling Yi murmured as if she suddenly grasped the lifeline. Yes, maybe just a good night's sleep will fix it, Fu Yishan said, holding her tighter. Don't be afraid. I am here. Ling Yi fell into a silent, uncertain state. Fu Yishan gently held her and walked to the dining table, placing her on it. Then he picked up a tomato from nearby and held it under her nose. Smell this. Feel it. This is your favorite tomato. Ling Yi stared ahead with a blank look. She took the tomato with both hands, smelling its sweet, familiar scent and touching its smooth surface. Her mood slowly calmed down. Fu Yishan gently stroked her back of the head. I will also help check you. If you need medication to speed up your recovery, we'll take it. If it will heal on its own, we'll wait. Is that okay? This is a tomato. Ling Yi sniffed the tomato twice, then placed it back on the table. Suddenly, she reached out straight toward Fu Yishan. He thought she was scared again, so he quickly leaned down closer, ready for her to reach out and grab him. But Ling Yi didn't pull his clothes or his arm like usual. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Fu Yishan's waist. This is Fu Yishan's waist. Even tomorrow, it still felt very long to her. She wanted to adapt to the darkness quickly, just like she did when she became a little zombie back then. Her hands moved up along his body. This is Fu Yishan's chest. In the past, she only knew that Fu Yishan's set was nice, and his face looked comfortable. Yes, she liked this feeling too. Ling Yi's fingers slowly brushed over his neck and Adam's apple. This is Fu Yishan's chin. She also slightly frowned her eyebrows. This Fu Yishan. He stayed in the lab for several days studying medicine, and his stubble had become rough. Ling Yi's fingers continued to move upward until they finally touched a soft spot. She couldn't help but gently press it, feeling the comfortable sensation. I know, this is Fu Yixin's mouth. Fu Yixin allowed her to move, but his arms remained wrapped around her sides, protecting her, worried she might accidentally fall off the table since she couldn't see. Suddenly, she leaned in and took a deep breath in his embrace. I remember these, and I remember Fu Yixin's scent. Fu Yixin understood that this little zombie was quietly adapting to the darkness. Using a sense of touch and smell more sensitive than humans, the little zombie was adjusting. When Ling Yi reached out again, Fu Yixin quickly offered his arm. He heard a pitiful voice. Can you let me touch other parts of the house too? Okay. Fu Yixin picked her up from the table and held her hand on the surface. You can touch this. It's the table. On it, there are tomatoes you like every day. Ling Yi's fingers wandered along the edge of the table for a while. Then she boldly reached forward to explore, while her other hand nervously held onto Fu Yixin. Fu Yixin's gaze stayed on her the whole time, never leaving her side, quietly accompanying her as she refamiliarized herself with their home in the dark. This is the kitchen. Over here is the fridge. Inside there are tomatoes and tomato sauce you like. Be careful when you take the tomato sauce from the spot. He carefully guided her hand into the fridge, holding her fingers. The fridge was cool and dark, and because she couldn't see, the cold glass bottles felt even more chilling. Ling Yi instinctively recoiled but quickly grasped Fu Yixin's fingers again. She was scared. Fu Yixin paused, then held her hand again, and closed the fridge door. If you feel too cold, just call me when you want to eat. I'll help you get it, warm it up, and give it to you. He gently held her hand and patiently guided her from behind. This is the sink. You often skip washing your hands and go straight for the tomatoes. Fu Yixin's long fingers turned on the tap, and he wrapped little Ling Yi in his arms, letting the gentle water flow over her hands and fingers. Once she was no longer afraid, he bent down and gently massaged her palms. He was like a teacher guiding her to rediscover the world. Currently, she has accidentally fallen into endless darkness. He is her light and her eyes. Although Ling Yi's gaze is empty, she feels the warmth of his embrace behind her and hears his deep, soothing voice, which gives her a sense of safety. Suddenly, she remembers something and turns to ask him, "Since I can't see now, are you helping me wash?" Because Ling Yi cannot see, she cannot judge the distance between them. When she suddenly turns her head, her soft lips almost brush against Fu Yixin's cheek. Fu Yixin is stunned. In the past, Ling Yi had kissed him before, and they had shared more intimate touches, but those were during her sleepwalking episodes, and she would forget everything after waking up. So, Fu Yixin would comfort himself, thinking it didn't count. But this time, Ling Yi was fully awake. She looked into his eyes, showing confusion and sadness, with her soft lips close to his. Just now, those pink lips had brushed his cheek lightly, like a feather, soft, gentle, and a little ticklish. He knew that feeling was caused by the brain releasing various neurotransmitters and serotonin decreasing, which made the front part of the brain less active. Fu Yixin. Fu Yixin. Ling Yi tentatively called his name twice, then leaned toward him by scent, reaching out her hands to feel around. When you can't see, even a small lack of response makes you feel very scared. But on the other hand, Fu Yixin's body temperature felt much higher than usual, like a fever. The closer to her skin, the hotter it seemed. Cough, cough. Don't move around. Fu Yixin quickly held her restless hands, his voice slightly hoarse, and changed the subject. I've finished feeling around the kitchen. Let's go to the living room now. So Ling Yi followed him slowly into the living room, step by step. He held her hand and gently guided her to touch the objects in the room, softly reminding her, "This is the sofa, and your blanket is on it. There's a cabinet nearby. Be careful not to kick anything when you pass by." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi suddenly felt her foot kick something. It had 4 corners and seemed unfamiliar. She had never noticed it before. Curious, she pulled Fu Yixin and bent down, reaching out to explore the object on the ground. A small, square box. It looks like a soft plastic cover. She sniffed it near her nose, and it seemed to have no smell, or maybe it did. Ling Yi held up the small box in confusion. Fu Yishan, what is this? Fu Yishan hesitated. It was something he bought on the first day Ling Yi visited his house, when he asked Abu to help buy clothes for girls. Abu also bought this for him, saying he might need it. A box of condoms, 2 in a pack. It was labeled ultra-thin intimate experience. He still hadn't used it. How could he use it with a little zombie? Although, it was true that this little zombie would pounce on him, tear his robe, touch him everywhere, and nibble on him wildly. In the early morning, with blood boiling, his whole body was stirred up, feeling hot and hard to control. Then, when the distant zombie attack stopped, she also calmed down, snuggling on him and making cute snoring sounds. He had to pretend nothing happened. He didn't know if he should be glad that nothing really happened.
It was just so frustrating.
He had thought about throwing this box away. Every time he tidied up, he would pick it up, put it down, pick it up again. And in the end, he inexplicably kept it. He wasn't expecting anything. No, that's not right. So, what is this, Fu Yishan? Ling Yi thought he didn't hear her earlier, so she asked again, shaking the small box. She heard something inside, like 2 thin objects clinking together, and curiously bit it near her mouth. Seeing her about to bite through the plastic, Fu Yishan had to take the box away helplessly. His lips twitched as he quickly thought of a scientific and serious explanation. It's made of rubber. A barrier device used to reduce the risk of disease transmission and unintended pregnancy in women, he explained, but it still didn't seem clear. Ling Yi's vacant eyes showed even more confusion. It sounded like a piece of lab equipment, with no vivid scene or picture. If it was lab equipment, she could understand why Fu Yishan would have it. She continued to ask innocently, So, do you use this often? I haven't seen you use it before. No, Fu Yishan's Adam's apple moved. I haven't used it. Indeed, I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Ling Yi smiled and tilted her face up to ask him, So, when will you use it? Just tell me when you do, and I'll know how to use it too. You don't need to know how to use it. I know how to use it, Fu Yishan replied, his ears turning a deep red. He quickly cleared his throat to hide his nervousness. As he spoke, he looked into Ling Yi's face, focusing on her gradually clearer chin line. Recently, he had been busy in the lab and had let this little zombie grow thin from hunger. Little zombie, are you hungry? Maybe I should cook some noodles for you. Fu Yishan is a good cook. When the noodles were served, Ling Yishan sat at the table, took a deep breath, and felt very comfortable, her shoulders rising happily. In the air, there was a sweet and sour tomato smell, along with the rich aroma of eggs and buckwheat noodles. If she sniffed carefully, she could tell Fu Yishan had sprinkled some green onions on top. Although Ling Yi couldn't see, just by the smell, she thought this bowl of noodles must look very delicious. Fu Yishan handed the noodles and chopsticks to Ling Yi, saying, Eat while it's hot, little zombie. However, Ling Yi wasn't as excited as usual. The little zombie was confused. She couldn't see the bowl, the chopsticks, or the noodles. Fu Yishan, you have no heart. Ling Yi shyly fumbled on the table for the chopsticks, trying to find both of them. After hesitating for a few seconds, she sniffed and tentatively reached out with the chopsticks. Suddenly, there was a loud clack. Sure enough, the chopsticks hit the side of the bowl, making a clear sound. Ling Yi drooped her head, feeling very wronged. Now, she was a blind little zombie who couldn't even eat a bowl of noodles. She wanted to cry and toss the chopsticks aside to think about her zombie life. Before she could start crying loudly, she suddenly felt someone hold her wrist. I'll do it. Fu Yishan's warm hand took her chopsticks away. She could even hear him gently blowing on the noodles before picking them up. Then a deep, magnetic voice said, Open your mouth. Ling Yi obediently opened her mouth, and a mouthful of noodles was placed inside, neither hot nor cold, just the right temperature. She happily slurped a big mouthful and then heard him say, Careful, I'll give you some soup. A spoonful of soup was slowly fed into her mouth, warm and fragrant. Every pore in her body felt comfortable, and she couldn't help but lick her lips in satisfaction. You're so old, yet you're still eating with your mouth full. In the darkness, Ling Yi felt a damp tissue gently wiping at the corner of her mouth. Fu Yishan was like that again, complaining on the surface, but wiping her so gently and carefully that she couldn't help but wiggle her toes with pleasure. Suddenly, she thought, if only she were temporarily blind, she could experience the true meaning of being served on a silver platter. It was Fu Yishan taking care of her. Thinking this, Ling felt even more proud. Fu Yishan, I want to eat tomatoes. Okay. Fu Yishan, next bite, I want to eat eggs. Okay. Fu Yishan, the little zombie wants to drink soup. Help me blow on it. Okay. At the dining table, one person carefully fed and wiped her mouth, while the other happily shook her little head and feet, creating a warm, cozy scene. Until Ling Yi stretched lazily and said, Fu Yishan, I want to take a bath. Fu Yishan was momentarily stunned. Ling Yi immediately changed to a look of grievance. Well, I can't see. She reached out her hand, blindly groping forward, and added seriously, oh, poor little zombie who can't see. So pitiful, so pitiful. Fu Yishan suddenly felt that this little zombie seemed to have adapted to this blindness mode. It even seemed to know how to turn this blindness into a life where everything was done for her. Clothes come when called, food comes when asked, and she would stay still when she could, let Fu Yishan do things when needed. Ling Yi sniffed and reached out to grab his sleeve. Fu Yishan, just help me wash my face, brush my teeth, get my clothes, blow bubbles, put on my clothes, scrub my back, and dry my hair. Then, Fu Yishan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was this little zombie planning to have him help her wash all over?
How could that be?
This was bathing, a process that requires close contact with every inch of the body. Fu Yishan had even thought about treating this little fellow like a stray cat or dog from Weilai University. Just rinse, blow dry, and finish.
But she
clearly is a zombie. A little zombie who looks just like a normal woman, except for her red pupils and small fangs. Unlike stray cats and dogs, she has a pair of legs that love to wrap around his waist and arms that like to hold around his neck. Her waist is so small that he can cover it completely with one hand. Her tiny body feels soft and warm even through her clothes. Yet, she always looks at him with innocent eyes and softly calls his name, just like now. Fu Yishan, please. Okay, it leaves him feeling helpless. Later, Ling Yi was carried into the bathroom by Fu Yishan. He stopped supporting her and stopped holding her, just lifting her by the hand. He could hear thump thump, but he didn't know whose heartbeat it was. Fu Yishan filled the bathtub with warm water and added plenty of bubbles, as the little zombie requested. He reached out to check the water temperature. It's warm enough. You can get in and wash yourself. Ling Yi heard him say, wash yourself, and quickly reached out, making a pitiful sound. I can't see, wah wah. Fu Yishan, you're so unkind. I only became blind because I took your medicine. You're so irresponsible, wah wah. Her words were precise and touching. Fu Yishan sighed helplessly. Come here. He placed her hand on the edge of the bathtub and patiently guided her. This is the bathtub. Towels and clean clothes are on the side. I'll wait outside the door. It was clear he was still planning to leave her alone in the bathroom. Ling Yi looked very upset, tears welling up in her eyes. Wah wah. I don't want to wash myself. Fu Yishan looked serious and said, because I am a man and you are a woman. Ling Yi interrupted him directly, puffing out her chest. You're a grown man. What are you arguing about with a female zombie? Fu Yishan. She pouted her lips very much. Don't you still like watching videos of women taking baths? Why are you now unhappy about a female zombie taking a bath? His face darkened. Don't mention that video again. His reputation was damaged, and he was hit with 1,000 points of criticism. Seeing that she was being stubborn, he softened his attitude and leaned on his arm, acting coquettishly. Fu Yishan, please don't leave, okay? Imagine this. I am now in complete darkness. I can't see the bathtub, the towels, or the clothes I need to change into. I feel very unsafe. If you're not with me, I would be very scared and helpless. Ling Yi reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Maybe. You could turn around? But don't walk away. Don't go too far. I need to call you if I need anything. Fu Yishan sighed and turned around. All right, then. Hurry up. At least, because of him, she couldn't see anything. She was so timid, so I decided to stay with her. Thinking for a moment, He took a few steps away from the bathtub. Before Fu Yishan could steady himself, Ling Yi's voice came from behind him. Fu Yishan, where should I put my clothes after I take them off? I can't see. Could you come over and help me hold them? His ears turned slightly red. Whatever. Just don't trip yourself, and throw them a bit farther. As soon as he finished speaking, a t-shirt was hanging on his shoulder. This little zombie was surprisingly accurate with her throws. Things were getting stranger. Ling Yi threw her skirt and socks toward him. Wait! Before he could stop her, a pink lace polka-dot bra landed right on his arm. Fu Yishan. Fu Yishan, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you. Could you come over here? Ling Yi poked her head out. No need, no need. I didn't say anything. Just go ahead and wash your own bath. Fu Yishan coughed softly, carefully removing each piece of clothing hanging on him with his nails and tossing them into a laundry basket nearby. Just as he relaxed a little, Ling Yi started giving more commands from behind. Fu Yishan, I can't find the towel. Can you pass it to me? He naturally dared not turn around, so he grabbed the towel and handed it back. Here. One person couldn't see and the other dared not look. Their two hands stretched out straight in the small bathroom, missing each other perfectly. Fu Yishan, where are you? I can't find you, Ling Yi said as she reached forward, feeling around. Fu Yishan didn't dare turn to look, so he just stretched his arm forward again. Following the sound and her scent, Ling Yi's soft hand touched his back, and she didn't hold back, wrapping her arms around him. Why didn't you say anything? I almost couldn't find you. Fu Yishan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his back stiffened. Just now, Ling Yi's t-shirt and underwear had been thrown into the laundry basket, and now she was pressed against him, her body, without a single piece of clothing. He clenched the towel in his hand, his breathing becoming increasingly irregular. Taking a deep breath in place, Fu Yishan seemed to make a firm decision. He closed his eyes, forcefully unfolded the towel in his hand, and quickly wrapped it around the small zombie girl behind him. Ling Yi was caught completely off guard, wrapped tightly. Fu Yishan finally dared to open his eyes. He met Ling Yi's hollow gaze, her small body wrapped in the large towel, looking confused. His eyes unconsciously traced down her neck, sliding over her fair skin, inch by inch. His Adam's apple moved sharply, and his voice became deeper. The towel is on you now. Before Ling Yi could speak, he pushed her gently to the edge of the bathtub. It was very cold and unkind.
Ling Yi responded softly. Oh.
At this moment, Fu Yishan closed his eyes, turned away, and his heart beat faster, uncontrollably. Actually, it was easier if he didn't close his eyes. When he did, his hearing seemed to amplify infinitely. He seemed to see the towel falling to the ground, and then Ling Yi's foot slowly entering the bathtub, toes touching the water, ripples spreading out. Then, her delicate but charming body slowly submerged into the water, her hand raised, lifting a mist of water vapor. The clear water droplets dripped onto her collarbone, sliding down her skin. He seemed to hear Ling Yi softly calling his name, just like always.
Fu Yishan, Fu Yishan. Fu Yishan.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Fu Yishan.
Save me, wah. Gurgle, gurgle. Why are strange sounds mixing in? Fu Yishan suddenly snapped back to reality. Turning around, he saw Ling Yi's entire body slipping into the bathtub, struggling and moving up and down. The bathtub was already quite large, and Ling Yi was petite. With lots of bubbles, she lost her footing and slid directly into the water. The little zombie girl inside the water was panicked, shouting for help, splashing water wildly, choking on water several times, unable to say a single word clearly. Fu Yishan didn't think much, and quickly pulled Ling Yi out of the water, with a quick step. As soon as she breathed in fresh air, Ling Yi clung to Fu Yishan like a lifeline, holding him tightly. The fear of escaping death was still lingering, and she used a lot of strength to hold on to him, her hands around his neck, her legs around his waist, and her head, wet with water and bubbles, kept pressing into his chest. Despite still choking on water and mumbling in her tears, she was incoherent and full of grievance. Cough, cough, awu, awu. I was so scared, like a zombie. The little zombie thought it was going to die, drowning in the water, Awu cough cough. Fu Yishan was completely soaked too. It was as if he had been pulled out of the water with her. His hair was dripping, his shoulders were wet. His chest, waist, and legs were soaked. He instinctively wanted to reach out, as he usually did, to comfort this frightened little one in his arms. But with no clothes to cover her smooth, delicate skin. He didn't know where to touch, frozen in midair. This warm, soft body was pressed against him, trembling and rising with each breath, her hands tightening around him, almost suffocating him. His blood rushed to his face and ears. Ling Yi rested her head on his chest, feeling more and more wronged. I already said. The blind little zombie can't wash himself, but you didn't believe me. Fu Yishan, you're so irresponsible. Awu, awu. Fu Yishan, why is your heartbeat so fast? Fu Yishan, why are you so hot again? Sit still. Fu Yishan leaned down and gently placed Ling Yi back into the bathtub. Just wash her. Just do it. It's better than her drowning herself in the tub. He adjusted his breathing, forced himself to take a deep breath, and picked up the soft bath brush hanging on the wall. In the bathroom, Ling Yi's voice gradually sounded. Fu Yishan, it feels so good. Wow, you're really good at this. Ugh. Gentle, gentle. I feel so light and floaty. Fu Yishan's face darkened. Shut up, this boundaryless zombie, who couldn't speak properly, shouldn't be talking nonsense. The soft bristled bath brush moved up and down as Ling Yi happily lay in the bathtub, not wanting to move at all. This is so comfortable. Her little feet unconsciously peeked out from the foam-filled bathtub, splashing bubbles all over the bathroom. Fu Yishan's technique was good, but it was too boring. The young man at the hair salon near the market would chat a little while washing hair for customers. Ling Yi decided to break the silence herself. Fu Yishan, have you ever bathed other women? Fu Yishan's face darkened. No, Ling Yi proudly shook her little head. So, am I your first girl to take a bath? Fu Yishan. Wasn't the first time he spent with her enough? And each time, it was more unbelievable than the last. Finally, the strange scene of helping a zombie take a bath was over. Fu Yishan wrapped a bathrobe around Ling Yi and placed a dry towel on her head. All right, go outside and put on your clothes, Ling Yi. Fu Yishan, you have no heart. Are you just going to dismiss a blind little zombie like that? Before she could speak, Fu Yishan slightly parted his lips. I got wet too. I'll take a shower and change my clothes. It sounded reasonable and fair. Go out first, change your clothes, and dry your hair so you don't catch a cold, Fu Yishan said as he tried to push Ling Yi out. Wait. Ling Yi held the door, her eyes wide and watery. I won't go out.
I've afraid. Fu Yishan paused.
This little zombie couldn't possibly cling to him, even when he was taking a shower. Ling Yi felt the force pushing her out was weaker, so she grabbed a stool and sat down heavily. You go shower, I'll wait here for you, Fu Yishan. Ling Yi tugged at the towel on her head. I told you, a little zombie doesn't take up space. And I don't mind at all. Fu Yishan's face darkened. But I mind. Ling Yi pouted. I'm now a blind little zombie. I can't even peek at you while you shower. So, I guess I'm the one losing out. Fu Yishan. That's true. She couldn't see either. In the end, she was just
a zombie.
With that, Fu Yishan reluctantly turned on the shower, washing himself in the strangest bath he had ever taken. Outside the shower, a small figure was swinging its feet and resting its chin, staring at him in a strange way. He couldn't help but speak, little zombie. Could you turn around? Ling Yi, sitting on a stool, argued. You can't see me anyway. Why are you shy? Fu Yishan paused, speaking more firmly. Turn around, or tonight's tomato. Ling Yi immediately, obediently turned around. Since it didn't really matter to her, she simply complied. The blind little zombie could only rely on hearing. She sharply twitched her ears, noticing that the movements in the shower behind her seemed hurried and a bit anxious. Suddenly, Ling Yi wondered if Fu Yishan, usually so cold and aloof, would feel shy and nervous when being watched while bathing. What would he look like? She was so curious, she couldn't help but giggle. Are you planning something bad again? Fu Yishan, already feeling anxious, frowned tightly. No way. Little zombie said no, so no. Ling Yi confidently denied, quickly changing the subject. Fu Yishin, I have a question for you. You're a scientist from the R organization, right? Is the whole organization researching that zombie turning back into a human medicine? Fu Yishin hesitated, answering thoughtfully, no, only I am. Ling Yi paused, then cheerfully said, then it must be because Fu Yishin is very talented. Having only one person's research behind it means something significant. Ling Yi wasn't stupid either. In this city of Weilai, where zombies and humans are enemies, humans probably want to eliminate all zombies, which is why they hold the R organization in such high regard for their ability to kill zombies. At this moment, the idea of turning zombies back into humans seemed bold, absurd, and not what most people expected. But as long as Fu Yishin was still researching, she had hope to become human again and live a normal life. Ling Yi tilted her head and asked, do you think the medicine you're researching to turn zombies back into humans really exists? Fu Yishin didn't answer. He wasn't sure either. Especially after repeated failures, Ling Yi had experienced allergic reactions, fevers, and blindness. He suddenly wondered if he hadn't been researching this medicine, maybe Ling Yi would still be carefree and happy now. Whenever I see bright red tomatoes, I feel happy and carefree. Little zombie, Fu Yishin spoke softly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I caused you so much suffering. All this pain came from his wild imagination as a scientist who proposed the bold idea that zombies can become humans again. Ling Yi quickly shook her head to deny. That's not true, Fu Yishin, but you're the magician who can turn my little zombie back into a human, and there's only one Fu Yishin in the world. Magician. Only one Fu Yishin in the world. His gentle tone seemed soft, but it touched Fu Yishin deeply, melting his heart. He slightly smiled, put on his bathrobe, and came out of the shower, pushing Ling Yi's stool in front of the mirror. Fu Yishin, what are you doing? You're taking a good bath. Why suddenly appear? Ling Yi was so scared she grabbed his collar. A gentle, warm laugh came from above. Fu Yishin picked up the towel on Ling Yi's head and affectionately dried her hair. I finished my shower. Now I'll blow dry your hair. Your hair needs to be dried quickly to avoid catching a cold. Relax, this time I'll be gentle and won't burn you. Are you ready? Then I'll start. In Ling Yi's mind, Fu Yishin was somewhat unpredictable. Just now, after helping her blow dry her hair, he suddenly bent down and carried her out. Compared to carrying her, Ling Yi preferred being held like a princess. She could nestle in Fu Yishin's arms, feeling very safe, and sometimes she could hear his heartbeat pounding faster. Especially when she couldn't see her surroundings, she really needed that sense of security.
But
where was Fu Yishin taking her? Oh no! To the living room. Ling Yi keenly sensed Fu Yishin was about to lay her on the sofa. She instinctively curled up and grabbed his collar tightly, hesitatingly saying, Can we not sleep on the sofa? She clearly felt the strength in Fu Yishin's arms pause. Quickly, she added,
I'm scared.
Can you not stay too far away from me? It sounds like a reasonable request.
But
for Fu Yishin, the last time Ling Yi slept on his bed was because she was feverish and confused, out of humanitarian care. Then, he kept taking cold showers late into the night. It's exhausting. So this time, he firmly refused without thinking. No, Ling Yi immediately cried out loud. Fu Yishin, you have no heart. You're so irresponsible. Boo-hoo. I'm only like this because I took your medicine and went blind. If I can't see at night and fall off the balcony, well, this trick works very well, every time. Fu Yishin really couldn't stand her crying, fussing, and acting pitiful, and he was genuinely worried. If Ling Yi sleepwalked and fell off the balcony, he had to turn her around and carry her into his room. Big bed. The soft, nice-smelling big bed she liked. But before Ling Yi could happily rejoice, she heard. It seemed like the sound of blankets and sheets falling to the ground. Then she was placed on the floor.
Fu Yishin.
He actually made her sleep on the floor. Ling Yi pouted slightly and muttered, So hard, not as comfortable as your bed. Fu Yishin, you don't. I have no heart. Fu Yishin cut her off, grabbing her line. The sofa outside is soft too. It's too late to regret now. No regrets, no regrets. Good night. Fu Yishin. Ling Yi quickly pulled the blanket and lay down, thinking that a small zombie like her shouldn't suffer losses. Suddenly, there was a thud. Ling Yi's little zombie had missed the pillow perfectly and hit the hard ground, hurting her so much she felt dizzy. Awu, awu, where's the pillow? Fu Yishin, you're really heartless. The little zombie was feeling wronged, whimpering and crying. Fu Yishin watched her, suicide, into the bed with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Seeing her clutching her head and wailing, he had no choice but to lean down, gently lift her head, and with his other hand help her adjust the pillow. Probably because his attention was on the pillow and bedding on the ground, he didn't notice how close she was to him. She was full of his scent, even feeling the faint stubble on his chin. Her ears turned red. Fu Yishin. Before he could react, Fu Yishin was still stunned.
Can you
shave your beard? It's a bit prickly. Fu Yishin paused, only then realizing that Ling Yi's lips were almost touching his chin. At this moment, their distance was very intimate and close. It seemed that if he tilted his head slightly, he could kiss her. Thud. With a dull sound, Fu Yishin loosened his grip, and Ling Yi's head tilted backward again. This time, luck was on his side. Her head just sank into the pillow. But he couldn't avoid it. She let out a sharp, loud cry. Ling Yi touched the back of her head. Where was Fu Yishin? The sound of an electric shaver came from the suite.
Ling Yi.
Fu Yishin. This guy has good intentions, but not enough. That night was especially quiet. So quiet that every time Ling Yi turned over, Fu Yishin could hear it clearly. Any small movement under the bed made him feel tense all over. Finally, after Ling Yi had turned over dozens of times, a soft, familiar voice came from under the bed. Fu Yishin, I think I can't sleep. Fu Yishin. He also couldn't sleep, of course. With someone suddenly in the room, how could he sleep peacefully? Ling Yi tentatively asked, Fu Yishin, do you tell stories? I read in books that if you can't sleep, you should listen to stories. What a strange request. Fu Yishin turned to his side, facing away from her. I don't tell stories. But you're an all-powerful scientist. Scientists usually don't tell stories. You're also a professor? Do professors always tell stories when asked? Then how about this? Tell me what you usually tell your students. What do you usually tell your students? Fu Yishin thought for a moment before slowly speaking. The chemistry of life is a discipline that studies living organisms as the research object, applying chemical theories and methods to analyze the chemical composition of substances within living organisms and the chemical changes during life processes at the molecular level.
Ling Yi.
Organisms in nature, from E. coli to humans, from algae to higher plants, look and function very differently. All living beings are very similar at the cellular and molecular level, composed of four main types of biomolecules: sugar, fats, nucleic acids, and proteins, as well as water and inorganic ions. Fu Yishin paused thoughtfully and said seriously, zombies are actually the same, especially since this race is a mutation of humans. The medicine that can turn zombies back into humans still exists. Does this answer the question she asked him in the bathroom? But it seemed the bedding under the bed didn't respond. He frowned slightly and sat up. Little zombie, from under the bed, a steady breathing sound came. Da huff huff. So, she's asleep? It seems, as a professor of life sciences at Weilai University, he has quite a talent for telling bedtime stories. Listening to her calm breathing, Fu Yishin couldn't help but peek at Ling Yi sleeping on the ground. As usual, her sleeping posture was awkward, spread out, kicking the blanket far away. He silently sighed, got up to pick up the blanket, and gently cover her with it. Fu Yishin, Ling Yi, perhaps dreaming of something, suddenly called his name, then started to make smacking sounds, hugging the blanket and turning over with a mumble. Fu Yishin's gaze softened, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch her little head.
Little zombie.
When she's not being troublesome, she's quite cute. But just as he sat back on his own bed after leaving the ground, Ling Yi suddenly wobbled up from behind him. Her pupils dark and glowing with a hunting red, her sharp teeth grinding with a creepy sound. When Fu Yixin sensed something was wrong, he turned his head, only to see Ling Yi throw herself at him, baring her teeth. With a loud howl, she roughly pressed against him, and they both fell onto the bed. Perhaps her blindness affected her sleepwalking, making her more irritable than usual. She rode on Fu Yixin's body, constantly howling and twisting.
Little zombie.
Don't move around. His large hand held her waist, trying to steady her movements. Unconsciously, his voice grew hoarse, even his eyes misty. Ling Yi suddenly stopped, not because she heard Fu Yixin calling her, but because she turned her head, staring blankly outside the window. This strange action made Fu Yixin feel a shock inside. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. All I hear are the other's soft breaths and increasingly rapid heartbeat. Thump, 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 clang, with the sound of a bell. Ling Yi, like a puppet losing control, fell into Fu Yixin's arms. The passionate kiss suddenly stopped, and her previously restless emotions quickly disappeared after snuggling into his embrace, leaving only gentle breathing and whispers, as obedient as a cat. In the darkness, Fu Yixin's forehead was covered with a light sweat, and his breathing was deep and sexy. He looked down at the little person in his arms. She had irresponsibly and peacefully completed a lively meal in her sleep, leaving him with a grand, unfulfilled, and already ended spring dream. His finger moved instinctively, lightly touching her slightly exposed canine tooth. It would be nice if she were a bit taller. He was about to move her from his arms to the pillow beside him when Ling Yi suddenly stiffened, tightly grabbing his collar, and softly whimpered, "Fu Yixin, don't go. I'm scared of the dark." What a timid little ghost. Her small hand somehow had enough strength to hold on tightly and refused to let go. Anyway, this wasn't the first time she played cute and pouted. Fu Yixin could only helplessly keep holding her, gently patting her back with his hand. Night fell again, returning to silence and warmth. The next morning, Fu Yixin was awakened by a sharp scream from in his arms. "Awu, awu. Awu, awu." Fu Yixin. Not only was there screaming and crying, but also grabbing and kicking. Basically, endless restlessness and panic. Fu Yixin rolled onto his side, pressing down on the little one, his big hand passing through her small palm, clasping her hand with his fingers, supporting himself above her, stopping her from moving her limbs. A hazy, hoarse voice came from above Ling Yi's head. "I'm here." This lazy tone of voice sounded, how should I say, like she was after the fact. Lying down, Ling Yi felt the overwhelming presence of Fu Yixin. She unconsciously swallowed hard. "Fu Yixin, you're still very dark. I still can't see. You said I'd be fine after sleep, but you lied to me. It might take some more time. I'll draw some blood for tests later." Fu Yixin looked down at her. "Don't worry too much. Even if I can't recover quickly, I will find a way to cure you, okay?" Ling Yi forced herself to stay calm, but she could feel her ears growing hot and unresponsive. How did I end up on your bed?" Because she clearly felt that when Fu Yixin supported himself on both sides of her body, the whole bed sank down. Right now, she was on Fu Yixin's bed, a big, soft, comfortable bed. But yesterday, she had slept on the floor. It was hard and uncomfortable. It seemed that the last time she was unwell with a fever, Fu Yixin also carried her onto the bed in the middle of the night.
Haha, men.
The books say they don't care, but their bodies are always honest. He clearly cares about her, this little zombie, but he won't admit it. She boldly stretched out her hands, trying to reach around Fu Yixin's neck like she usually did. Is it because our great Professor Fu, seeing the little zombie sleeping on the floor, felt too sad to bear? But last night, Fu Yixin had unbuttoned his collar for her to bite, so when Ling Yi reached out, her hand slid along his clothes and touched his strong chest. It felt nice, but for a moment, the atmosphere froze. He was above her, she was below, and her hand was messing around on his chest. "It's you who climbed up there. It has nothing to do with me." Fu Yixin paused, his eyes clearing, and he sat up to straighten his collar. Ling Yi immediately felt embarrassed and awkward. No way, no way. Did she sleepwalk again last night? She instinctively touched her fangs. and let out a scream that was even more terrible. I didn't wear my braces last night. Did I bite you? Are you okay? Because she was worried that her sleepwalking might hurt Fuishin, she always wore her braces just in case. But this time, she forgot in her blindness. Fuishin. Did she bite him?
She asked.
Is he okay? He looked at the bite marks and love bites all over his body, red and swollen. The answer was obvious. Fortunately, she is blind and cannot see. But it seems that, upon closer inspection, she might have come to him willingly. No, Fuishin chooses to deny. You just crawled into my bed and fell asleep quickly. Yes, very quickly. From crawling into the bed to falling asleep, it probably took about an hour. During that hour, she was biting. Not a single moment was wasted. Terrible memories flooded back like a storm, soft, opening lips, eager pulling, the air burning thin. Fuishin forced himself to take a few deep breaths, turned, and went into the bathroom of the suite. He roughly scooped a handful of cold water at the sink and splashed it on his face, trying to calm down and forget all the ridiculous images from last night. It was just a little bit more. Really, just a little more. Last night, he couldn't hold back anymore. Even this morning, when he heard her voice, he felt something strange inside him calling out. But outside the bathroom, her gentle voice sounded again. Fuishin, I also want to brush my teeth and wash my face. Can you help me, Fuishin? Before Ling Yi finished speaking, he felt a strong force coming at him, and he was immediately pulled out of bed. Then, the slim waist of the man pressed her against the cold sink. The mouthwash cup was pressed to Ling Yi's lips without warning, and her voice, sounding as cold and indifferent as the sink, came from Fuishin. Open your mouth. Gulp, gulp. Fuishin, can you be a little gentler? Lean your head over. Awu, awu. All right, you can go out now. I don't want to go out by myself. I'm scared. Thus, on the second day after the little zombie lost her sight, Ling Yi became Fuishin's constant companion. While Fuishin was making breakfast, she clung tightly to his legs, refusing to let go. When the tomato sandwich was ready, she, unable to see or reach, coquettishly begged Fuishin to cut it open and feed her bite by bite. Even when Fuishin was doing the dishes, Ling Yi sat on the kitchen island, playing with things on the table and occasionally ordering him. Fuishin, I can't reach my tomato. Can you pass it to me? Fuishin, are you done? I can't hear your voice anymore. Fuishin, I think I lost my sock. Could you please help me find it? Fuishin bent down, picked up a small white sock from the ground, gently held her ankle, and put it back on her. He never imagined that bringing back this rare experiment from the trash would lead to him brushing her teeth, washing her face, and putting on her socks someday. It was both funny and a bit sad. He looked up at Ling Yikong's empty, confused eyes, which looked straight ahead because she was blind, and fell into silence. How did this little zombie become so boundaryless? Forget it, if he made this blind little zombie, he would take responsibility. At this moment, Ling Yi's small hand was still exploring the table surface. Suddenly, she felt something flat with many bumps. Curious, she pressed down hard. The loud noise from the TV startled her so much that she jumped up from the island and directly pounced into Fuishin's arms. Awu! What's that noise? It scared the little zombie to death. The blind little zombie was more easily frightened than ever before. Ling Yi's hands tightly grabbed the back of Fuishin's shirt, and her small body trembled uncontrollably. Fuishin looked down at the little creature hanging on him again, sighed, and turned down the volume of the TV with the remote. Honestly, this blind cat, jumping onto its owner, was surprisingly accurate. Okay, it's okay now. He gently patted Ling Yi's back, signaling her to get down from him. After the TV sound was lowered, she could hear the content clearly. Weekend Special. Weekend Special. Whalai City Amusement Park presents a special tomato-themed parade. Buy one ticket, get one free. Only this week. Hearing this, Ling Yi was no longer afraid. A tomato-themed parade. She swallowed hard and pointed in the direction of the sound. Fuishin. Everyone knew the little zombie had a kind heart. Fuishin frowned. Amusement park? Not interested. He never liked crowded places. If you don't get down, I'll throw you, Fu Yishan urged, leaning down to forcibly put the little creature hanging on him down. If you don't agree, I won't get down. Ling Yi tightly hugged Fu Yishan around the waist, her ankles hooked behind his back, her small head desperately burrowing into his neck. Fu Yishan's eyes darkened a bit.
Does this little zombie
know what she's doing? Seeing that Fu Yishan didn't respond, Ling Yi's voice softened further. You're not interested, but I am. You said I might be temporarily blind because of some visual nerve pressure, right? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll suddenly clear up and see again. Her words were a bit rough, but her reasoning was not without reason. There have been cases where patients were stimulated and then their vision recovered. Fu Yishan thought carefully. Since it's daytime now, a quick trip there and back probably wouldn't be too dangerous. It seemed okay to take her with him. Is that all right, Fu Yishan? Ling Yi used one hand to pull at his clothes, while the other still tightly gripped his collar to prevent him from dropping her. A spoiled little zombie who loves to act cute, Ling Yi knew how to handle that. Fu Yishan helplessly agreed. You can go, but you can't run around. Ling Yi smiled happily. What are you saying? I can't see. Where would I run to? Later, Ling Yi proved with her actions that a blind little zombie still had the ability to run around. Probably because of the popular buy one get one free promotion, the entire amusement park was bustling. Fu Yishan held Ling Yi's elbow tightly, not daring to loosen his grip, afraid that this wild little zombie would disappear into the crowd in an instant. Watching her joyful back, he sighed deeply. When they got back, he would write, intermittent fear of the dark, persistent love of eating and playing, into his observation report for Subject 01, marking it in bold red. Fu Yishan, over here, over here. Although Ling Yi couldn't see, she relied entirely on her sense of smell to immerse herself in the park, weaving through the crowd with Fu Yishan. They stopped precisely in front of a stall piled high with tomatoes, where she pointed. Fu Yishan, I want this one. Fu Yishan. He hesitated, opening his palm in front of Ling Yi to make sure she still responded as usual. She only looked up expectantly, waiting for him to buy her some tomatoes. Her hopeful, pure, and bright smile made him smile wryly and shake his head.
Sigh.
I really got caught up with a little zombie. Just like that, Ling Yi happily received a double tomato pancake. After a tomato-themed tour, Ling Yi's hands were full of tomato juice, tomato fries, and a tomato-flavored ice cream cone. She almost couldn't hold or eat it all. In the little zombie's worldview, things they can't see don't bother them, and it doesn't affect their ability to smell or eat. At this moment, Ling Yi was happily sitting on a bench, licking her ice cream cone little by little. Next to her, Fu Yishan sat, taking out a tissue to gently wipe away the ice cream smudge on Ling Yi's nose. Such a little zombie, only cares about eating. She can eat her cone with her face covered in it. But the little zombie doesn't care about that. She's happy. Ling Yi kicked her feet happily, eating even more excitedly. The scene was quite warm and sweet until a voice broke the calm. Uncle, can you buy a balloon for my sister? Fu Yishan looked up. In front of him was a young person, probably a part-time park worker, bouncing along to the amusement park music while selling balloons. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Uncle, sister, do they seem to have such a big age difference? Suddenly, Fu Yishan remembered that when he was walking hand in hand with Ling Yi at school, someone had commented, such a deep father-daughter bond. Does he look that old? He touched his freshly shaved beard from last night and coughed heavily. Actually, I am not. Before he could finish, Ling Yi elbowed him softly, speaking in a cute voice. Fu Yishan, what is that? I want one too. Seeing the business coming, the part-time student pushed harder. Uncle, just buy one for sister. It's shaped like a tomato. Uncle, you're so handsome. You just gently wiped the sister's mouth. I think you must be the sisters. Fu Yishan interrupted directly. One tomato-shaped balloon, please. Forget it, he's just an uncle. Better than deep father-daughter bond, but Ling Yi couldn't reach out to grab a balloon. Fu Yishan paused, his gaze falling on her shoulder strap. That's enough. Suddenly, Ling Yi felt a chill on her shoulder, and the rough touch of Fu Yishan's fingers made her ears turn slightly red. Fu Yishan, what are you doing? Just tying the balloon. If you lose it, it will be easier to find. On a clear day, under the blue sky and white clouds, the bright red tomato-shaped balloon stood out. Along with Ling Yi's steps, though she couldn't see, she seemed very happy, moving happily again and again. At the other end of the balloon string, Fu Yishan firmly tied it to Ling Yi's shoulder strap. Although the position was strange, it was definitely noticeable. Just as Fu Yishan said, there's no fear of losing it. Even so, he didn't relax his vigilance at all, still tightly holding Ling Yi's elbow. Suddenly, the crowd surged forward. Without a word, Fu Yishan quickly pulled Ling Yi into his arms. Be careful. Ling Yi had no idea what was happening. She only heard the footsteps and the rustling of clothes around her and unexpectedly leaned against a warm, pleasant place. Fu Yishan's strong arms protected the back of her head. Then, only the sound of patter-patter remained. Ling Yi sniffed the air. This place was probably near Fu Yishan's chest. That spot was usually a favorite bite for common zombies because it was warm and emitted a charming scent. One bite there would be full, juicy, and satisfying. Whether Fu Yishan was full and juicy, she didn't know. But she felt it was warm and the scent was quite attractive. She took a deep breath, blushing, and said, Fu Yishan, your heartbeat is so fast. Fu Yishan's heartbeat quickened even more. After a pause, he made an excuse to brush it off. Maybe it's because there are so many people.
Oh.
Ling Yi accepted this logic as if she understood, then curiously asked, Fu Yishan, where is everyone rushing to? Fu Yishan looked ahead. They're all in line to buy tickets for the carousel. Carousel? Yeah, it's a kind of amusement park ride. A big rotating platform with seats shaped like horses that move up and down for visitors to sit on. Another long list of complicated terms that almost fried her zombie brain CPU. Honestly, Fu Yishan's descriptions really lacked visual imagery, more like a textbook description of a theme park ride. While Ling Yi was silent, Fu Yishan looked up. The first group of people had already eagerly climbed onto the carousel. Music played, colorful lights flickered, some boys hugged girls from behind, sharing happy kisses, others held hands and laughed on the horses. Most of them were holding phones, capturing the joyful and loving moments. Fu Yishan suddenly thought that this amusement park ride, with its spinning platform and up and down moving seats like a merry-go-round, was actually pretty fun. He looked down at Ling Yi and asked, Do you want to play? Ling Yi had already heard the cheerful laughter from the merry-go-round area and nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. Fu Yishan gently patted her head and replied softly. However, since many people were buying tickets, it was risky if her pupils and cute little tiger teeth were noticed. Everyone at school assumed that Ling Yi was the person he brought, so they didn't think much of it, just that she was a girl with lighter-colored pupils and adorable tiger teeth. But this was a strange place, so he had to be extra careful. He helped Ling Yi sit on a nearby bench and patiently told her, There are many people ahead. Stay here and wait for me. Don't run around. I'll buy tickets for us. Ling Yi obediently kicked her feet and played with the balloon on her shoulder. Okay, then hurry back. Just as Fu Yishan turned to leave, Ling Yi suddenly shivered in place. Food. Zombie is hungry. Her eyes instantly turned hollow and fierce, with pupils glowing with a creepy red light, flickering like stars. She stood expressionlessly, trembling and swaying. Food. Needs to find food. Fu Yishan bought the tickets, nervously clutching them in his pocket, excited to come back.
But where was his little zombie?
Even the tomato-shaped balloons tied to her were gone. Oh no! Ling Yi was missing. Ling Yi, he looked around anxiously, calling her name, not noticing that the 2 tickets for the merry-go-round had fallen to the ground. While he searched for Ling Yi, a large crowd suddenly surged toward him. Fu Yishan quickly grabbed a passerby. Have you seen a girl, small and thin, holding a tomato balloon? The passerby pushed him away. Who cares about you now?
Run.
Zombies are coming. Zombies? Zombies are coming? Fu Yishan looked in the direction the passerby pointed and saw, from the entrance of the amusement park, a large group of visitors frantically fleeing, all with terrified expressions, running in all directions. Behind them, there was an even larger group of zombies, shaking their heads and wobbling forward. The zombies emitted a foul smell, showing their sharp teeth, howling at the sky, and grabbing the slow-moving people to bite them. The smell of blood quickly filled the air. The amusement park, which was a place of joy on the weekend, suddenly turned into a hell filled with monsters.
Ling Yi.
Seeing those zombies with blank eyes, Fu Yixin's heart suddenly clenched tightly. He remembered, hypnosis can make zombies gather. Ling Yi might have been summoned, right in the middle of the zombie crowd. He must go into the crowd immediately to find Ling Yi. Thinking of this, Fu Yixin disregarded everything and pushed through the crowd, moving against the flow. Sirens, gunshots, and screams echoed everywhere. Some people in the crowd shouted hopefully, "Organization R is here. We're saved. We're saved." Meanwhile, Fu Yixin was still weaving through the bustling crowd. Organization R had arrived, and he needed to act quickly to save his little zombie. "Ling Yi, where are you?" Fu Yixin felt as if someone was choking him, making it hard to breathe, as if something was being forcibly pulled from his body. He desperately wished that his little zombie would appear in front of him now, smiling innocently, tugging at his clothes and acting cute. "Hee, Fu Yixin, you found me." "It's so dark, little zombie is scared, don't leave me. Help me tie my shoelaces. I want to eat tomatoes." Two of them. Suddenly, Fu Yixin felt someone grabbing his elbow. It's the same way Ling Yi would hold on when scared. He was both surprised and happy. Ling Yi, looking up, he saw a member of Organization R in uniform. "Professor Fu, what are you doing here?" "There are zombies ahead. It's very dangerous. You should retreat to the back." Fu Yixin's face instantly froze, and he shook off the person's hand. He knew the danger well. Right now, the most dangerous thing was the gun in the hands of Organization R. It could kill his little zombie at any moment. Just as he was about to rush forward again, he was forcibly stopped by the Organization R member. "Professor Fu, you really can't go forward. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to the boss." Fu Yixin couldn't listen anymore. His eyes anxiously searched through the rushing zombie crowd, trying to find that familiar small figure.
Ling Yi.
"Where are you? It's all my fault. I should have watched over you better. Where are you? Please come back soon." A voice came from the R organization's walkie-talkie. "Attention, attention. Zombies are also spotted near the children's playground on the back hill. Hurry to support. Hurry to support. Children's playground on the back hill?" Fu Yixin instinctively looked in the direction the walkie-talkie indicated. Sure enough, a bright red color lit up. It was a tomato-shaped balloon. It was Ling Yi. She was right there. Fu Yixin pushed aside the person from the R organization in front of him and turned toward the playground. He wanted to find Ling Yi quickly before the R organization people noticed her, then hide her away. Faster. Even faster. With almost a tumble and a scramble, he finally reached the playground, panting heavily. "Ling Yi, where are you?" No response. Only the bright tomato balloon floated above the swings, and soon he heard a familiar voice, as if there was a gentle, childish quarrel. "Give it to me. No, give it to me. Ugh, sister. You're bullying a little kid." Fu Yixin rushed over in 2 quick steps and saw Ling Yi standing beside the swing, her eyes red and trembling. Opposite her was a small child, about 3 or 5 years old. The child was holding a tomato-flavored lollipop. Ling Yi was biting her teeth and reaching out to grab it, sniffing to judge its position, but probably because she couldn't see clearly, she kept missing. So Ling Yi, under hypnosis and in a trance, was in the playground, fighting with a child over candy? For a moment, Fu Yixin didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted one after another. The R organization people had arrived. Without hesitation, Fu Yixin rushed over, picked up Ling Yi, and held her facing himself. Then, a strong hand pressed her at the back of her head, forcing her to bite his shoulder, and he whispered, "Bite me, don't make a sound." A pleasant scent rushed over, and Ling Yi let out a yelp, lifting her head and biting down hard on Fu Yishan's shoulder, then humming comfortably. The little zombie was satisfied. The R organization members in uniform arrived, looking at Fu Yishan and Ling Yi hanging on him, their faces puzzled. "Professor Fu, what are you doing here? Who is this?" Although Ling Yi was biting Fu Yishan's shoulder through her coat, making a muffled sound, from a distance it looked like a girl was frightened, clinging to Fu Yishan for comfort, crying softly. Fu Yishan gently protected Ling Yi in his arms and calmly said, "Since there are zombies here, we should prioritize retreating to keep people safe and prevent further zombie mutations. Take this child to a safe place." He handed the child over to the members of Organization R and turned to leave with Ling Yi. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't notice anything unusual about Ling Yi. Not long after Fu Yishan left, a woman with long curly hair and sunglasses approached. She was still dressed in a beautiful long coat and high-heeled boots, looking stunning. All the organization R members bowed and respectfully called out, "Boss." She took off her sunglasses, bent down, and gently touched the child's small head. "Little brother, was there a handsome uncle who came to see you just now? What did the handsome uncle say to you?" The child shook his head. "The handsome uncle didn't say anything, but a sister with red eyes tried to take my lollipop, and then she was carried away by the uncle." The woman paused, her voice stretching out. "Oh, a sister with red eyes? Is she?" Organization R quickly suppressed the zombie attack at the amusement park, and Ling Yi slowly woke up after the chaos subsided. "Ugh," Ling Yi whimpered softly, still groggy. "You're awake." When Fu Yishan felt the little one in his arms move, he finally loosened his hold a little. He had been holding her tightly all the way, worried that her hunger instincts might take over and cause her to do something dangerous. Ling Yi blinked and looked around. Had she fallen asleep? Why does her mouth still seem to be biting something? She loosened her mouth, and the person beneath her let out a low moan. Frightened, Ling Yi reached out to feel, her restless hands moving constantly. Everywhere she touched, she recognized. This is Fu Yishan's face. This is Fu Yishan's chin and neck. This is Fu Yishan's chest and shoulders. Shoulders? Ling Yi clearly felt a dented bite mark on his shoulder. Fu Yishan took a deep breath, gripping her wrist, his voice low. "All right, stop touching. That little pain, he could tolerate it. But if that small hand kept touching, he was afraid he might not be able to handle it anymore." "Fu Yishan, did I bite you? Does it hurt?" "Oh." Ling Yi drooped her head, feeling very annoyed. She clearly remembered that Fu Yishan said he would take her to ride the carousel. But somehow, she had no memory of it and fell asleep. The next thing she remembered was waking up in Fu Yishan's arms, realizing she had bitten him on his shoulder. "It's okay, you were just sleepwalking again," Fu Yishan said, holding her close and gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid, it's all over now." Ling Yi was surprised. "Sleepwalking at the amusement park?" "Yes, there was a big zombie attack at the amusement park. You sleepwalked too." "I almost couldn't find you," Fu Yishan said, sounding a little scared himself. He gently brushed her hair aside. Later, the R organization people came. "Luckily, I found you before they did. Otherwise, your little zombie life might have been in danger." "Ah." Ling Yi trembled in fear and suddenly bumped her head against Fu Yishan's shoulder. "Oh, the little zombies are scared. The little zombies will never run around again. Never go out again." Fu Yishan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and then his arm was lifted. It turned out Ling Yi was holding his arm tightly. Oh, the little zombies want to hold tightly onto Fu Yishan and never let go. Although her nose and tears had smeared all over him, Fu Yishan didn't feel disgusted. His eyes unconsciously softened a bit. Just as he wanted to reach out and gently stroke her little head, Ling Yi suddenly looked up. "Fu Yishan, when I sleepwalked, did I bite anyone else?" Fu Yishan couldn't help but chuckle softly and didn't hide it. "When I found you, you were fighting with a kid over a lollipop." Ling Yi. No way, no way. Fighting a kid over a lollipop?
Oh.
Her little zombie face was so embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed, and she buried her head even deeper. Fu Yishan reached out to comfort her, and with his other hand, He took something out of his coat pocket and handed it to Ling Yi. Open your mouth. Ling Yi sniffed and felt that it was sweet. What is this? Fu Yixin carefully tore open the wrapper and placed the candy into her mouth. It's a tomato-flavored lollipop you wanted to eat while sleepwalking. Other children get to have candies. My child should have some too. Ling Yi was momentarily stunned. While she was lost in thought, a tomato-flavored lollipop was suddenly pushed into her mouth by Fu Yixin. It was very sweet. No wonder she craved sweets when she sleepwalked. And Fu Yixin's deep voice kept echoing in her ears. That child, who also wanted candy, was she his little ghostly girl? Suddenly, Ling Yi felt something in her heart pop out, even sweeter than the tomato lollipop in her mouth. Fu Yixin reached out and affectionately patted her head. How is it? Is it tasty? Yes, very tasty. Ling Yi happily leaned into his shoulder. Fu Yixin, I wish I were a normal person. Then I wouldn't have to sleepwalk and run around. I could openly eat what I like. Play everywhere. We could even ride the carousel. I've never been on one. No worries, we'll go next time. Eat what you like, play everywhere, and ride the carousel. As he spoke, Fu Yixin's eyes were full of tenderness. Hearing this, Ling Yi got excited. She straightened up from his embrace and casually looped her arms around his neck. Okay. Fu Yixin, you're not allowed to blame me. For Ling Yi, looping her arms around his neck was just a habitual move she made to seek comfort and security after losing her sight. But for Fu Yixin, it was different. She hooked her arms around his neck, and he held her waist. It was very intimate, very flirtatious. The soft feel of her body, the burning sensation at her fingertips, and the whispering calls from her neck. He stared blankly at the bright, hopeful little ghostly girl before him, feeling his heart tremble fiercely. Little ghostly girl. Suddenly, he pressed his hand firmly on Ling Yi's waist. She instinctively moved slightly, and a deep, husky voice whispered in her ear, "Don't move." She felt her whole body stiffen. Just from that voice and the overwhelming aura, she inexplicably blushed. It was as if the sweet thing in her heart, like the tomato-flavored candy, suddenly exploded like fireworks, rushing to burst out. The tomato lollipop in her mouth was suddenly taken away. The familiar scent is getting closer. At this moment, Fu Yixin couldn't help but lean forward, almost like he was bewitched, driven by a strong instinct and impulse to get closer to the little person in front of him. A little closer, even closer, just like her every morning, doing her usual things. But just as the sweet tomato aroma was about to reach her lips, Fu Yixin suddenly paused. What am I doing? Is he intentionally kissing?
A zombie?
While she was
blind.
He hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head. His kiss landed softly on her head, like a feather, gentle and light. Ling Yi clearly sensed something strange and softly asked, Fu Yixin, is there something on my head? Probably a leaf, Fu Yixin replied, putting the cherry tomato lollipop back into her mouth. Before she could react, he had already picked her up. Ling Yi let out a surprised cry, muffling her words around the lollipop. Fu Yixin, why are you carrying me again? Where are you taking me? Fu Yixin chuckled softly and strode forward confidently. Home. After losing her sight, Ling Yi's favorite place was the kitchen island. Anyway, she couldn't see anywhere, but here she could smell Fu Yixin cooking. It reminded her of the days when she was scavenging for zombies, and she never knew that slow-simmered tomatoes or those cooked with high heat tasted so different. But today, the smell coming from the stove was strange, slightly bitter with a grassy scent. Frowning, Ling Yi asked, What are you cooking, Fu Yixin? He didn't look up, continuing his work. Spinach soup. Spinach soup? That doesn't sound very tasty. Ling Yi's entire body showed her reluctance. Fu Yixin seemed to see through her thoughts and comforted her like a child. Spinach helps improve your eyesight. You need to drink it now. Afterward, I might give you 2 tomatoes as a reward. After saying that, Fu Yixin placed the entire bowl of spinach soup on the island and gently patted Ling Yi's head. Be good, drink it. It's good for your eyes. Ling Yi held his hand and naturally slid around his waist, shaking his head like a rattledrum. No drinking, it's bad for the eyes. I'd rather not see for 2 days. Anyway, it seemed that these past 2 days, for the little zombie eating well, drinking well, playing, sleeping, and being closely cared for by Fu Yishan, there was no loss except the dark spots around the environment.
The doorbell rang.
Outside, Abu was knocking. Professor Fu, the zombie report you asked for has arrived. Fu Yishan cleared his throat softly and patted Ling Yi's hand that was clutching his waist. I'll go open the door. Be good, and let go. Sit here and drink soup. Ling Yi absolutely wouldn't let go. He firmly held onto Fu Yishan's waist, maintaining his position on him. I won't drink. Unless you say I don't have to, then I'll let go. This picky, spoiled little zombie. Fu Yishan had no choice but to turn around and walk to the door with Ling Yi hanging onto him. As Fu Yishan moved, Ling Yi accidentally slid from his waist to his legs. But this position was actually convenient. Ling Yi tightly hugged Fu Yishan's long leg, wrapping both his hands and feet around it, tilting his small head. From afar, it looked like Fu Yishan suddenly had a thigh ornament. Fu Yishan opened the door. Abu was proudly showing off the report in his hand. Look how awesome I am. I got the internal report from organization are the fastest. Hurry and praise me. Whoa, what is this thing? His gaze immediately fell on Fu Yishan's leg, where Ling Yi was smiling at him with a fongy grin. Actually, he wasn't really smiling at him. This little zombie on Fu Yishan's leg had obvious hollow eyes and looked a bit crooked in his direction. Abu bent down, waved 5 fingers in front of Ling Yi's eyes. Ling Yi showed no reaction. Before he could ask, Fu Yishan took a step and pulled Ling Yi and Abu apart. No need to get so close. It's just a side effect of the medicine, temporarily causing blindness. Blind. But at this moment, Abu only had one thought. Why not let them get so close? Protecting his own. Could this be the reason for his frequent leave and the temporary halt in medicine research? Yes, blind. So, the most urgent thing is to restore his sight. Fu Yishan didn't pay attention to Abu's gaze but went straight to the spinach soup, sat on the sofa, and ordered Ling Yi on his leg. Come on, open your mouth. Ling Yi, still holding onto his leg, reluctantly opened her mouth. Fu Yishan skillfully scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it to cool, and slowly fed it into her mouth. One bite after another. He didn't forget to wipe Ling Yi's mouth with a napkin. That indulgent, gentle look in his eyes. That caring tone when he said, eat slowly, and sometimes complained, you're getting soup all over your face. This was clearly Fu Yishan's kind and loving persona breaking down, turning into a scene of crossing species and openly sharing affection with a little zombie. Abu once again felt very unnecessary. Fu Yishan gradually sensed Abu's dull gaze and coldly looked at him. Report is done. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Abu twitched his lips. If we're talking about blindness, there are some methods to restore eyesight back home, like massaging acupoints. I don't know if it works on zombies. Organize it and send it to me. Fu Yishan replied without hesitation, catching Abu off guard. He was willing to try anything related to restoring eyesight. This really confused Abu. Honestly, Fu Yishan really cares about this little zombie. By the way, Abu suddenly reminded Fu Yishan, the leader of organization R. Corolla is giving a speech at Whalai University in a few days. Fu Yishan paused while feeding Ling Yi the spoonful of spinach soup. Ling Yi swallowed the soup and looked curious. Corolla? Who's that? Abu glanced at Ling Yi and half-jokingly said, Little zombie, you don't know. I used to think Fu Yishan would end up with Corolla. Together? Ling Yi's blank eyes showed more confusion. But come to think of it, she had heard that name before from Lu Huahua. At that time, Fu Yishan called it courtship, so according to Abu, Fu Yishan and Corolla, the leader of organization are in a courtship or being courted relationship. Abu enthusiastically continued explaining to Ling Yi, I tell you, Corolla is a talented and beautiful scientist, one of the brains behind organization R. She's super impressive, both in looks and ability, and everyone calls her boss. She's the most trusted person by the leader of Organization R.
Oh.
She's a very beautiful woman. Ling Yi pouted and, upon hearing, amazing figure, unconsciously pushed her non-existent chest forward.
Fu Yishan coughed twice heavily.
What is this little zombie doing on his leg? Abu looked up at Fu Yishin and asked, "By the way, Professor, did Kerala usually make an appointment with you before coming to Walai University?" Fu Yishin coldly replied, "Lately, Ling Yi has been blind, so I haven't had time to pay attention to her." Hearing this, Ling Yi suddenly thought, maybe being temporarily blind for a while isn't so bad. Abu looked surprised.
Wow, really?
She's the only person in our organization willing to stand by you and support your research to develop a zombie reverts to human medicine. Ling Yi remembered that Fu Yishin had told her before that only he was researching this medicine within our organization. Our organization always aimed to eliminate all zombies, but Fu Yishin, the mad scientist, refused and wanted to develop a cure to turn zombies back into humans. So, even the people supporting him are just one? She quietly asked. Then, that beautiful boss named Kerala, does she also believe zombies can become human again? If so, she might consider internally she wouldn't be so opposed to her. Abu bent down and said, "Little zombie, you don't understand, do you? In my opinion, Kerala is driven by admiration. As long as Professor Fu's good looks are still there, she can keep supporting this decision." Oh. Another person wanting to be a stepmother to the little zombie. Ling Yi nodded vaguely, seeming to understand. At this moment, Fu Yishin shot Abu a deadly look. "You're talking too much." Abu quickly jumped up from his seat, sensing the warning. I'm leaving. I'll send you the eye massage acupoint diagram soon. Take your time studying. As usual, you won't see me for a while, 3 days and nights." Fu Yishin's face darkened further until his phone screen lit up, showing the eye massage acupoint diagram successfully received. Only then did he barely suppress the urge to punch Abu. Ling Yi hesitantly spoke, "Fu Yishin, that Kerala." She was very curious about this legendary beautiful woman. Fu Yishin didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he reached out and lifted her from between her legs onto the sofa. "Don't move. First, let me press the acupoint for your eyes." For him, everything else was less important right now. As long as there was a chance to help Ling Yi see again, he wanted to try. Fu Yishin carefully looked at the enlarged diagram on his phone, pinching Ling Yi's chin to make her face him. Inner corner of the eye, above the corner at the edge of the eye socket, he muttered while pointing to the Jingming acupoint on her nose bridge. "How does this feel?" His cool fingers gently touched her Jingming point. Ling Yi didn't dare breathe loudly and trembled slightly. It feels good. This point is for gathering energy and improving vision. I'll massage it for you. If you're uncomfortable, just tell me," Fu Yishin said, using his thumb to press gently up and down. His movements were gentle and just right. Ling Yi felt herself almost sinking into this tender massage. Next, he looked at the diagram and said, "The next is Sijukong." His finger traced along her face to her brow bone. His fingertip touched the hollow at the end of her eyebrow.
Here.
It's said to help release wind, clear heat, improve eyesight, and calm the mind. It might be a little painful, but bear with it. He promised to help clear heat and release wind. But Ling Yi felt that the face in Fu Yishin's palm was getting warmer and warmer. Following his finger, the warmth slowly reached her ear. While her eyes were closed, Ling Yi only felt the amplified sensation of touch, sound, and smell. Touch. Fu Yishin's fingertips gently massaged her slowly and rhythmically. Sometimes he cupped her face, sometimes pressed on her, his fingers moving from her nose to her eye corner, then to her brow. Smell. The scent of Fu Yishin, which smelled delicious, lingered around her, giving her a strong sense of safety. Sound. Fu Yishin's deep, magnetic voice echoed in her ears, like a gentle coaxing. She even heard her own heartbeat, familiar, uncontrollable, pounding faster. Thump, thump. When Fu Yishin lifted her face again, her palm trembled, and she instinctively moved forward, holding his waist. "Don't be nervous. It'll be over soon." Fu Yishin thought she was scared and continued to gently and patiently comfort her. But the diagram on his phone was a bit small, so he leaned down and enlarged the picture on the screen. Taking advantage of his retreat, Ling Yi's head instinctively leaned forward. But just as Fu Yishin saw the location of the drawing and turned his head to straighten up, Ling Yi's lips accidentally brushed against his cheek unexpectedly. Soft and warm. Fu Yishin paused, stunned in place. He stopped, and Ling Yi's lips just happened to be near the corner of his mouth. If he had tilted his head slightly, their lips would have touched, in this ambiguous moment. He didn't know what to do at that moment. His limbs felt stiff, and he even forgot to move away. And Ling Yi, feeling like she had hit something, thought she had bumped into something. Soft, warm, and quite nice smelling. A familiar scent filled her nose. For a moment, she felt her blood rush, and everything in front of her seemed to blur into a bright light. Suddenly, the world flickered.
Wow, wow, wow.
Fu Yishen's features appeared clearly and enlarged before her eyes. So, the place where her lips had been was actually... Did she accidentally kiss Fu Yishen? Ling Yi's entire zombie brain was in chaos. It wasn't intentional. She swore to the heavens. Help! She instinctively pushed away from Fu Yishen's embrace, even losing track of where her zombie hands and feet should be. Almost stumbled and fell over the armrest of the sofa. But Fu Yishen quickly caught her. "Little zombie, are you okay?" Ling Yi's zombie face turned red, and she instinctively avoided his gaze. I'm fine. It's just that her toes could almost pick out a 3-bedroom apartment. This mistake was so embarrassing it felt like it pierced straight to her core. Fu Yishen noticed her eyes flicker, and he held her shoulder with one hand, while the other happily waved his fingers in front of her eyes. "Can you see a little now?" Ling Yi immediately straightened up, her zombie brain CPU spinning quickly. Her vision had indeed recovered, but why did it happen right at the moment she kissed him? So embarrassing. And if she saw something, would Fu Yishen then go find the legendary beautiful and talented scientist, Corolla, who also admired him? Most importantly, her VIP treatment as a top zombie who could eat and drink on demand would be gone? After thinking carefully, Ling Yi suddenly reached out and pushed away the hand that was testing her in front of her eyes. She then relaxed her eyes and looked confused, while randomly scratching on the sofa. Not at all. Those little zombies can't see anything. "Fu Yishen, where are you? I can't see you, boo-hoo. It's okay. We'll take it slow." Fu Yishen, as usual, gently patted Ling Yi's back to comfort her. Maybe he was too anxious. Massaging the eye points isn't a magic cure or a special ancient method. How could just pressing on them suddenly restore her sight? What was he really hoping for? As for Ling Yi, she slowly let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, she managed to get through it. Fu Yishen probably didn't notice. By the way, the feeling of regaining sight was amazing. She could see the bright red tomatoes, the spacious house, the warm-looking lights, and Fu Yishen busying around. It was wonderful. Ling Yi almost didn't want to blink, wishing she could keep everything in her eyes. Hey. Why was Fu Yishen holding her? Before she could react, she suddenly lost her balance and was carried toward the bathroom by Fu Yishen. Bang! The bathroom door closed with a sound. He casually placed her on a stool and reached out to unbutton his shirt. Oh my goodness!
Fu
Yishen, what are you doing? Ling Yi trembled with her teeth chattering, unconsciously scratching the stool beneath her. He started undressing without saying a word. What's going on? Don't be afraid. This is the bathroom. Fu Yishen explained patiently, thinking she couldn't see because she suddenly changed places and was unaccustomed. It's the same spot as a few days ago. Feel around. This is the bathroom stool. I'm going to take a shower. You sit here and wait for me. He didn't explain one thing. Earlier, she accidentally kissed him, and his mind was all over the place, so he decided to take a cold shower to calm down. Bathroom.
Stool. Shower.
Ling Yi suddenly remembered that when she first lost her sight, she was scared and wanted to be alone, even needing Fu Yishen to sit beside her while he took a shower. Anyway, at that time, she couldn't see anything either. She confidently and naturally believed that it was no problem to sit a blind zombie next to her while taking a shower. At first, Fu Yishen also felt uncomfortable. Later, as he did it more often, he got used to it. Eventually, he even stopped insisting that Ling Yi turn her head away. But the problem is Ling Yi can now see. She sat on this small stool, swallowed hard, and looked at the man in front of her as he unbuttoned his shirt one by one, then pulled it down, revealing his broad, solid, and well-defined back. Her eyes naturally traced along the crevice of his shoulders and back, moving downward.
Ugh.
This man even unfastened his belt. When she heard the click of the belt buckle, Ling Yi blushed and gripped the stool tightly. The moment Fu Yixin's pants hit the ground, she was so nervous she suddenly fell backward off the chair. Little zombie, what's wrong? Fu Yixin quickly reached out to help her, and Ling Yi's face was burning hot. Are you running a fever again? He pressed his hand to her forehead to check her temperature. Why are you suddenly so hot for no reason? Ling Yi squinted her eyes to make sure he was wrapped in a towel, then dared to open her eyes.
But the problem is this man.
Why does he look so tempting even wrapped in a towel? Whenever she lowered her head, she saw his clear collarbones, bare upper body, and lean physique all at once. And this sexy body, thinking she couldn't see, kept getting closer without any sense of boundaries. It completely overwhelmed her self-control. The little zombie felt so hot. The little zombie felt her nose itch. The little zombie. Sniff. A bright red nosebleed suddenly dripped from Ling Yi's nose. This unexpected nosebleed startled Fu Yixin, who hurriedly took a tissue to wipe her nose. Why are you bleeding again? Are you feeling unwell? Ling Yi forced herself to stay calm and shook her head. The little zombie wasn't feeling unwell. The little zombie just felt light and floaty. Fu Yixin's gentle and careful movements to wipe her nose made her immersed in this extreme tenderness whenever she couldn't see, comfortably shrugging her shoulders.
But now she could see.
She could see his serious eyes, slender fingers, rising chest, and even his strong waist, along with the imaginary towel wrapped around his waist. Ling Yi only felt that each time she wiped, the scent of Fu Yixin on her fingers was a kind of torture. God knows how much she wanted to throw herself at this person in front of her, using her zombie instincts to bite him hard.
Ugh.
Little zombie feels uncomfortable.
Awa.
Suddenly, Fu Yixin's phone on the sink vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a call. Ling Yi secretly glanced and saw the name Corolla on the screen. Corolla is the powerful and beautiful leader of Organization R, the only female scientist supporting Fu Yixin. Fu Yixin hesitated, looked at Ling Yi, and answered the call. What's the matter? A voice came from the phone. Long time no see, Fu Yixin. You've been so busy that you didn't answer my calls. We'll meet very soon. Ling Yi secretly thought that the voice sounded okay, but not very appealing. She didn't like it. Fu Yixin paused, glanced in Ling Yi's direction, and said, I know you're coming to Wulai University to give a speech. Congratulations. But I've been busy lately, so I might not be able to support you. His words made Ling Yi's heart beat faster. His being busy. Could it be related to her? She instinctively pretended not to notice, reached forward with her hand, and casually touched his chest muscles. Feels really good. Is that so? That's a pity, Corolla on the phone said confidently, showing no emotion. Organization R hopes I can recruit a research team at Wulai University to study the rose-shaped virus. You should know what that is, right? The rose-shaped virus. Fu Yixin naturally knew about it. It was a discovery from his research years ago. Because he was worried it could harm humans, he sealed it away. Now that Organization R has restarted the research, they must have realized how dangerous it is. Considering that Organization R has been working on biochemical weapons targeting zombie viruses, this rose-shaped virus is probably for that purpose. Fu Yixin was stunned and speechless. On the other end, Corolla smiled and said, Fu Yixin, even so, I am still willing to support you. Fu Yixin was surprised and only replied, Thank you. Just a thank you? That's so stingy, Corolla said casually, her tone very relaxed. I'm near Wulai University right now. As a thank you, how about we go out for coffee? Before Fu Yixin could respond, Ling Yi suddenly sounded the alarm. Oh. Fu Yixin was about to go find this beautiful woman. She was leaving her little zombie alone at home. She needed to do something. She quickly took advantage of his distraction, staring intently at his abs. Then she exhaled forcefully, causing the tissue blocking her nose to fall to the ground, and blood continued to drip out. She didn't forget to wipe her face with her hands twice. Blood covered Ling Yi's face, sticky and messy. She couldn't help but make a distressed, ah-woo sound. That sound was clearly a subtle call for Fu Yishan. Fu Yishan, stop talking on the phone with the pretty lady, and come look at your little zombie. Your little zombie is bleeding, ah-woo. What's that sound on your side? Kerala sensed something was wrong and tentatively asked. It's hot. Very hot. Even the water droplets splashing on her quickly evaporated and formed a thin layer again. On her shoulders, back, and the nape of her neck. This layer, she couldn't tell if it was steam from the shower or sweat. Ling Yi felt her small body being wrapped in this intense heat. His hot, strong hand held her tightly, just like before, patiently guiding her to feel the world, encouraging her to move upward and forward. Her chest, pushed up by the pressure, immediately responded with even hotter breaths. Her firm waist pressed against him, trembling slightly with each muffled moan. As the temperature in the shower rose, their breathing subtly quickened without a sound. Ling Yi's hand unconsciously pressed against the shower glass, her nails slightly lengthening, fingers curling, leaving faint water trails. Their heartbeats intertwined, accompanied by the sound of water droplets hitting the shower, almost deafening. Her lower back finally lost its support, slipping completely into his embrace, caught in the rising waves of emotion. Outside the window, only the sunset peeked shyly through the clouds, casting a faint glow, with hints of pink touching her neck, ankles, and wrists, adding a touch of flirtatious color. The closeness was almost overwhelming, with breath constantly flowing and only passionate feelings colliding fiercely. Ling Yi tilted her head up, taking deep breaths of the hard-won fresh air. Her slightly reddened pupils carried a hint of confusion, and her small teeth trembled slightly, as if she were happily indulging in a feast. Ah-woo, ah-woo, she let out a faint, muffled cry. His warmth and hurried breath paused suddenly because of her sound. In her ear, she heard him calling her name softly and speaking tender words. Little one, what's wrong? Did I get too eager and hurt you? Let me be gentler, okay? A softer kiss fell again, carefully and tenderly. He truly cared for her, giving her gentle affection and satisfaction. His whispering words and loving murmurs blended into every tender kiss, leaving a fuzzy, sticky warmth. Finally, with her gentle consent, Fu Yishan quietly turned the shower handle to the maximum. As the water suddenly poured down more fiercely, a wave of intense heat washed over them. She couldn't help but lean back, as if trying to fill her soul with it all. On the horizon, the last streak of sunset faded away. Night quickly fell. The entire Lin family estate suddenly lost power with a sharp whoosh, plunging into endless darkness. Someone had arrived. That person, wearing shiny leather shoes, quietly moved closer, shining a flashlight left and right, with a sinister look in his eyes. Then, the flashlight's beam stopped at Ling Yi's private dressing room. Click! The door was suddenly pushed open, and the bright light hurriedly shone inside, but the shower room was empty. Apart from a soft towel placed nearby, the faint scent of shampoo, and a single drop of water falling from the shower head, it was as if nothing had happened at all. At this moment, Ling Yi was lying in Fu Yishan's arms, lazily biting his shoulder. Just a few minutes earlier, Fu Yishan had carefully washed her, gently drying her neck and arms with a dry towel. His long fingers brushed through her hair, feeling comfortable. Ling Yi relaxed, closing her eyes and letting him do his thing, feeling happy as her toes wiggled, just like they usually did at home. When she suddenly noticed that Fu Yishan had stopped moving and slowly opened his eyes, she realized he had almost finished dressing and was handing her a clean set of clothes. Ling Yi glanced at the wet white coat, shirt, and tie she had discarded in the shower area earlier, and her face quickly turned red with embarrassment. Fu Yishan, how come you prepared clothes in advance? It was almost as if he had predicted what would happen. Ah, so clever. It was like he had planned everything. Oh no. Regarding Ling Yi's questioning, Fu Yishan simply raised an eyebrow calmly, gently helping her put on her clothes, and whispered close to her ear. You know me. I like to be prepared, just in case. Lingy rolled her eyes at him and took a small box from his neatly packed clothes. What about this? It's also about being prepared, just in case. Such a clever fox. Fu Yishin, you truly are a master of hiding your plans. Oh no. If my little guy really doesn't like it, Fu Yishin smirked, his tone teasing and slow, as he took the half-used box and tossed it back into the clothes. Next time, you don't have to wear it. His seductive voice crept into her ear. But I can't promise I won't lose control, Ling Yi. Oh no. Can a little zombie hear this? She shyly covered her ears and turned around to bite Fu Yishin's arm. He chuckled affectionately, pulling her into his arms and pinching her soft cheeks. Of course, my preparations are more than just this. Ling Yi looked up in confusion, only to see him raise his watch, a proud glint flashing in his eyes. He looked confident, as if he had everything under control. With a click sound, suddenly, the entire Lin estate plunged into darkness. Before she could scream, she felt a force around her waist. Her whole body was securely held in Fu Yishin's arms. Little one, hold on tight. And so, Ling Yi was carried and protected by Fu Yishin, quietly returning to her room from a hidden alleyway outside the window. This old guy was so skilled at avoiding the estate's guards, it was almost as if he came out every night just to patrol. She knew that this old fox had been secretly working hard to uncover the secrets behind the Lin family and the R organization. She hoped he could solve everything and return home with her as soon as possible. Ling Yi thought about this and unconsciously leaned closer to him. Feeling her small head move, Fu Yishin warmly wrapped his arms around her, holding her back and pulling her in closer. Ling Yi snuggled in his arms, listening to his heartbeat and breathing, surrounded by his pleasant scent. Unknowingly, her heart started beating unevenly again. The zombie's sharp teeth twitched faintly, making her instinctively open her mouth, loosen his shirt collar, and bite his firm, slender chest again. Lately, why do I feel more and more like biting people? Something feels off. But she couldn't quite explain it. Fu Yishin sighed affectionately, yet helplessly, shifting slightly toward her to get closer, making it easier for her to bite. He held her tighter, his lips parted and brushing against her ear now and then. Anyway, there's still time. Don't rush. If you want to bite, just do it for a little longer. Encouraged, Ling Yi reached her hand under the blanket, wrapping it around his broad chest, then tilted her head to nibble on his chin. It was less of a bite and more of a rub. Quite teasing. Suddenly, she flipped over and pressed him down, sitting between his legs with a playful look, imitating his usual manner. Her hand slid from his arms upward, slipping into his fingers and clasping tightly. She leaned down, her hair falling around her face. It smelled so delicious. What is this? It's so irritating, it's hurting the little zombie. Ling Yi pushed Fu Yishin away and sat up on her own. The sudden change in her sitting position made Fu Yishin beneath her involuntarily groan with half-closed eyes. This little zombie always manages to ignite something without realizing it. Forget it. I can teach her slowly next time. At this moment, Ling Yi grabbed Fu Yishin's wrist and examined it from side to side. Just now, she was pressed by that thing. But on the other hand, it seems that Fu Yishin used this very thing to control the power outage at the Lin family. Curiously, she looked at his watch. What kind of high-tech gadget is this? It can even control the Lin family's power switch. There are many raised buttons on top that look like they could be fun to press. Fu Yishin smiled and gently held her restless finger. Just some normal electrical currents and electromagnetic interference causing a temporary short circuit. Don't move around too much. When the power cuts out and the lights flicker, be careful, they might attract attention. Hearing this, Ling Yi found it more interesting. The flickering lights look so cool, especially at night. If I manage to leave the Lin estate smoothly, I'll secretly control your watch to make it flicker like a ghost, scaring that Bordeaux guy to death. Fu Yishin gently ruffled her hair. All right, I'll let you play with it then. The flickering lights are very eye-catching, so ships often use this method at night to light up and communicate over long distances, similar to Morse code. Morse code, also called Morse telegraphy, was invented in 1837 by American artist Samuel Morse. Over time, this code has evolved, Besides using sound signals and pauses like you did last time, it can also be transmitted through synchronized lights. Common flashlights and lamps can do this. Short flashes mean, and continuous light means dash. Suddenly, Fu Yixin's watch beeped with a notification. Ling Yi peeked out her head. What's that now? Fu Yixin tapped a few times on his watch. This is a blood profile of zombie monsters. I asked Abu to help verify and compare it with our existing zombie samples, the rose-shaped virus, and antibodies. Preliminary analysis shows that the cause of this zombie outbreak is a mutated upgrade of the rose-shaped virus. This virus is highly active, invasive, and capable of rapid replication. Once injected, it causes devastating damage to the nervous system. Also, based on my initial judgment, this upgraded virus 2.0 reacts very quickly when it encounters the rose-shaped virus antibody. That's why the hospital had the rose-shaped virus antibody injectors that day. I believe that day, the black-clad people had already injected the new virus 2.0 into the injured students at the market, then added the rose-shaped virus antibody that night, which triggered the zombie monster outbreak. It wasn't just to frame me. They also needed to speed up the mutation process of those injured students. Fu Yixin sighed deeply. However, now I have the blood sample and Abu can only help me with data synchronization and comparison. To deeply extract and analyze the virus's core, I still need a probe. Next, I need to see if there's a way for Abu to come in, or I have to find a way to go out myself. Ling Yi reached out and gently hooked her arm around Fu Yixin's neck, playfully blinking her eyes. Maybe. This task is better suited for your little zombie princess. Fu Yixin steadied her waist, surprised and happy. Do you have a good plan? Ling Yi was honest and straightforward. Not yet. Fu Yixin. That's typical. Her little zombie always likes to focus on mental victories. If someone ruins her plan, she would imagine giving them a good scolding or a punch before falling asleep happily. If she can't think of a solution, she eats a few more tomatoes, lounges with her legs crossed, relaxes, and waits for inspiration to come naturally. That's also fine, at least it keeps her happy and calm. Suddenly, Fu Yixin seemed to remember something important, nervously holding her hand. By the way, since we can't analyze the virus core right now, I don't have full confidence about how the zombie-like symptoms are transmitted or in what way. Also, since the infected group is small and outbreaks are rare, our understanding of the zombie symptoms relies only on our observations and the samples we collected last time. This makes research even harder. Currently, there's only one confirmed point. Someone has developed an upgraded version called Rose Virus 2.0 based on the original Rose virus, and we've also found that antibodies against the original virus can speed up the effects of Virus 2.0. It's quite sinister. Sterile, vacuum-based injection transmission is the simplest and lowest-risk experiment. I fear the first black-hooded zombie, and the ones at the hospital, and the ball are all part of this. His rough fingertips gently touched Ling Yi's cheek, filled with endless worry. But I can't be sure whether Virus 2.0 has the potential and risk of blood transmission, and I can't rule out slow reactions. This mutated Rose virus is a serious disease that didn't occur after you were injected twice with the original Rose virus before. Fu Yixin's worries are not unfounded. If the rose-shaped virus antibodies act as catalysts and the Virus 2.0 reaction is slow, it means there is a long, hidden incubation period. Last time, when Ling Yi fought the Black Cloak zombie monster, she was injured. Although he immediately disinfected her, stopped the bleeding, and has been monitoring her daily as a personal doctor, checking her temperature and health signs, if the reaction is slow, it could mean there is a chance the virus is still hidden inside her. He was about to explain more about the dangers of the Virus 2.0 to Ling Yi when she stretched lazily and asked, "What did you just say?" Fu Yixin didn't answer. Ling Yi yawned widely, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "You said so many things." The little zombie just feels a headache and itches, like it's burned out and needs a brain. Fu Yixin sighed and gently stroked her hair, then rubbed her little head. "All right, I'll give you a massage. You don't need to understand the complex science behind it, but remember, if you feel uncomfortable or something feels wrong, you must tell me immediately, understand?" Ling Yi understood this well, blinking and leaning closer to him. "That means, Fu Yixin." Just as Ling Yi was about to continue describing, Fu Yixin reached out and gently pressed her head down. "Enough, stop looking, NPCs usually don't have girlfriends. Ling, his ears twitched. Every gun sounds slightly different. His gun, for example, has a heavier trigger, changes magazines more often, has a smaller shooting range circle, and is probably an FN 5.7mm pistol. Based on the sound of the magazine dropping, they are not using extended magazines. The FN 5.7mm pistol can hold 20 rounds of 5.7mm ammo. If one round is in the chamber, that's 21 rounds, but after changing the magazine, only 20 remain. Ling Yi smirked slightly. As a professor and scientist, your knowledge seems a bit too broad. And what does all this mean? Gunfire rang out several times, filling the air with smoke. Fu Yishan smiled slightly and tapped his finger on Ling Yi's lips. This means that after changing the magazine sound, count 20 gunshots. He won't be able to fire continuously and will have to lower his head to change the magazine. Now it's the 18th. Fu Yishan quietly counted aloud. At this moment, the man in black fired a shot toward Zhao Sir, who turned slightly but was not hit. Number 19, Zhao Sir, Corolla, and the man in black kept exchanging fire. The man in black took advantage of the moment and shot toward Corolla. She turned, and the bullet hit a pillar behind her, sparking visibly. Number 20. The man in black pulled the trigger again but ran out of bullets. He quickly ejected the magazine. At that moment, Fu Yishan had already taken out an anesthetic and forcefully swung it. Ugh. The man in black suddenly had an anesthetic shot on his neck, and his legs went weak instantly.
Wow.
So impressive. Why does it suddenly seem like the invisible Fu Yishan is even more powerful than the visible one? Fu Yishan picked up Ling Yi. Let's go. Following Ling Yi's commands of lower your head, move forward, and turn left, Fu Yishan and Ling Yi navigated through the gunfire. Corolla and Zhao Sir protected them as they retreated outside the building, almost escaping the control of the man in black. At this moment, the little zombie's ears suddenly twitched. Inside the hall of the press conference, another man in black was hiding, secretly communicating via walkie-talkie. That zombie and the professor are very troublesome. Later, have the brothers set off the bomb and then encircle from outside to deal with them. Just a zombie like Naomi, a monster created by old Lin's experiments. Naomi also died completely. Ling Yi clenched her fists tightly, jumped out of Fu Yishan's arms, and coldly looked up. Who did you just say is the monster? The man in black didn't dare to speak and quickly showed his gun, trembling so much that he couldn't aim properly. Fu Yishan searched around and asked, Ling Yi, where are you? Zhao Sir grabbed Fu Yishan. Professor, it's dangerous here. We need to retreat first. No, I must find Ling Yi. Fu Yishan suddenly pushed Zhao Sir away and, speaking as he staggered, headed back toward the lobby. At this moment, Ling Yi slowly approached the man in black. I'll say it again. Naomi is not a monster. She's not. I won't allow you to call her a monster. As she spoke, Ling Yi clenched her teeth tightly, her small fists curling in anger. The figure with red hair and leather clothing appeared in her mind. And that day, the sharp tip of a knife pierced through her thin chest, blood dripping down along the blade. An inexplicable anger burned from her heart, rising with overwhelming sadness, stuck in her chest.
Ah!
With a loud, earth-shaking roar, the fury from deep inside distorted the surrounding space almost instantly. A call and response. Suddenly, the area was filled with continuous roars unique to zombies, all snarling fiercely, their growls shaking the ground. The situation changed suddenly, and darkness almost covered the entire area. Ling Yi's blood-red eyes shone brightly, her nails and fangs gleaming sharply, her whole body radiating a powerful aura. The man in black was now too afraid to move. He held a gun, but his teeth and legs trembled, and it seemed some liquid was leaking down his pants.
Ah, usa les humans.
Where did that bravado go just now? The man in black tried to run, but Ling Yi quickly struck him against the wall, or rather, not just against the wall. She shot him into the wall. Ling Yi didn't even know where her strength came from. With a small palm, she struck him, causing him to scream as he was pushed into the wall. The bricks crumbled, and he was embedded in the wall, bleeding and wailing. unable to move. The other black-clad men at the door widened their eyes, then suddenly fled in chaos, firing their guns at Ling Yi. Bang! Bang bang bang! Gunfire, smoke, falling wall debris and bricks, the entire place nearly collapsing. Where do you think you're running? Ling Yi dodged the bullets, showing her fangs and claws, rushing toward the black-clad men. With screams one after another, they were all pushed against the wall or pillars, embedded tightly. Ling Yi opened her sharp claws, wiped the dust from her face, and glared fiercely. Let's see how this zombie handles you all. Just a gentle push from her fingers was enough to pierce through their fragile, thin bodies, just like how those bad people once treated Naomi. It's just you left now, be good. It's just you left now, be good. Ling Yi held back tears and fiercely raised her hand. Ling Yi, where are you? Fu Yixin searched forward through the ruins. Outside the door, Zhao Sir was shouting loudly. Professor, come out quickly. The bomb defusal failed. Only 10 seconds left. It's about to explode. Run. But Fu Yixin seemed not to hear and kept heading toward Ling Yi, grabbing her arm. Hurry, come with me, be good. It's just you left now, be good. Listen to the professor. Naomi's final words echoed in her ears. The moment Fu Yixin held Ling Yi's arm, she felt her nose sting. The red glow in her eyes gradually faded. All she could hear were the panicked screams of the people in black, and the ticking sound of D indicating the countdown to explosion. At the door, Zhao Sir was desperately shouting. The building is collapsing. Professor Fu, can you hear me? Don't pull me back. Let me go inside. Fu Yixin was about to retreat with Ling Yi when suddenly, from another direction of the ruins, there seemed to be another strange sound. Crack. Is that the sound of a camera shutter? Who is taking pictures? The bomb's countdown was less than 3 seconds. Fu Yixin didn't care anymore. He quickly took off his coat, wrapped Ling Yi, and rushed toward the door. Boom! The grand hall, once filled with media and crowds holding a press conference, instantly exploded, billowing thick black smoke. Fu Yixin tightly held Ling Yi and rolled a few more times away from the blast. The explosion was deafening, with bricks and debris flying everywhere. The walls and pillars of the hall, already cracked from the black-clad figures embedded within, could no longer withstand the force. In the final roar of the explosion, the building collapsed with a loud crash. Fu Yixin slowly sat up, feeling around to loosen his coat. A small head peeked out, taking a deep breath of relief. Almost suffocated me. Fu Yixin chuckled softly and patted her back. Be good, it's okay now, it's okay. Yes, it's okay now. For the moment, it's safe. The terrifying news of the armed attack and explosion at the press conference quickly became the top trending topic on the internet in Whalei City. Media, the public, and police all retreated in time, and no one was hurt. The black-clad gunmen, who had been threatening with guns, all perished in the rubble, with no survivors. It was a sharp irony. They brought it on themselves. However, among the many photos on the news websites showing live reports, interviews, and official photos from the scene, a few caught special attention. They showed Ling Yi, with red eyes, fierce expression, sharp teeth, and claws, taking pictures of the black-clad gunmen, aiming her camera at walls and pillars. She raised her hand high, looking eager, ready to fight, with a fierce grin and clenched teeth. The gunman trapped against the wall looked terrified and unable to move. The blood-red filter made the scene look very frightening. Following closely were photos of the wreckage and chaos at the scene. The headlines boldly read, "Zombies and monsters are gone, no more threats?" The brutal attack by the attacking zombies. Comments and bullet screens flooded in. Initially, they said, "The black-clad men are not human. They are terrorists planting bombs and shooting indiscriminately." I was there. Those explosions and the collapsing building were caused by those black-clad terrorists. They got what they deserved. What does the cute little zombie have to do with this? Has the internet forgotten? Ling Yi, the zombie hero who saved Whalei City, is still remembered. But later, somehow, the tone shifted to, "So scary. What kind of monster is this? Black-clad terrorists are still human. Zombies killing people should be punished. Is this a new mutation of zombies? It looks scarier than zombies. I was there. When it was already dark, this female zombie shouted, and many zombies came rushing over. Has the internet forgotten? Zombies used to be just monsters that killed and bit people. I won't get a shot. Let me go. That's the blood of that zombie. In the Gu residence, loud and sorrowful screams echoed. Little Red's fine clothes were torn and disheveled, and she looked at Gu Xiaoming on the sofa with fear. Gu Xiaoming walked over with a grim face and stood in front of her. Little Red, as if clutching a lifeline, tightly grabbed the hem of Gu Xiaoming's suit. Brother Xiaoming, save me. I am now also Lady Lin's daughter, Gu Old Master's granddaughter-in-law, your little wife. You are educated, you have read books. You know that you can't let that zombie's blood touch me. I will turn into a zombie, become like that zombie with red eyes and fangs. I will turn into a disgusting and terrifying monster. Gu Xiaoming raised his hand, and with a sharp smack, he slapped Little Red hard across the face. I won't allow you to say that about her. Having half her genes, even being able to look like her, is your honor. Seeing you now, wearing her clothes and sitting in her place, makes me feel sick. Inject her with the blood. Hold her down. Little Red fully understood now. Gu Xiaoming wanted her to wear red contact lenses, fake teeth, and shout her name fiercely, all to imitate that little zombie, the one who used to be Lady Lin's little girl zombie. Gu Xiaoming's heart had no place for her, not even a tiny bit, even though she was now dressed in Lady Lin's clothes and carried her name. But she had struggled so hard to climb from the bottom. How could she be willing to become a zombie?
No.
Absolutely not. Little Red fought desperately, but saw herself being held down by a group of servants, and the red syringe drew closer and closer. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Gu, Lady Gu, Old Lady Wu is here. She wants to see both of you. Old Lady Wu? Gu Xiaoming frowned, not seeing her. The Wu family was also a major business group in Yulai City. Gu Xiaoming usually had little contact with such groups and was too lazy to bother. This old Lady Wu was of the same generation as his grandfather. Why was she coming to see him? And what was there to talk about with this maid? The sounds outside the door continued. Madame Wu insists on seeing young Master Gu and young Mistress Gu. She says that on the day of the engagement ceremony, she was saved by them and is here to thank them. She also specifically requested to see young Mistress Gu. Otherwise, she will not leave. Thankful for being saved by young Master Gu and young Mistress Gu? The engagement ceremony? Ha, how ironic. He and Little Red were just unfortunate victims at a ceremony that wasn't even meant for them, drugged and stripped of their clothes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a bit sympathetic, like fellow victims caught in a tough situation. Plus, Old Master Gu repeatedly warned that family matters should not be made public. For the sake of the Gu family's reputation, he had to act out the scene of young Master Gu and young Mistress Gu. He coldly looked at the still-shaken Little Red. You're lucky. No blood transfusion today. Come with me to deal with Madame Wu. Originally, Gu Xiaoming thought he could just send Madame Wu away easily, but unexpectedly, as soon as she saw Little Red, she warmly grabbed her hand and sat down. That was you, right? Such a little cutie. When I saw how you saved me that day, I knew that behind that mask, you must be clever and adorable. Madame Wu was dressed in fine clothes, her face kind and friendly. She held Little Red's hand with enthusiasm and excitement as she vividly recounted how the masked, young Mistress Gu had flipped tables, thrown tomatoes, and quickly dealt with the bad guys that day. She told the story vividly, repeating it more than 5 times. Fu Weixin hadn't yet reacted. The small zombie before him, with glowing red eyes, suddenly widened. At the same time, his lips once again felt that familiar touch, soft, warm, and gentle. Unlike before, when she was anxious and reckless, this time Ling Yi seemed curious and exploratory, lightly licking the corner of his mouth. Perhaps because in the past few nights, Ling Yi had been starving and forced into hunting mode, like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey. This time, Fu Weixin had already filled her stomach with a bowl of noodles. Now, she was sniffing his scent, more like tasting a sweet tomato-flavored dessert she was reluctant to eat all at once. Savoring it, then gradually going deeper. This was more intense than before, an unstoppable, passionate pursuit that added a sense of irresistible intimacy. As their breathing and heartbeat quickened, Ling Yi's hand slowly moved to his shoulder, her elbow lazily resting on his neck, while a cool arm subtly brushed past Fu Yixin's ear. She wanted to get closer to him, to feel their hearts beating together. Fu Yixin felt a shiver inside, and his hands instinctively moved up slowly. When she pressed her body fully against him, he firmly supported her waist. Their breathing grew heavier, without them noticing. The strength in his palms subtly increased. Suddenly tightening around her waist, Ling Yi let out a soft sound. Fu Yixin furrowed his brows, wrapping his arm around her waist. With a quick turn, he pressed her down beneath him. Surrounded by their heavy breaths, she had nowhere to escape. What started as a gentle, tentative kiss quickly turned into something more commanding. In the darkness, he pressed her down firmly, kissing her with purpose and intensity, as if trying to claim something. Both men and zombies have a natural instinct to seek and possess. It was a desire to conquer, rushing through his blood and blinding his senses. He couldn't see, hear, or think clearly, only want to move forward. Ling Yi's hands initially clutched his arm, then impatiently pushed him away. Unhappy with her resistance, Fu Yixin pressed down a little more, holding her tighter, even grabbing her wrist and pinning it to her side. His fingers intertwined with hers, from gripping tightly to tangled endlessly, until Ling Yi let out a soft whimper. The redness in Fu Yixin's eyes slowly faded as he loosened his hold on her. He heard her murmuring softly, I'm full now. I can't eat anymore. Fu Yixin's face darkened. So, was everything that just happened just her way of eating? This thought about eating made all his excitement and heat fade away. He instinctively reached up and touched his forehead. So what exactly had he done just now? He had actually kissed
A zombie.
and it had almost gotten out of control. Here, Fu Yixin was overwhelmed with complex feelings of regret, while Ling Yi, on the other side, curled up comfortably in Fu Yixin's arms, finding a cozy position and beginning to snore softly and cutely. Suddenly, she heard a tap. The little zombie lazily lifted a leg and casually rested it on him, sleeping even more soundly. Ling Yi. Snore, snore, Fu Yixin. In the morning, sunlight gently streamed through the curtains into the big bed. Ling Yi lazily opened her eyes and stretched comfortably. It's really nice to have days like this. The pure white ceiling, cozy colored curtains, bright sunshine outside. Even Fu Yixin's features looked clear and handsome.
Wait,
Is there something strange mixed in?
Fu Yixin?
Why is he sleeping next to her? Ling Yi instantly sat up, holding her zombie's head, and quickly recalled what happened. She repeatedly confirmed that she definitely was lying on the sofa outside yesterday.
But then,
She secretly looked down at Fu Yixin, whose dark circles under his eyes seemed even worse than last night. Without thinking, she knew this old guy hadn't slept well again. Ling Yi covered her face in frustration. This time, she was surely sleepwalking again. Damn this mysterious sleepwalking disorder. But on the other hand, besides stealing his bed last night, she probably didn't do anything bad. She unconsciously remembered that at the amusement park, she seemed to have left a deep bite mark on Fu Yixin's shoulder. The indentation was very noticeable to the touch, almost like she had almost bitten through. It scared her to death. Her Fu Yixin, she absolutely, definitely must not turn into an old zombie. She opened her fingers and quietly peeked through the gaps at Fu Yixin peacefully, lying on the bed. His high nose bridge, thin lips, sharp features. No wonder the female students at Weilai University were so captivated. After all, this old guy looked very tempting. Ling Yi swallowed hard and chewed her lips. So, she still understood herself in her sleepwalking state. With such a pleasant smell and adorable appearance, which clueless little zombie wouldn't be confused? She just didn't know if she had touched him last night. Maybe, since he hadn't woken up yet, she should check beforehand? Thinking of this, Ling Yi carefully shifted her body, leaned down, and peeked at Fu Yixin's neck. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Yixin had already woken up. He was just tired from last night's exertions and chose to rest his eyes on the bed for a little longer. But this early morning resting made him sensitive to the slight sinking of the mattress. It seemed like this little zombie was moving toward him, cautiously shifting closer to lie across his body. Fu Yixin's heartbeat suddenly became irregular. This little zombie. What was she planning to do so early in the morning? He froze in place, trying to control his breathing to stay calm, pretending to be asleep. Ling Yi moved closer, carefully examining his neck, not noticing her breath was still spraying on his skin. Every time she sprayed, a red mark appeared. She even secretly thought. Luckily, she hadn't found any bite marks on his cheeks or neck. But what about other places? Ling Yi bravely reached out and lightly touched Fu Yixin's collarbone. His body stiffened again, silent, with only a slight frown. How long would this little zombie keep messing around before stopping? Ling Yi made sure Fu Yixin was still asleep, then quickly lifted his robe, almost burying her head inside to take a look. Fu Yixin, this little zombie, was really losing her sense of boundaries more and more. His arm tensed, veins bulging, as he clenched the sheets beneath him. Ling Yi held onto his robe on both sides, examining his well-defined upper body from all angles. The bite marks looked like they had been there for a while, especially the one on his shoulder, which was now a bruise with a rough, uneven surface. The only good news was that there were no fresh bite marks from last night. Ling Yi let out a sigh of relief and covered him back with his robe. Fu Yixin narrowed his eyes slightly. This little girl, was she sighing? What is this? Are you unhappy? As for Ling Yi, she was still observing Fu Yixin's body while thinking, no cheeks, no neck, no upper body. Maybe the last remaining parts are also missing. Anyway, since the checkup was done, she didn't seem to mind checking one more part. Ling Yi took a deep breath, then boldly stretched out her hand toward Fu Yixin's pants. Snap! Fu Yixin immediately grabbed her small hand that was trying to cause trouble. Little zombie, where are your hands supposed to touch? His voice was lazy from waking up, with a hint of gravelly tone, and it sounded a bit annoyed and angry. Ling Yi was instantly flustered. Damn, how did this guy wake up? She looked at her hand, which was just resting on his waistband. It looked very suggestive. It felt like a mischievous girl caught trying to do something bad. This was a big zombie's social embarrassment scene. Where is the escape route? Oh no. Pretending not to see. Yes, pretending not to see. Ling Yi's eyes went blank as she skillfully stretched her hand forward. Fu Yixin, I can't see again. Where are you? Fu Yixin. This little zombie had a brain, but as usual, not much. Again with this trick. For a moment, he just felt both amused and annoyed. He didn't say much, just got up, went outside, grabbed a tomato, and threw it directly toward the bed. Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and she jumped up from the bed, catching the tomato steadily, then awkwardly stood on the bed in a very embarrassed pose. At this moment, Fu Yixin was leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, staring at her with a look of disbelief. Failing to pretend to be blind. Caught again. Ling Yi sat back on the bed in frustration. Ah, humans. They always use her favorite tomato against her. Ah, humans. And she hated her body's instinct to lunge forward. Ling Yi was about to bite the tomato in anger to vent her frustration when Fu Yixin reached out and took it away. He coldly said, "Go wash up. We'll have breakfast later, Ling Yi." No matter what, the little zombie's mood improved slightly as she watched Fu Yixin walk into the kitchen. After all, having a big tomato meal is pretty good. But she was too happy too soon. When she finished washing up, she was surprised to see no salad, just tomato salad. The little zombie's mouth and appetite had long been spoiled. This stuff. Even a starving little zombie wouldn't eat it. Ling Yi crossed her arms to protest. Fu Yixin raised an eyebrow. This is the price you pay for pretending to be blind twice yesterday and this morning. A small punishment. I hope the little zombie will learn from it. Learn from it. Your whole family should learn from it. Ling Yi angrily picked up a spoon, scooped a big spoonful of tomatoes, and shoved it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out as she muttered, "Well, I was blinded by you too. Shouldn't you learn from it? Not just because of your medicine. After each time, it gets worse. Is there a zombie as unlucky as me? Ugh, ugh." After saying that, she took another big bite. Unintentional words, but meaningful to the listener. Those words made Fu Yixin fall into deep thought. Indeed, counting carefully, Ling Yi had already taken the experimental medicine 3 times. Once she was severely allergic, her whole body swollen. Once she had a fever and was delirious. And finally, she even vomited blood and temporarily lost her sight. It was just a slight adjustment to the formula, but the side effects got worse each time. Last time, he firmly refused Abu's suggestion to let the little zombie take the medicine multiple times to test for fever. But, like him, he only adjusted the formula impulsively each time. What's the difference from repeatedly torturing her? He couldn't even imagine what more serious side effects might happen. Looking at the little zombie eating tomatoes angrily, Fu Yixin's eyes suddenly reflected her last time collapsing into his arms, coughing up blood, and her nervousness about the dark, tears still hanging at the corner of her eyes. Even if she is just an experiment subject, isn't it too cruel to keep giving her medicine during this immature stage? He thought for a moment, then turned around and walked to where Ling Yi couldn't hear him and dialed a number. Abu. His cold, serious voice made Abu gasp. You said. Fu Yixin slightly parted his thin lips and said, "That medicine that turns zombies back into humans. Let's pause it first. Please reorganize the blood reports, medication observations, and formula explanations from these recent tests." Abdu was somewhat confused about this sudden decision to suspend the new drug. This was something Fu Yixin cared about deeply, especially after the little zombie appeared. "No need to doubt. You heard me right, pause it first," Fu Yixin repeated to Abdu. While speaking, he looked back toward Ling Yi at the dining table. She looked annoyed but was still eating tomatoes from the salad bowl eagerly, tomato stains on her lips. Actually, just like now, at least avoiding more suffering was good. He suddenly chuckled and shook his head, a faint hint of affection crossing his eyes and brows. "Little zombie. There must be a way to find the root of the problem first. No need to keep experimenting with drugs that cause side effects. There's definitely a way." On the phone, Abdu didn't say much. After all, once Fu Yixin made a decision, he never changed it. He just weakly reminded Professor Fu about Carol's speech tomorrow. "Are you going?" Hearing this, Fu Yixin paused. He recalled that Carol had mentioned that organization hoped she could give a speech at Whalai University to recruit an academic team willing to research the rose-shaped virus. The rose-shaped virus. A biological weapon against zombies. Maybe for the safety of this little zombie, he needed to see what organization really intended to do. "I will go." But Fu Yixin stared at Ling Yi's obvious red pupils. If organization R's people are at Whalai University and they suddenly bring Ling Yi, who has distinctive features, it would be too conspicuous and dangerous. Fu Yixin warned Abdu, "Find some time to help me buy a few boxes of things to put in the lab. I'll need them tomorrow." Abdu was surprised. "A few boxes? The same as last time? In the lab?" Professor Fu, tough and quiet, knows how to play and handle things. Fu Yixin hesitated, then his face darkened. "Get lost. I mean buy a few boxes of colored contact lenses, darker shades, enough to cover that little zombie's red pupils." Abu. "Oh, I thought you wanted a few boxes." That one. The next day, Ling Yi was carried into the Whalai University laboratory by Fu Yixin as usual. Actually, she understood. When she was blind before, Fu Yixin kindly took a few days off to care for her. Now that her sight was restored, it was only right that he returned to continue teaching and researching at Whalai University. But the problem was, why was he carrying her like that? She had legs too. They were a bit short, yes, but they were still 2 zombie legs. And today, Fu Yixin was acting really strangely. In her eyes, he looked like a thief, walking quickly, glancing around nervously, as if he was afraid someone would see him carrying a zombie. What's wrong with a little zombie? Are little zombies not allowed in the light? Little zombies are quite famous at Weilai University, you know. So Ling Yi was simply carried all the way from the parking lot to the lab bench. Fu Yixin placed a small mirror and a box of colored contact lenses in front of her and said 2 words. Put them on. Ling Yi glanced at the packaging, startled, and immediately clinging tightly to Fu Yixin's shoulder. Oh my gosh, what is this disgusting thing? Fu Yixin, where did you find a pair of eyes?
Awa.
Fu Yixin froze on the spot, then patiently explained. These are colored contact lenses. Decorative, colored, soft contact lenses used to change the appearance of the cornea, covering the surface of the cornea closely and fitting tightly with the eye tissue, a kind of cosmetic medical device. Before her zombie brain's CPU overheated from a string of unfamiliar terms, Ling Yi trembled and asked hesitantly, "Can you speak human language?" Fu Yixin slightly twitching his mouth. "It's just something used to cover your zombie pupils." Ling Yi clung even tighter, her legs kicking on Fu Yixin's white coat. Awu. Awu. So, you took someone else's eyes and stuck them on mine? That's so scary, so scary. These aren't someone else's eyes. They're made of silicone hydrogel and water-absorbing polymers, including methyl methacrylate, hydroxyethyl methacrylate, and methyl acrylate glyceride. Fu Yixin looked at her confused and terrified face, then added, "They're just lenses. Anyway, you should get down now." Fu Yixin firmly held her ankle as she struggled at his waist, and her ears unknowingly turned red. This little zombie, easily frightened, has the annoying habit of clinging to him. And he wasn't sure if she could change that. Ling Yi still tightly grasped his collar, stumbling over her words as she asked many questions. "Are you going to put something in my eyes? Will it hurt? Will I bleed again? Will I lose my sight?" The feeling of blindness was something the little zombie didn't like. Although she didn't like her red pupils either, at least she could see things clearly. Fu Yixin chuckled softly.
So, she was worried about that.
He thought back to the last time she took medicine, vomited blood, and was uncomfortable, even losing her sight for a while. It was indeed a tough time for her. Thinking of this, he became a bit gentler and gently patted her back to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. These 2 lenses are only for special situations to protect your safety. I don't want this zombie trait to cause unnecessary trouble for you." He adjusted Ling Yi's position and sat her on the lab table, then placed the contact lens box back in her hand. "Trust me, wearing them won't hurt, won't be uncomfortable, won't cause bleeding, and won't make you blind now. Just take them out when you go home tonight." "Okay." Ling Yi hesitated but sat down reluctantly, examining the box and showing a troubled expression. "But I don't know how to wear them." Fu Yixin paused. It seemed reasonable. What was he thinking? Relying on a zombie who doesn't even wash herself to wear contact lenses. "Sit still and don't move. I'll help you put them on," Fu Yixin said as he opened the package and washed his hands carefully on the lab table. It was just like conducting an experiment. A physical experiment to temporarily change the zombie's eye color. "Look up," he said, gently pinching Ling Yi's small chin so she would lift her head to face him. Ling Yi stared intently at his hand, nervously clutching his white coat. "Don't be nervous." Fu Yixin reached out and touched her eyelids. Suddenly, Ling Yi let out a sharp cry, her nerves making her pull Fu Yixin's hand harshly, and her legs instinctively wrapped around his waist. The distance between them once again became very intimate. Fu Yixin froze for a moment, unable to proceed, and softly coaxed her. "Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon." He quickly placed one of the contact lenses into Ling Yi's eye, the deep brown lens perfectly hiding her original red eye color. Ling Yi grew more nervous, her hands and feet unconsciously gripping Fu Yixin's waist, and she even trembled slightly. This was dangerous. Fu Yixin's eyes and cheeks also faintly flushed with a dull red, and his voice gradually became hoarse. "Don't move around." He unintentionally sped up his movements. Soon, the other contact lens was also placed into Ling Yi's eye by Fu Yixin. Her fair skin paired with her dark brown pupils made her look like a delicate doll. He stared at her face in his arms, suddenly thinking that if this person weren't a zombie, her eyes might also be very beautiful. Those eyes, innocent and fixed on him, seemed to shimmer with tears.
But
Her hands and feet were still tightly clinging to him, in a very intimate pose. "All right, let go now." Fu Yishan's tone was full of helplessness as he gently patted Ling Yi's back, signaling her to loosen her grip. Ling Yi looked up suddenly as if she had discovered something, leaning closer to Fu Yishan. She was very close, breathing almost in his face, just like how she had unabashedly licked every part of him at night. Fu Yishan's breath was disturbed, becoming a little chaotic. "Little zombie. What are you doing?" Ling Yi blinked her big eyes. "I see my own eyes in your eyes. They're not red anymore, and they look really nice. They looked so good." She couldn't help but look at them a few more times. She released her hold on Fu Yishan's waist, then cupped his cheeks and leaned in a little more. "Don't move, I want to look again." Her gaze was entirely fixed on Fu Yishan's eyes, treating his pupils like a mirror. She held his face and pulled it toward her, not even noticing that her lips almost touched his nose. At this distance, Fu Yishan only felt his heartbeat skip a beat, his blood rushing wildly. He lowered his head suddenly, pulling her hands and feet away, stopping this extremely intimate pose. I need to go out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Stay here and behave." Fu Yishan almost ran away from the lab in a panic, leaning against the door and catching his breath before calming down. Why did it always have to be like this? A normal day was suddenly disrupted by a small zombie causing her to feel anxious. Her phone screen lit up with a message from Corolla. It was about a lecture. Her lecture was about to start soon. He adjusted his collar and headed in another direction. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, still in the lab, suddenly remembered. Abu had mentioned that the beautiful woman named Corolla would be giving a lecture at Weilai University soon. She pouted slightly.
Haha, man.
Whenever something seems unusual, there must be something hidden. Without explaining clearly, he was probably sneaking off to see the beauty. She was very curious about Corolla, the leader of Organization R, and a talented scientist. No matter what, she wanted to see her. As for the reminder to stay obediently in the lab, Fu Yishan underestimated her too much. She was a zombie bitten by a stray cat, but she wouldn't be trapped in this lab. She slipped out through the window pipe, like a nimble kitten, and blended in with a group of students, heading straight into the auditorium. Ling Yi couldn't help but admire that the leader of Organization R was as beautiful and impressive as Abu said. Strong presence, standing beside the podium, was like a stunning scene. However, unlike Organization R's usual stance of fighting zombies completely, Corolla didn't emphasize opposing zombies this time. Instead, she called for more people to join the organization, using science to fight for the future of all humanity. Her expression and words were very similar to Fu Yishan. At that moment, Fu Yishan sat in the front row, looking serious at Corolla on stage. Her speech was flawless. She didn't advocate using biological weapons to destroy zombies, nor did she clearly support Fu Yishan's research on turning zombies back into humans. This made it hard for him to judge the true intentions of Organization R and Corolla. As the speech ended, Corolla suddenly smiled and said affectionately to the audience, "You'll still support me like before, right?" Fu Yishan. The crowd was stunned. Her tone and expression were like a scene from a gossip show. A beautiful scientist paired with a cool genius professor, such a couple, not sitting at the main table, and shipping them would be rude. With thunderous applause, the crowd gradually dispersed. Corolla Dudongzo Dal Fu Yishan sighed. "Fu Yishan, I just openly used your name, mainly to take advantage of your fame at Weilai University and attract some friends. You won't mind, right? This time, I disobeyed our organization's orders and didn't mention the rose-shaped virus content they prepared for us, even though you ghosted me last time. So, as a token of friendship, shouldn't our Professor Fu give me a welcome and a reward, according to Western manners?" She then generously spread her arms, trying to get a hug called friendship from Fu Yishan. Fu Yishan instinctively took a step back. As for Corolla, she did seem to hug something, but the shape she held seemed a bit small, and it carried a hint of tomato scent. Just then, Ling Yi suddenly burst out from the crowd. Seeing Corolla reaching out to hug Fu Yishan, she didn't hesitate and directly dove her head between the two. Then, she replaced Fu Yishan and gave Corolla this friendship hug. This hug made Ling Yi's face turn red instantly. Humans really have no sense of boundaries. They hug as soon as they meet. By the way, being hugged by this beautiful scientist felt soft. But she didn't smell tasty. She had a similar scent to Lu Huahua, which little zombies don't like. Fu Yishan was stunned and quickly pulled Ling Yi out of Corolla's embrace. I told you to stay put. Why did you come here? Corolla's gaze lingered on Fu Yishan's hand, her eyes flickering. The man who always kept a strict distance from women was now holding this girl's wrist openly in front of everyone. She couldn't help but recall the strange noises from the phone call with Fu Yishan that day. The crowd, which hadn't fully dispersed, suddenly erupted again. Look. I knew that Corolla and Professor Fu's relationship must be special. Did you see her just now hugging Professor Fu's daughter? Daughter? Fu Yishan's daughter? She carefully examined the small girl in front of her. Fu Yishan this is. Fu Yishan coughed heavily. No, she's just a pet I keep at home. A pet? An experiment? A little zombie? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, Carol suddenly relaxed her expression and looked at Ling Yi like she was looking at a child. Little friend, you're so cute, especially your sharp little teeth. They look really nice. But don't wear colored contact lenses too often. They're bad for your eyes. Ling Yi straightened up and said, Who's the little friend? I'm already an adult. Fu Yishan, hearing Carol mention the sharp teeth and contact lenses, worried that Ling Yi's zombie identity might be exposed. He quickly pulled Ling Yi back and protected her behind him. To Ling Yi, this action seemed like he was stopping her from provoking the beautiful scientist in front of her. Geez. Fu Yishan, you're distracted by looks and forget about the little zombie. Ling Yi struggled desperately to break free from Fu Yishan's grip, but he held on tightly, and she couldn't shake him off no matter how hard she tried. The two of them, in front of Carol, started to compete openly and secretly. Fu Yishan let go. No. Fu Yishan pulled Ling Yi with force, his face serious as he prepared to leave. Since the lecture is over, let's go back. Wait. Carol spoke with a smile, looking at Fu Yishan. I've come all this way, so we should have dinner together. Just the two of us like before. Hearing this, Ling Yi was even less happy. No way. Taking Fu Yishan away from me is the same as taking my big tomato meal. Fu Yishan was about to refuse, I don't want to. But Ling Yi interrupted directly. Okay, I'll go too. Fu Yishan. Carol smiled and said, Great, then the little friend can come too. Let's go to that Western restaurant we used to visit. Fu Yishan shot a fierce glare at Ling Yi. What is this little zombie thinking? Ling Yi looked back fearless. Fu Yishan, why are you so fierce? Disgusted that the little zombie is ruining your private world? Just ruining it? Why not bite me then? What do you want to eat? Same as before, rare steak with red wine. Carol confidently ordered from the menu, smiling at Ling Yi. You're called Ling Yi, right? What would you like? Although everything about the beautiful woman could be forgiven, Ling Yi really didn't like Carol constantly mentioning before. It made her feel like she was a newcomer. The music in the Western restaurant is soft and slow. The people here move very slowly, as if everything needs to be savored before they are satisfied. Even the menu has no pictures, only a long string of plain text. It looks unappetizing. Fu Yishan spoke up to change the subject. She's picky. Just a plate of tomato spaghetti and a glass of tomato juice will do. Corolla smiled. That's right, she's a kid. Kids should eat kids' food. Ling Yi immediately felt unhappy. Who is a kid? She straightened her back again. I won't eat tomato spaghetti. I want to eat. The same as you used to eat. Ling Yi emphasized the word, used to, the past that the little zombie didn't share. Now, if they can't beat her, it's still possible to join in. So, Ling Yi got her wish and received a serving of Angus thick-cut ribeye, cooked medium rare. A large white ceramic plate held 2 small pieces of steak, with 2 asparagus spears. It looked like a waste of space on the big plate, with only some sauce, rosemary, sea salt, and black pepper casually drawn around. It looked nice, but why was there no spoon? That's not logical. Ling Yi instinctively glanced at Corolla. Indeed, everything looks good on a beautiful girl. She opened her napkin, picked up her knife and fork and carefully cut a small piece of steak, then put it in her mouth. As the violin music in the restaurant played softly, she looked extremely elegant. Ling Yi could only awkwardly imitate her, holding the knife and fork clumsily. She moved the steak slightly away from her, but nothing changed. Suddenly, she missed the simple roughness of tomato spaghetti. "Kid, do you not know how to use a knife and fork?" Corolla asked gracefully, holding her utensils. "It's my fault. I just wanted to find the taste of used to with Fu Yishan." She seemed to be caring but kept mentioning used to again and again. Ling Yi really wanted to thank her whole family. What does it matter if zombies don't know how to use cutlery? Zombies use their hands and teeth to eat. Roar. "Open your mouth." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Ling Yi turned her head and saw Fu Yishan cutting a piece of meat and holding it near her mouth. "I only added a little salt. Try the taste first." Although he had a cold, unapproachable look with no expression on his face, his tone was actually very gentle. He openly fed his little zombie at the place where they used to eat, right in front of Corolla. Ling Yi instinctively blushed, leaned forward, and bit the meat off her fork. If it was done this way, she might consider liking a plate of food they used to eat. Fu Yishan's portion was just the right size, similar to the size of a tomato she usually eats, with a just right flavor. Pretty good. Fu Yishan lowered his head and cut another piece, dipped it lightly in sea salt, and handed it to her. "Do you like it?" Ling Yi nodded forcefully with a, and reached out to take the next piece of meat, unconsciously kicking her feet back and forth. "All right, I'll make it for you next time." "Eating only tomato spaghetti isn't balanced nutrition," Fu Yishan said with a faint smile in his eyes and at the corners of his mouth. "I've already cut everything for you. Take your time eating. The black sauce on the side might be a bit strong. Be careful not to touch it." He cut his steak into small pieces and swapped plates with Ling Yi, so she wouldn't need to use a knife and could eat gracefully and properly, one bite at a time. Her heart felt warm. The close interaction between the two in front of her made Corolla feel uncomfortable. "Fu Yishan, you're really very different from before, much gentler." It seems that little Ling Yi really played a big part. Before she finished speaking, Corolla's phone rang. The screen showed a big R. She calmly hung up without any change in her expression, raised her glass, and took a sip of white wine. "Fu Yishan, I didn't follow our organization's instructions this time. I'll probably get a scolding when I go back. What do you think I should do?" Fu Yishan picked up a tissue, helping Ling Yi wipe the meat juice from her lips, and didn't look up at Corolla. "You are the capable assistant of that boss. The leader of our organization. Who would dare to scold you?" Corolla turned her face away. "It's also because of that zombie turning into a human drug you're working on. You know, our organization has always wanted you to pause and focus on more valuable research. I've been supporting you all along. By the way, how is the progress on that drug?" Fu Yishan paused with his actions. Originally, he had indeed decided to pause the project to prevent Ling Yi from suffering. He wants to find the root cause of humans mutating into zombies and treat it effectively. Also, the issue of hypnotic sleepwalking causing large groups of zombies to gather and attack should not be ignored. But for now, to keep Ling Yi safe, it's better not to reveal these plans to organization R. Fu Yishan meaningfully said, "I have paused the research. You can go back and inform the organization."
Ling Yi, pause it?
Hadn't she just recently freed herself from the side effects of the medicine? So she suffered from allergies, a fever, and blindness for nothing? How could Fu Yishan go back on his word? She immediately pushed away the tissue in Fu Yishan's hand. "Why did you suddenly pause without telling me?" Corolla noticed that Ling Yi reacted strongly to this and cared a lot. She smoothed her expression and smiled to defuse the situation. "Maybe Fu Yishan didn't want me to feel pressured. Actually, I'm used to it. As long as Fu Yishan wants to do something, I support him. For now, with just the two of us, we can still stand against most of the organization." Not wanting pressure and giving up on saving innocent humans turned into zombies, Ling Yi felt very conflicted. Fu Yishan is her magician, the only one who might help her become human again. Unfortunately, every time the organization resolutely takes the zombies away to destroy them because they are too dangerous. So, this plan to turn zombies back into humans sounds crazy to the organization. Trying to save those cruel, mindless zombies by giving them medicine. Corolla's explanation seemed to defend Fuishin, but each sentence subtly touched Ling Yi's dissatisfaction. Ling Yi muttered in reply, "Zombies are actually very pitiful. If they weren't starving so badly, they wouldn't attack living people on their own." Corolla suddenly leaned forward. "Little friend, are you also very concerned about zombies?" Ling Yi's understanding of zombies made Corolla look at her with surprise. "No, she just often listens to me talk about it and has taken many courses and lectures at Weilai University. She has her own ideas." Fu Yishan quickly glared at Ling Yi to stop her from saying more. When eating, "You don't need to talk so much." He then reached with his fork into Ling Yi's plate, spearing a piece of meat to feed her. Ling Yi had just taken a bite, not yet swallowing, when Fu Yishan picked up another piece and held it up. Fu Yishan's intentions are very clear. He stuffed the little zombie's mouth so full that she couldn't speak. "Ling Yi." His movements became faster and faster, causing Ling Yi's cheeks to puff out suddenly. "Fu Yishan, what are you doing? Are you trying to choke the little zombie and the beautiful scientist to death together?"
I'm Cho-ukun.
Ling Yi immediately picked up the tall glass in front of her and drank it all in one gulp. Ugh, it tastes terrible. It turns out not all red liquids are delicious. By the way, what is this stuff? Burp, I feel a little tipsy. Ling Yi drank Fu Yishan's entire glass of red wine in one go. When Fu Yishan snatched the glass back, it was already empty. Ling Yi sat at the table, looking confused, with a rosy face and hiccuping from the alcohol. "Huh? Fu Yishan, why are there two of you?" Like a cat easily tipsy, this little zombie was now clearly a bit drunk. She was smacking her lips, showing sharp tiger teeth. Fu Yishan's face darkened. Hypnosis, sleepwalking, could wake the zombie's hunting instincts, and he wasn't sure if drunkenness might cause her to lose control. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed Ling Yi. Suddenly losing her balance, Ling Yi flailed her arms and shouted, "Fu Yishan, you bastard! Fu Yishan, let go of me! Why are you grabbing me again?" Corolla also stood up, clearly surprised by what's happening. This little one hasn't drunk before, so she's probably a bit drunk. "To avoid more trouble, sorry, I need to take her home now. I've already bought it." This was probably the longest sentence Fu Yishan had spoken to Corolla tonight. Before Corolla could say anything, Fu Yishan quickly turned and left the restaurant with Ling Yi in his arms. Watching their retreating figures, Corolla's fingers under her long coat clenched into fists unconsciously. At the same time, she fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Corolla remembered that day at the amusement park, when they were hunting zombies and the kid holding a tomato-flavored lollipop. "Little brother, was there a handsome uncle looking for you just now?" "The handsome uncle? What did he say to you?" "The handsome uncle didn't say anything, but a girl with red eyes wanted to steal my lollipop, and then the uncle took me away." "Oh, a girl with red eyes, is she your sister?" "Uncle Handsome, and the sister with red eyes. Is that right?" Things seem a bit different from what she imagined. Corolla picked up her phone, quickly dialed a number, and only when the screen showed a big R did she bring it to her ear. Her lips parted slightly as she said, "This is Corolla. Plans have changed. I need to stay a bit longer at Yale University. Fu Yishan, you bastard, let me down now. Fu Yishan, you forget yourself and ignore the little zombie. You're shameless." On the way home, Ling Yi kept scolding Fu Yishan nonstop. At first, she whispered her complaints, but seeing that Fu Yishan didn't respond, she got bolder and scolded even more fiercely. "Fu Yishan, you're so rude. Ugh, always carrying me around. Not at all gentlemanly. Ugh, I feel so uncomfortable. If you carry me again, I'll be sick." Fu Yishan had no choice but to lean down and forcefully toss Ling Yi onto his back. Much more comfortable now. Ling Yi pressed her chin on his broad shoulder, feeling his familiar, delicious scent rush into her nose. She hated her body's instinct. Every time she smelled him, she felt strangely safe, calming her irritable mood. No, this time she didn't want to calm down. Ling Yi lay on Fu Yishan's back, mumbling and grumbling in a zombie-like language only she understood. Ugh ugh. Gurgle gurgle, chirp chirp. Shingi's wa is mo do, ji. She even bit his collar when she got excited. Fu Yixin felt both annoyed and amused, and slowed his steps unconsciously. Little zombie. What are you doing? Lingy flailed her arms and legs. It's uncomfortable. Don't ask. If you ask, I'll just curse you. Bite you, he chuckled helplessly. You're the one drinking and feeling bad. Why are you cursing me? Suddenly, Lingy straightened up, hands on her hips, looking proud and fierce. Fu Yixin, I tell you, my teeth aren't good right now, but one day, this little zombie is going to bite you into a zombie, so you'll understand what it's like to be one. After saying that, she bent down and let out a big howl, biting into Fu Yixin's shoulder. A small mouth with tiny tiger teeth was biting through Fu Yixin's shirt with a playful nibble. It was harmless, just full of alcohol, smell, and saliva. Fu Yixin was used to this kind of thing. He had been bitten before. There were plenty of small tooth marks all over him. He paused for a moment, then gently lifted the sleepy little zombie from his back and headed straight home. The yellow streetlights cast his shadow longer and longer. Suddenly, he felt a warm, wet mark on his back, and faintly, he heard a pitiful whimper. Little zombie, he tentatively called back. Whimper, whimper. So his little zombie had bitten him until he cried? Just because he didn't meet her ideal, and she bit him into a zombie? He had found this zombie himself and raised her for a long time, so he would just comfort her. Hey, little zombie, don't cry. Fu Yixin had to stop and patiently soothe her. You're the best little zombie with the strongest teeth. With your current attitude, Fu Yixin will soon turn into a zombie too. Humph. Lingy wiped her nose and tears, rubbing against Fu Yixin's back. I'm telling you, if Fu Yixin turns into a zombie, it's his own fault. He's fickle, and he stopped researching the medicine just because of Carol. What scientist or professor? Humph. So angry, he just stopped because of a beautiful woman. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob. The little zombie will never turn back into a human. She can only stay a zombie forever. Fu Yixin finally understood that Ling Yi misunderstood his pause in research, thinking it was related to Carol. But still, he could sense a hint of jealousy in her tone. Ling Yi suddenly bit him again on the neck, where there were no clothes to block her, and her touch was very sensitive, tickling and itchy. Fu Yixin couldn't help but blush. He took a deep breath and soothingly said, Little zombie, stop biting. Ling Yi on his back refused to give up, muttering. Fu Yixin isn't a magician at all. He's just a jerk who forgets about little zombies when he sees a pretty face. Let him go talk with Carol about their past, go to their old restaurant, and eat their old food. They should just be together, just like Abu said. Fu Yixin is such a jerk, boo-hoo. Why does it make me so unhappy when I think about Fu Yixin being with Corolla, boo-hoo? Fu Yixin chuckled softly, who said Fu Yixin is with Corolla. Not to mention, this tipsy, jealous little zombie is quite adorable. Seeing Ling Yi's lack of reaction, he gently lifted her chin and asked tentatively, Little zombie? Ling Yi suddenly bit his earlobe hard again, using her remaining strength. Don't call me little zombie. I hate being a little zombie. A little zombie. A little zombie is the one who goes to the trash can to pick rotten tomatoes to eat. A little zombie has no home. Fu Yixin suddenly remembered the day he went to the vegetable market with Ling Yi to pick tomatoes. This little one had looked up at him innocently and said, but now, the little zombie has a home, with Fu Yixin. A wave of tenderness filled his heart. All right, stop biting. Fu Yixin calmly carried her on his back. Let's go home right now, okay? Ling Yi reluctantly let go of Fu Yixin's reddening earlobe, leaning on his shoulder, exhaling deep, mixed with alcohol. Fu Yixin, I want to ask you, are you really going to let Corolla be my stepmother? Corolla? Stepmother? What strange things are running through this little zombie's mind? Fu Yixin's face darkened. He walked straight to his car, opened the door, and directly threw this tipsy, babbling little guy inside. Fu Yixin, you jerk. Amid Ling Yi's drunken curses, he calmly shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator in one smooth motion. Ling Yi, unbuckled in the back seat, tumbled from one side to the other, hitting the side window with a loud bang. That familiar feeling. It was almost like the clumsy way he was brought home by Fu Yishan for the first time. Wah, Fu Yishan, you jerk. It hurts so much, little zombie. Boo-hoo. Ling Yi's words in the back seat grew more muddled, but she still clutched her arm where she had bumped it, crying out in pain. Fu Yishan looked at Ling Yi in the rearview mirror, lost in thought. Just now, what was he angry about? Was it because Ling Yi had said stepmother after drinking? Or because, in this little one's heart, he was still that Fu dad? He was with a drunken, rambling little zombie, arguing over something trivial. Fu Yishan instinctively slowed down the car. Corolla was once my research partner. When the zombie outbreak happened, she, as an important member of organization R, supported science, so she convinced me to join the research too. He drove slowly, while telling the story of Corolla. We don't have as many past stories as you think. We are just two independent scientists working together. If I had to say what our relationship is, it's mainly that within the organization there are two opinions. One is to develop a virus weapon to destroy zombies, which most people support. The other is to restore zombies to humans, which is what I am working on. Right now, Corolla supports my side. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the small figure lying on the back seat, breathing shallowly. Fu Yishan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know why he was explaining all this to a confused little zombie. He also didn't know how much of it the little one could really understand. But something still needed to be said. Little one, listen. Fu Yishan's voice suddenly became serious. Corolla is just a comrade to me in this end of the world. We have never had feelings beyond that. The long story about Organization R's past. Ling Yi was half asleep and didn't catch much of it, but she listened carefully to this part. Although she didn't fully understand. Fu Yishan, a soft, gentle voice came, and Fu Yishan felt a strange alcohol smell fill his ears. The little zombie had somehow sat up from the back seat, swaying unsteadily, leaning against the driver's seat. So, what does beyond the limit feelings mean? Fu Yishan looked away and thought for a moment before answering. Let me put it this way. It means always keeping the other person in your heart and often worrying about her safety. Rarely. He didn't use academic or technical terms to describe this. Because feelings, after all, have no fixed definition. Ling Yi nodded and shook her head as if she understood but didn't fully grasp. Like when you rushed into the lab to save me last time, Fu Yishan's mind flashed back to that day. Everyone else avoided the explosion in the laboratory, but he pushed through the crowd and rushed inside. Amid the smoke and fumes, he finally found that little zombie, tears on her face, throwing herself into his arms and shouting, "Scared to death, scared to death." He always kept that little zombie in his heart, worried about her safety. There's no doubt about that. Is this an emotion beyond normal boundaries? Or maybe I should put it differently.
Fu Yishan paused again.
An emotion beyond boundaries. If she were in danger, I would be the first to find her and protect her. Ling Yi lazily stretched and yawned. So, just like that day at the amusement park when I got lost and you searched everywhere to find me, and in the end, I bit your shoulder for an afternoon. The amusement park. The chaos, confusion, and tension of that day are still clear in my mind.
Could it be that?
No, I need to say it differently. Fu Yishan cleared his throat softly to hide his unease. Maybe. I want to be with her every day. Ling Yi leaned back on the back seat, fiddling with her fingers. I understand that, just like how you buy tomatoes for me every day, wash them, cook them, and tell me bedtime stories. If she gets sick, I would be even more anxious than her. What about when I had an allergic reaction and a fever last time? Were you worried then? If she's scared, I'll stay by her side to give her a sense of safety. So, when I went blind, you would even cook and bathe with me? Ling Yi rested her chin on her hands, her face flushed and a little tipsy, innocent and naive. Her expression made Fu Yishan's mood fluctuate wildly. She matched his definition of beyond boundaries with their daily life, one by one. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener remained silent. He paused, then looked seriously into the rearview mirror. No matter what foolish things she does, she won't get angry. I just want to pamper her, indulge her, watch her smile, watch her make trouble. Ling Yi didn't answer this question. Long sentences were always something she couldn't understand. But when Fu Yishan looked at her and said it aloud, He already had the answer in his heart. His hands on the steering wheel subconsciously clenched tighter. Beyond boundaries. Is it with the little zombie girl? Suddenly, Fu Yixin spoke up. Little one. That little one earlier refused to let him call her little zombie, so he simply didn't say it. Ling Yi was half asleep, lying motionless on the back seat, her cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. I was thinking about something. Fu Yixin unconsciously sighed and chuckled softly. Little one, you are already drunk and talking nonsense. Suddenly, a fluffy little head peeked out from the back seat, even reaching out to try to grab his upper body. Are you saying I'm talking nonsense? What does being drunk mean? Awu awu. That. Fu Yixin quickly pressed her head back down and used one hand to push away her restless claws on his chest. Little one, don't move around. Where are your hands? Stop messing around. In the end, the drunken Ling Yi was carried home by Fu Yixin, cradled in his arms. It was really too tiring. As Fu Yixin placed her on the sofa and turned around, Ling Yi, like a cat, suddenly pounced onto his back. Her hands wrapped around his neck from behind, her legs looped around his waist, and she even hooked her ankles together. She mumbled, I don't want to sleep on the sofa. I want to sleep in the big bed with Fu Yixin. Fu Yixin was momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of his stillness, Ling Yi used her hands and feet to exert force, maintaining her grip on him, and surprisingly shifted position to move to the front. She clung to his neck with both hands, breathing out a strong scent of alcohol. This is it. In her hazy mind, this was a familiar and very safe place for her. She buried her head into his embrace, giving it a couple of nuzzles. She was determined not to let go. Fu Yixin had to walk into the room, pointing at the big bed. The bed is over there. Go down and sleep. Ling Yi looked back once, then turned her head to stare into his eyes. Her deep brown pupils made Fu Yixin's heart tremble. Suddenly, she smiled warmly, loosened her grip from his neck, and instead grabbed his collar, then threw herself backward with reckless abandon. With a thud, Ling Yi pulled Fu Yixin into the center of the bed, causing the blankets and pillows to shake. He looked at her in surprise as they both fell into the soft bed. At the moment their noses nearly touched, he propped himself up on one hand, trying to keep some distance between them. But it was only just enough. Her breath, tinged with a faint scent of alcohol, stirred a new wave of tingling across his face. He watched her from above, his cheeks glowing with a pink hue. His eyes looked dreamy and slightly unfocused, as if intoxicated. His small lips moved slightly, making him look particularly charming. Fu Yixin momentarily lost his focus. Little one. What do you want to say? Ling Yi pouted in displeasure, slightly arching her body. She placed her hands on his shoulders again and gently pressed him down. Fu Yixin's hand clenched the bed sheet tightly. For a moment, it seemed as if the blush on her face, caused by her wine-like glow, had spread to him. Could it be that he was also a little drunk? Fu Yixin, a soft, sweet voice came from below. Fu Yixin looked down and responded softly. His voice, which he didn't realize had become a bit husky and alluring, carried a hint of charm. At this moment, Ling Yi curled her small body and leaned close to his ear. Her lips moved slightly, almost brushing his earlobe, as if asking for a reward, calling his name. Fu Yixin. Her voice was as gentle as a feather, lightly brushing past, causing his breath to pause for a few seconds. Fu Yixin reached out to steady her waist and almost whispered from his throat. I'm here. I want. Ling Yi tilted her head back, stretching her tone, and mischievously bit his earlobe. I want to hear Fu Yixin tell a bedtime story. Fu Yixin. His Adam's apple involuntarily moved up and down sharply. This little zombie really wanted him to tell a bedtime story? Seeing that Fu Yixin didn't respond, Ling Yi immediately started acting spoiled and stubborn. She grabbed his arm and bit it, softly murmuring again. Tell a story. Tell a bedtime story. Fu Yixin, please. Just tell it now. But how is that bedtime story supposed to go? Fu Yixin tried to steady his breathing and recalled scientific concepts in his mind. Duh. Dopamine is the most abundant catecholamine neurotransmitter in the brain. Dopamine. acts as a neurotransmitter to regulate various physiological functions of the central nervous system. It is a chemical substance used to help cells transmit impulses. This brain hormone is related to feelings. It conveys excitement and happiness. Also, a long string of complex terms made Ling Yi feel dizzy and drowsy. Just as her whole body was about to weaken and she was about to collapse onto the bed, a large hand gently supported her from behind. In a hazy state, she heard the last words from Fu Yixin's mouth, bedtime story, which were, dopamine. Also means addiction. That voice is really nice to hear. Calm, pure, and soothing. Just listening makes it feel delicious and addictive. Ling Yi licked her lips, seemingly savoring the words repeatedly, and then slowly fell into a deep sleep. A sweet, obedient snore sounded. Fu Yixin lowered his gaze, watching her delicate little face, gently placing her small head on the pillow. His cool fingertips couldn't help but softly stroke her face, warm and careful, gliding over her skin.
Ling Yi softly hummed.
He was surprised and quickly raised his hand, retracting all his slender fingers, acting like a mischievous boy from school days, cautious and afraid of being caught doing something wrong. Only after confirming that Ling Yi was truly asleep did he lean over and gently remove her colored contact lenses. Fu Yixin looked at the clock and then at Ling Yi, sleeping soundly in the quilt, wondering whether she would sleepwalk again tonight. Would the little zombie, drunk and sleepwalking, do something strange? Would she still lie on him, nibbling and biting? In his mind, he unconsciously recalled her mischievous kisses on him every time. His finger lifted, touching his lips and rubbing them back and forth. Today, they hadn't even been skin to skin. Yet it still felt like there was a residual warmth. He actually looked forward to her sleepwalking again. The moment this thought appeared, Fu Yixin startled himself. His gaze on the sleeping little zombie on the bed suddenly softened and became complex. Little one. It seemed that ever since he picked up this little zombie from the trash heap and brought her home, everything had quietly changed. It was as if something had taken root in his heart, sprouted, and timidly bloomed into a small flower. It turns out that in certain situations, a person's hypothalamus can unconsciously release various neurotransmitters, serotonin secretion decreases, and the activity of the prefrontal cortex, responsible for judgment and reasoning, also diminishes. Dopamine really is addictive. Fu Yixin slowly leaned down and secretly pecked her on the forehead. The sound was very soft, but in the quiet night, it was especially noticeable and touching. It mixed with his gradually increasing heartbeat. Thump, thump. And so, it continued all night. The whole night passed, and Ling Yi didn't sleepwalk. Fu Yixin sat up straight and picked up his phone to check. There was no zombie outbreak all night, and the city of Weilai was peaceful. This made him more certain that Ling Yi's sleepwalking was definitely connected to the zombie outbreak in some hidden way.
But
why was there no outbreak last night? Recently, the zombie attacks seemed even more unusual. Like the last time, when the amusement park gathered crowds because of a special offer, it suddenly became chaotic in the afternoon. If some mysterious force was controlling it, what could its purpose be? While thinking, Fu Yixin's gaze suddenly fell on Ling Yi. She was peacefully sleeping on the pillow next to him, with the morning sunlight shining through the gauze curtains, creating a calm and beautiful scene. He absolutely didn't want to associate this little girl with those snarling, fierce, attacking zombies. Her face always looked so soft that sometimes he couldn't help but want to tease her. Thinking of this, his hand unconsciously raised. Just as he was about to touch her cheek, Ling Yi suddenly moved. Fu Yixin's first reaction was to hold his breath, quickly lie back in the bed, and pretend nothing had happened.
Damn it.
What was he feeling guilty or nervous about? When Ling Yi woke up, she habitually kicked her leg. Fu Yixin tried hard to hold back, but he still let out a muffled groan. That sound, the feeling of the blanket, that familiar scent. Ling Yi suddenly opened her eyes and shivered. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Why was she back on Fu Yixin's bed again? Even if humans often say that dreams reflect what they think about during the day, It shouldn't be that she kept sleepwalking and trying to take his space every time.
Sigh.
Ling Yi, slowly realizing, pressed her throbbing head, feeling more dizzy than usual. She gradually recalled her experiences from yesterday, about the last memory from last night. It seemed she was having dinner with Corolla and Fu Yishan, and then she suddenly drank a very bad-tasting drink in anger. And then, what happened next? Ling Yi supported her head and shook it a few times. Fragments of images finally started to come together, one after another. It seemed she was clinging to him, flailing and biting. "Little zombie, what are you doing?" Feeling uncomfortable. "Don't ask. If you ask, I'll just scold you. Bite you. Don't call me little zombie. I hate being a little zombie. Are you really going to make Corolla my stepmother?" But he didn't seem to blame her, and it looked like he was trying to explain something seriously. "Little one, listen. Corolla is just a comrade of mine from the end times. We've never had feelings beyond friendship." Before she could understand why Fu Yishan wanted to explain this so-called beyond friendship feeling, more embarrassing fragments of memories flooded her mind. In the dark, she shamelessly clung to him and refused to let go, insisting on sleeping in his bed. For a moment, Ling Yi felt her fingertips, covering her face, grow hot. Again in the dark, she grabbed his collar and with a loud thud, pulled Fu Yishan into the middle of the bed. Ling Yi involuntarily took a breath, her ears growing warm. Their noses nearly touched. She slightly arched her body, hands once again climbing onto his shoulders, pressing him down, even biting his earlobe. A grand cry of despair echoed in Ling Yi's heart. Oh my goodness. What did little zombie do last night? The problem was Fu Yishan, this old guy, didn't seem to resist at all. Ling Yi blushed deeply, her heart pounding, secretly glancing at Fu Yishan lying on the bed. She didn't know how much she had teased him last night. Hiss. Her ears are red? No way could it be that she was bitten and turned red last night? Ling Yi dared to move closer again. And Fu Yishan, who was pretending to sleep, once again clenched the bedsheet beneath him. Thump thump, their heartbeats involuntarily intertwined. Ling Yi was focused on leaning forward to check Fu Yishan's red ear tip, trying to see if there were any bite marks. She didn't notice that behind her, a large hand had quietly been raised. Fu Yishan had already decided that if she continued to lie on him, he would gently hold her waist, then turn over and press her down. He wanted to ask her what she was up to so early in the morning. If she couldn't answer or started talking nonsense again, he wouldn't hesitate to stop her with his own way. Just as their distance was closing and the air between them grew thick with tension, ding-dong, ding-ding-ding, the doorbell rang repeatedly, perfectly interrupting the moment, causing both Ling Yi and Fu Yishan's hands to freeze midair. A familiar female voice came from outside. "Fu Yishan, are you home? Open the door, it's me. It's Carolina." Fu Yishan opened his eyes in surprise. Why is she here? Seeing Fu Yishan suddenly open his eyes, Ling Yi was furious. Well done, Fu Yishan. You're still that guy who forgets everything for a pretty face. As soon as Carolina arrived, you opened your eyes. So impatient. And you still claim there's no inappropriate feelings. You're lying to the little zombie. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. In her anger, she directly bit Fu Yishan's arm, fiercely and without mercy. No holding back. She had been expecting to hold the soft, fragrant little zombie in her arms, but suddenly being interrupted and bitten without warning made Fu Yishan scream. "Ah, little one, what are you doing?" Ling Yi shot him a fierce glare and got out of bed on her own. What can a little zombie do? Bite you? Outside, Carolina heard the screams inside and hurriedly knocked on the door. "Fu Yishan? Was that your voice just now? Are you okay?" Fu Yishan, holding his arm where deep, almost bluish bruises from the bite could be seen, had no choice but to get out of bed and open the door with a stern face, asking, "What do you want?" Carolina's gaze quickly fell on the clear bite marks on Fu Yishan's arm, especially the deep indentation at the fang marks. Only Ling Yi has fangs. The origin of the bite marks on Fu Yishan's arm was obvious. But Carol quickly composed herself and didn't ask about the screams or bite marks. Instead, she raised her breakfast and confidently said, "Of course, I brought you breakfast." How come? Now Professor Fu and I are so distant that I can't even come to your house. Before Fu Yishan could respond, Carol walked in herself, placing the prepared breakfast on the table one by one. Last night, little Ling got drunk, right? Honestly, I blame myself for ordering red wine yesterday. So this morning, I thought, since she's a girl, maybe she'd feel uncomfortable, so I came to see if I could help. Ling Yi watched Carol skillfully arrange the breakfast, acting like a hostess, but inside she felt uncomfortable. It was a bitter feeling. What is this? After the little zombie woke up, she had become the new person in her territory? She really didn't like being the newcomer. Ling Yi coughed twice, puffed up her small zombie chest, and said seriously, I am an adult. I can take care of myself. Please don't call me little girl or kid anymore. Yes, that's right, the little zombie is an adult. A grown woman with a figure, but not many other features. Okay, whatever Ling Yi says goes. Carol still acted like she was comforting a child. She even leaned in to pat her head, but was avoided by Ling Yi stepping back. The reason was simple. She didn't like the smell of this woman. Over at the organization, I plan to stay longer at Weilai University to recruit some talented people. So I live nearby. If you need any help, just ask me anytime. Carol explained seriously, staring into Ling Yi's eyes. Look at you, drunk last night. Your eyes are red. Don't drink anymore or listen to your sister, so you won't get caught by people thinking you're a little zombie when you go out. Hearing your eyes are red, Fu Yishan suddenly realized, last night for safety, Ling Yi's contact lenses were removed when she slept. When she woke up in a hurry, she didn't put them back on. Now, her zombie's naturally reddish pupils were plainly exposed to Carol, and our organization scientist studying zombies. Fu Yishan stepped forward and pulled Ling Yi behind him. You really should drink less in the future. Sorry to trouble you, Carol. Ling Yi was so angry. What a troublemaker Carol is. What trouble did she cause? She angrily tried to pull away from Fu Yishan's hand, but his strength was too much, and she couldn't break free. Little Zombie was even angrier.
Awa.
Suddenly, Fu Yishan remembered the issue about the zombie attack times, and he asked Carol, has the organization noticed lately zombies are attacking at less predictable times? Before, it was mostly at night or dawn, but now they also attack during the day. But last night, there was no attack. You always say that about zombies, Carol shrugged. They're just animals without thoughts, brains, or hearts. They just hunt whenever they want. There's no pattern. This made Ling Yi completely furious. Who are you calling mindless, brainless, and heartless? That's not true. Zombies. Before Ling Yi could finish, Fu Yishan quickly covered her mouth. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he stopped her in time. If she kept talking about her understanding of zombies, she might reveal her true identity in front of Carol. Fu Yishan, are you crazy? Why are you covering me? Ling Yi's mouth was tightly shut by Fu Yishan, and she couldn't speak properly. You were drunk last night. Your eyes are red. It's better for you to rest. Then, Fu Yishan dragged Ling Yi, who was still flailing wildly, into the room and locked the door. For a moment, only Ling Yi was inside, kicking the door and shouting, Fu Yishan, what are you doing? Be careful or I'll throw your blanket out. Awu. Carol looked shocked, pointing at Ling Yi inside the room. Is that your room? How is that possible? Fu Yishan actually let a woman into his room? Even just now, he had directly covered Ling Yi's mouth. Are they already this close? In the past, Fu Yishan was a super clean person who refused to touch women. He even had to wear several layers of medical gloves when passing equipment to his female partner. Because of his talent and good looks, female students on campus, from senior sisters to current students, saw him as a revered figure like a high mountain. But he never looked at anyone and focused only on his research. Corolla thought that, as his only partner and fellow member of organization she would have a different experience, especially since she supported his wild idea of turning zombies back into humans without hesitation. She added, it's really surprising. Professor Fu is finally willing to let a girl into his room. If she said this with a bit of hope, Fu Yishan's next words shocked her. Actually, It's safer to let her in. If I lock her in the lab, she might mess things up or even blow up the lab. He said blow up the lab casually as if it was normal to talk about a pet toy, with a hint of helplessness and affection in his expression. Corolla instinctively clutched her long coat tightly. Then she pretended to be relaxed, tousled her hair, revealing her long, elegant neck, which was white and beautiful. Indeed, I haven't seen you in so long, Fu Yishan. It's really impressive. Do you remember that rose-shaped virus? I remember you got really angry when someone entered your lab, almost losing control. If not for me, that virus is very dangerous. Fu Yishan's expression suddenly became serious, interrupting her. If it leaks, it could cause unimaginable crises.
That's why I was so angry back then.
I also destroyed the virus cultures in time. He looked into her eyes, his voice deep and strong. I remember you said last time that organization R wanted to study this virus again to use it against zombies. Don't you know how dangerous this virus is? Carol did not answer him directly. Instead, she gently reached out and held Fu Yishan's arm, her words filled with helplessness. Fu Yishan, I am also a scientist. I understand what the rose-shaped virus represents. But right now, we need evidence to prove that the rose-shaped virus is seriously harmful to humans so we can stop Organization R from using it. I remember you handled this virus back then. Is your research report still available? Do you have any records left? Fu Yishan frowned as he looked at Carol's hand, casually shook it off, moved his arm away, and took a step back to keep distance. It's been a long time. Maybe I can look for it again. If I find it, I'll let you know. Carol's eyes dimmed with complexity, then she quickly regained her confident and beautiful appearance. All right. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was probably due to a hangover, and Ling Yi couldn't hear anything clearly in the room. All she could hear was Carol and Fu Yishan talking about zombies, the past, humans, and research. It made her so anxious. She could only scream and stomp her feet in frustration through the door. The little zombie was very curious. Her sharp hearing meant she could even hear faint sounds, especially when Carol and Fu Yishan were talking. She was angry. Ling Yi pressed one of her zombie ears tightly against the door, almost her whole body pressed to the door panel. The sound was a little louder now. It seemed to be steady footsteps, one step, then another and another. Suddenly, the door handle creaked, and the door was pulled open. Before she knew it, Ling Yi lunged forward fiercely. There was a loud bang. A crash as her body hit the tile floor. Ugh, it didn't hurt. A familiar muffled groan came from below. Little one, can you get up now? Ling Yi quickly looked down and realized she was lying on Fu Yishan. It must have been because he opened the door too quickly, and when she lunged out, she accidentally knocked him over. No wonder it didn't hurt. By the way, where was Carol? Ling Yi instinctively looked forward. Fu Yishan saw her little thoughts clearly and chuckled softly. Don't look. She's already gone. Ling Yi reluctantly responded with an, oh, but this light, oh, sounded so sour. Fu Yishan reached out to pat her head. What's wrong? Is the little guy angry? Just because I locked him in the room? Seeing his arm stretch out, Ling Yi directly grabbed his arm without politeness. She let out a loud woof and bit him hard, mumbling, and you say you didn't see me as a stepmom in training, or claim there was no beyond boundaries feelings. Look, I can just come over anytime now. After hearing Ling Yi's words, Fu Yishan's lips curled into a slight smile, seeming in a good mood. He said, little guy, do you remember what I said last night? At the same time, he was thinking, does this little zombie also remember the beyond boundaries feelings between him and her? Actually, Ling Yi only remembered the part about stepmom. Ling Yi turned her face away, still biting Fu Yishan's arm and refusing to let go. She felt awkward but needed to bite something to feel better. Fu Yishan had to softly coax her. All right, let go. I'll prepare breakfast for you. Hearing the word breakfast, Ling Yi felt even more annoyed. Breakfast? Didn't your Carolo already buy everything for you? But my little one is picky. She won't eat breakfast without tomatoes. Fu Yishan reached out and pinched Ling Yi's nose, patiently explaining, I was worried about your zombie identity being exposed. After all, Corolla is backed by the R organization. We should stay low-key. He didn't want Ling Yi to know about the virus weapon to avoid frightening her. Right now, he just needed to keep emphasizing that she must not reveal her zombie identity to the R organization. After hearing Fu Yixin's explanation, Ling Yi reluctantly let go of him, muttering, "Anyway, I can only be a zombie for the rest of my life. No brains, no thoughts, no heart, and no use at all." Not sure if this zombie is interested, Fu Yixin gazed softly into her eyes, raising his voice slightly. "In becoming my new assistant in the lab?" Ling Yi thought he was joking and rolled her eyes at him. "You already have Abu, right? And I blew up your lab once." Fu Yixin paused. "I have many research projects under my name, so Abu has other arrangements. But I do need help secretly developing a new medicine to turn zombies back into humans." Secret research. A new medicine to turn zombies back into humans? When Ling Yi heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. That medicine. Weren't you supposed to stop it? Fu Yixin looked at her with a gentle smile. "When I say stop, I mean just pause the current plan, including your trial medication. The research direction has changed because the side effects are getting worse. I don't want my little one to suffer anymore." Ling Yi paused, surprised.
So,
Fu Yixin's pause wasn't for Corolla, but for her. And she had been throwing tantrums, biting him last night, and threatening to turn him into a zombie someday. Suddenly, her nose felt a bit sore. Fu Yixin, who was pressed to the ground by her, sighed helplessly but affectionately. "I'm here. All right, don't sound so pitiful." "I can't stand it." Ling Yi didn't care about anything else. She immediately let out a loud cry and threw herself into his arms.
Awu.
"I knew my magic master, Yixin, wouldn't give up on me." So Fu Yixin hasn't forgotten his little zombie in love. There's still hope for the little zombie. With each Awu, tears and snot smeared all over Fu Yixin, and her fluffy little head rubbed against his chest left and right. Two restless little paws also hugged him tightly, crying happily and trembling with emotion. All right, stop crying. Get up quickly." Fu Yixin gently patted her head and smoothed her soft hair. But Ling Yi stubbornly refused to leave his side, rubbing here and there like a happy pet cat showing off its affection. "Fu Yixin is the best," her soft, sweet voice came as her body kept twisting on him. Fu Yixin couldn't stand such torment. He had to pat her back and frown. "I just want to adjust the research plan. When it's more mature, I'll let you try the medicine. Otherwise, if you keep having allergies, fevers, and losing your sight, you'll only cause me more trouble." Ling Yi grinned and stretched her arms around his neck, bringing their faces closer, almost nose to nose. I know. The tiles under Fu Yixin's feet slowly warmed up from the cold pressed against his body, and then intimacy grew. "So, can you get off me now, little one?" "No. I want to stay a little longer." "Humph. 2 tomatoes. No. 3 tomatoes. No. Fu Yixin, why aren't you adding more?" At this moment, Carol was standing a few dozen meters away from Fu Yixin's house, looking up at the apartment window, lost in thought. Who exactly is Ling Yi? The phone rang again, still with the big R. "Carol, have you gotten the research data on the rose-shaped virus?" Carol responded in a deep voice. "Mr. Boss, please give me a little more time. I promise, I will give you a satisfactory answer." As soon as Carol finished speaking, she looked up again at Fu Yixin's window ledge. Suddenly, with a bang, the window shattered into a small mushroom cloud, followed by 2 voices. "Ling Yi, put that reagent down." "Awu, I didn't mean to." In front of Carol's eyes, she saw Fu Yixin's loving gaze again, casually saying, "Blow up the laboratory." Fu Yixin was truly different from before. He was even more unpredictable and harder to control. All of this was connected to that girl named Ling Yi. Carol narrowed her eyes slightly. She cared a lot about Ling Yi's sharp teeth and slightly red pupils. Amusement park. Handsome uncle and the girl with red eyes.
Sharp teeth.
Red pupils.
She knew a lot about zombies.
Suddenly, Carol had a bold guess about the identity of this girl who appeared out of nowhere. On the other end of the phone, the boss sensed Carol's silence and sneered. "So, now even you can't handle that research fanatic." Carol lit a cigarette with a flick of her hand. "Mr. Boss, tonight I need your help." Her bright red lips slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Tonight, she was going to conduct a special test. After tonight, her guess should be roughly confirmed. About the girl's identity and whether Fu Yixin was still under her control. The cigarette with bright lipstick marks was discarded on the ground, and her high heels stomped down hard before she walked away. It was another night of a zombie outbreak in Vela City. Ling Yi's pupils glowed red as she entered her usual sleepwalking mode, searching for food. She looked like a grumpy cat, clutching a glass bottle of ketchup and biting into it hard, making a noisy, huff-huff sound. Maybe she had been spoiled by Fu Yixin lately. It's been a long time since she last bit into a ketchup bottle. This made her movements look especially clumsy. Fu Yixin leaned against the wall, watching her struggle, and couldn't help but smile softly. Noticing his smile, Ling Yi turned her head in his direction, pouting her little tiger teeth and clutching the bottle tightly, as if afraid he would take it away. Fu Yixin lowered his head, a slight smile on his lips. "Little one." He cleared his throat gently, unbuttoned 2 buttons at the top of his shirt, then spread his hands and said helplessly, "Come over if you want." Suddenly, there was a crisp sound as the glass bottle hit the ground. Ling Yi released the ketchup bottle and leapt into Fu Yixin's arms. He bent his knees slightly, catching her steadily. Ling Yi wrapped her legs around him and reached out with her hands, sniffling as she leaned close, nose to nose, breath mingling. In her sleep, Ling Yi instinctively swallowed. That smell, it looks so delicious. Fu Yixin's breathing grew uneven. He turned her against the wall and gently lifted her up. He looked into her pupils, hollow, glowing red. It was just an unconscious sleepwalk, but in those eyes, he could clearly see his own reflection. He could even feel her body trembling slightly, and her tiny tiger teeth seemed eager to bite. Is this an emotion beyond boundaries? Little one. It turns out you're the most addictive dopamine. Ling Yi raised her hand, intending to press on Fu Yixin's shoulder to start biting again, but he unexpectedly caught her wrist and pressed it against the wall. Their hands accidentally touched the switch on the wall. Click, and darkness enveloped everything. All they could hear was their deep, uneven breathing in the blackness. And this darkness not only heightened their senses, but also their courage. Fu Yixin's fingers gently touched hers, holding her hand. He felt the slight trembling of her soft palm. Suddenly, he gathered his courage and lowered his head, following the movement of her parted lips. In the wild night, everyone was a hunter or prey. Suddenly, Ling Yi was quicker. She tilted her head and, with a sharp sound, bit into Fu Yixin's neck, leaving shallow teeth marks near his collarbone. Fu Yixin looked up, and Ling Yi, as if given permission, moved closer and softly pressed her lips against his pulse on his neck. Their body temperatures slowly rose. He wrapped his other arm around her waist, making her lean more comfortably against him. Ling Yi bit and suckled more passionately, making smacking sounds as she repeatedly pressed her lips to his open collar. In the city of Weilai, in a room corridor, a scene of tender and romantic pursuit was unfolding. Suddenly, loud knocking interrupted everything. "Help! Fu Yixin, are you home?" Ling Yi, startled like a frightened cat, nearly jumped up but was pulled back into his arms. He, with a slightly hoarse voice, called out through the door. "Who is it?" The voice outside sounded very anxious. "It's me, Corolla. Fu Yixin, please open the door. Near my rented house, there's been a large zombie attack. I was rescued by some organization members who covered my retreat, and I barely escaped. The zombies are very numerous this time, much bigger than expected. They told me to leave first, so I came to find you. Please, Fu Yixin, open the door, okay?" The knocking continued rapidly and urgently. Fu Yixin's brow furrowed deeply. If he didn't open the door for Corolla now, it might raise suspicion from her and our organization. But Ling Yi. He looked at the frightened little figure in his arms, still insisting on biting and making noise. Fu Yixin gently pressed her head into his chest and softly coaxed her. "Little one, be good, don't be afraid." Once Ling Yi gradually calmed down from the familiar and comforting scent, he took out an anesthetic and carefully injected it into her wrist. Ling Yidong's red pupils gradually faded, and she snuggled on his shoulder, resting her head on his body as she fell into a deep sleep. Fu Yishan saw that Ling Yi no longer moved, so he gently placed her on the sofa, covered her with a blanket, and hid the used anesthetic in his pocket. Corolla has always been very careful, so he had to stay alert. Only after he prepared everything did he button up his shirt and open the door for Corolla. Outside, Corolla crossed her arms and looked up at him. Her delicate face had obvious scratches, her slightly messy long curly hair, and her casual coat was torn from bites. Every detail told him that Corolla had just experienced a terrible zombie attack.
Fu Yishan.
I thought I would never see you again. Corolla's voice trembled slightly. She tried to open her arms to hug Fu Yishan, but he took 2 steps back to avoid her. Corolla thought that her pitiful appearance after the zombie attack might trigger Fu Yishan's protective instincts. However, he hesitated and stepped back 2 steps, leaving her arms and body frozen in midair. But as Fu Yishan retreated, creating space between them, Corolla saw inside the house. Ling Yi was sleeping soundly on the sofa. That girl. Was she really sleeping without moving? Corolla knew that the zombie attack in Whalei City was still ongoing. It seemed she had been overthinking about the girl's identity. After all, a zombie that has awareness, can speak, doesn't bite, and looks almost like a normal person. How could that be possible? But when Corolla looked away, through the orange-yellow light at the door, she noticed the red mark on Fu Yishan's neck was even more obvious, with clusters of marks. Although he had all his shirt buttons tightly fastened, as if trying to hide something, the scars on his chin and Adam's apple were still visible, spreading to his collar and sparking imagination and curiosity. Tonight, before she arrived, what had happened between Fu Yishan and Ling Yi in this house was not hard to imagine. But Corolla quickly adjusted her breathing, composed her expression, and tidied her long hair. Her movements remained graceful and confident. Unexpectedly, just after moving near Whalei University to help recruit talent for the organization, I encountered a large-scale zombie attack. I just lost my composure. I was truly startled. Please, Professor Fu, keep this secret for me. I don't want it to get out about the leader and scientist of Organization R who almost got eaten by zombies. If people find out, they will lose even more confidence in the organization. Professor Fu Yishan simply responded with a faint, Corolla crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe of Fu Yishan's room. Right now, outside, zombies are still attacking and biting. I can't go back for a while, and I can't find anywhere else to stay. As my longtime partner, I don't think Professor Fu would be so cruel as to leave me wandering the streets, right? Her reason sounded very reasonable, and there was no real reason to refuse. Fu Yishan looked at her with a blank face and said, If you really can't find a place tonight, you can stay here. It's not far until morning. Tomorrow, I will ask Abu to arrange a clean single room for you at Whalei University. After all, I'm not used to living with others. He then turned and went back to the living room, picked up Ling Yi and looked back at Corolla, signaling her with his eyes to the sofa's position. I don't have extra rooms at home, so you'll have to sleep on the sofa. Corolla was stunned for a moment, pointing at Ling Yi, who was being held by Fu Yishan. Then, If there are no extra rooms and he's not used to living with others, what about this girl named Ling Yi? And she's sleeping on the sofa. Where is Fu Yishan taking Ling Yi after holding her? Fu Yishan looked down at Ling Yi, who was sleeping deeply from the anesthesia. His expression softened noticeably, completely different from when he was talking to Corolla. There's a table in my home laboratory. This little girl is small and doesn't take up much space. She can sleep there. He also looked up at Corolla and said, I have a few reports to finish tonight, so I won't say more. Rest well. By the way, I don't like being disturbed when I'm in the lab. You know that from before. After giving her these instructions, Fu Yishan carried Ling Yi into the laboratory. The door closed with a sound, completely separating the three inside from the outside world. Corolla pursed her lips tightly. From not used to living with others to won't say much to you and don't like being disturbed, Fu Yishan said many no words to her tonight, even adding, you know that from before. This was the first time she felt that the words, before, sounded so harsh. She clenched the blanket on the sofa, her slender knuckles turning slightly white.
How?
How could it be like this? Suddenly, the door of the laboratory creaked open again. Fu Yishan walked out, and a faint light returned to Carol's eyes. She even felt a little hopeful that he would come over and say something to her. But instead, Fu Yishan walked straight over, bent down, and picked up the blanket on the sofa. Sorry, that guy Ling Yi has bad sleeping habits and always wants to keep his blanket. I need to take this one. There's a new one unopened in the cabinet nearby. You can get it later. Carol was silent. Morning came. Ling Yi felt she had slept especially deeply that night. Usually, when she woke up, she felt her limbs were weak and her cheeks and lips were slightly swollen. But today it seemed fine. She clicked her tongue lazily, hugged her blanket, and took a deep breath. Yes, this is the familiar and comforting smell. Ling Yi flopped over comfortably as usual and turned over.
So hard.
She realized she was not on the sofa. Neither was she on Fu Yishan's big bed. Where had she slept? Ling Yi quickly opened her eyes, sat up, and looked around. This square platform, neatly arranged bottles and jars, books, and her windowsill from yesterday, which she accidentally blackened with her explosion. This was Fu Yishan's laboratory.
So, why did she sleep here last night?
Ling Yi tried to rub her temples and recall, but she couldn't remember anything. Sunlight shone through the dark windowsill. Following the light, her gaze landed on Fu Yishan's back. She tiptoed over, pulling the blanket around her, and realized Fu Yishan was sitting at the lab table, supporting his chin with his hand, asleep in a thinking pose. His eyes were closed, with long eyelashes, a high nose bridge, and a sharply defined jawline. He even frowned slightly, as if he was still deep in thought just before falling asleep, looking very serious. A serious man. No matter how she looked at him, he looked so attractive. Ling Yi's eyes swept over the desk in the lab, filled with dense notes, calculations, and various research reports, all related to zombies. Among the reports, the one with the most stars marked on it is her medication record, showing the times she took medicine, side effects, symptoms, blood fluctuations, and so on. There are also many complex formulas and data analyses she can't understand. She knows these are part of Fu Yishan's new research direction, which he started to avoid causing her pain, the project about the medicine that can turn zombies back into humans. Ling relies on the table, and I can't help but reach out to gently touch Fu Yishan's nose. Maybe he's really too tired, so exhausted that he doesn't notice her playful touch. His eyebrows are slightly furrowed, but he doesn't wake up. Feeling bolder, Ling moves her finger down along his nose to gently stroke his soft lips. This wizard, who might give her a chance to become human again, has lips that are a bit dry and a beard on his chin that was just shaved but is already starting to grow back. He is working alone on this medicine, and almost everyone in our organization is trying to stop him. It must be very hard for him. His eye sockets look a little deeper. Why are his eyebrows still furrowed? Maybe he stayed up late last night reading these materials and researching until very late. Ling feels warm inside, yet also a faint ache as if something is tugging at her heart. She thinks for a moment and then gently pulls the blanket off herself to cover Fu Yishan with it. The little zombie doesn't understand. She just feels cozy and safe when wrapped in the fragrant blanket. She hopes Fu Yishan feels the same, safe and comfortable. But unexpectedly, when she drapes the blanket over his back, it startles him awake. He suddenly cries out, "Ling Yi." Then he opens his eyes wide and tightly grips her wrist. Fu Yishan holds Ling Yi's wrist tightly and pulls her forcefully into his arms. She is caught off guard and is pulled into his embrace. She looks up, noses almost touching. Fu Yishan's forehead is beaded with a thin layer of cold sweat. His eyes are wide open, as if he has seen something terrifying, and he looks at her nervously, trembling slightly as he speaks. Are you okay? He had a nightmare, dreaming that our organization discovered Ling Yi. He ran through a forest with her, shooting and thunder crashing all around. In the end, with a sharp gunshot, he didn't react in time, and Ling Yi was lying in a pool of blood, her face pale. A wave of unwillingness, despair, anger, and heartache spread through him. In his dream, he cried out her name in grief. When he suddenly woke up, he couldn't tell if it was real or just a dream. Instinctively, he held her tightly and pulled her into his arms immediately. He only felt relieved when he grabbed her wrist, touched her nose, saw her bright red eyes blinking, and heard her heartbeat pounding steadily. Unaware, Lingyi leaned against Fu Yishan's warm chest, dazed, and swallowed nervously. She mumbled, "It's nothing. It just hurt a little when you grabbed me." Fu Yishan realized he had been too tense and quickly let go of her, speaking softly, "Sorry, I just dreamed you were taken."